I good now?
Yep.
Right, hi, I'm Gren, and I'll be running Xenoblade Chronicles 2 any%, and then here's my co-commentator.
Hi, Tortalius. You can call me Tort. I'll be commentating so Gren can focus on all of the crazy tricks we're going to see today.
So we're going to be running in normal mode without the use of the DLC in this game, since it's a little bit overpowered. But yeah, so anyways, we're going to go ahead and start now. I'll just give a 3, 2, 1. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, time to take you down.
So we start out with a basic fight right here, just teaching us the combat mechanics.
All right, everyone's saying the volume's low, so hopefully that'll get resolved. For now, you can turn your volume all the way up. That'll help. So let me explain about how the game works here, because there's a lot of different systems to work with, and they are going to get introduced slowly over time, but Gren's going to be taking advantage of them pretty fast. So we have about 5 or 6 minutes before we get back to the action, and I'm going to go over how it all comes together. So the first thing we need to know is that it's a Xeno game, which means we're going to have abilities called arts. And the way they work in this game is your arts require a certain amount of auto attacks in order to charge them. So to start, Rex, who's our main character, say hi to our little shonen good boy. He has an ability called Anchor Shot, and it will charge up after, I believe it's 6 auto attacks. So we wait for him to swing his sword 6 times, and then he'll actually be able to use it. Now, the other key thing about it, though, is we can use the art as soon as it's ready to go, or we can try to use an art right after an auto attack, and if we do that, the art will do extra damage. It will also charge up a special meter, and I'll get to that when we actually have access to it. So the other thing we're going to be doing, of course, is if we sit there and wait for the auto attacks to happen, it's actually going to take us forever to do anything. It's really slow. So our game plan for that is to do what we call auto canceling, and it's pretty straightforward. What we're going to do is as soon as Rex auto attack connects with an enemy, which locks in the actual charging of the art, we are going to move. So the idea very simply is see an auto attack connect, press the stick. See it connect, hit the stick. And we're going to do that in order to build up all of our arts very, very quickly. The next thing that we need to discuss is how healing is done in this game, because healing is different compared to probably most other video games you've played. There are very, very few abilities that just heal the party. In fact, we're going to have access to one on our main healer, and it's on a long charge time, and for a while it's not even that strong. So the big way we're going to be healing is with HP potions. And HP potions drop from certain abilities. So the big one, of course, is Anchor Shot, which is the only art that Rex has got at this point. And it drops by default 1 HP potion with a chance of dropping more than one. And each HP potion by default is going to be giving us about 10% or so of the max HP of the party. So as they gain more health, the HP potions actually become stronger and stronger, which is good because we're not going to gain really any other methods. The other things we're going to have are the couple of arts like Healing Halo that we'll get later that will AoE heal party on a long cooldown. And then there are certain blade specials which also heal or drop HP potions, and they are blade dependent and damage dependent, but
Miss me?
we'll get to those when we get to those. So the big thing that's going on right now is salvaging. We're being given a salvage tutorial. And over the course of the run, we're going to actually need to do some salvaging. And it's a mechanic in which you take a cylinder, which is an item that we can buy in the store, hit some button challenges, and as a result, you will get the treasure chest and some mechanical parts. The hope is that we get the parts that we want, and we're going to be needing a bunch of mechanical parts, but not till later. And we're going to be needing them to basically give us a very special enemy later in the game.
Right there, they can spawn enemies when you salvage, but right there we got lucky and got none, because if we had gotten an enemy encounter there, we'd have to run around it, which costs a few seconds, but we got lucky and there weren't 0 encounters. Just a quick story update for the game right now. Rex is a little salvager boy, and then he's one of the best in this area, and then he's also from an area known as Lotharia. And then a bunch of drivers showed up in this little Titan he's living on and started recruiting salvagers for a mission they're doing. And Rex got lucky to be chosen because he's Lotharia, and he got paid a really handsome sum of 100,000 gold, which is like a ton for him. And then now, right now we're just doing some preparations to go on the salvaging trip that we were hired for.
Alright, so the other big mechanic that just went on there is the inn. And the way you get experience in this game is beating up monsters and bosses, and that's obviously going to be our main source of it. But in addition to that, we are also going to be using the inn a few times. And the way the inn works is that over the course of the game, we will be completing a couple of little side quests and a bunch of main quests. And basically, the way the game structures itself is that there are certain parts where we have to complete structured like a side quest, but it's not a side quest. It's got to be done or you can't progress. And those type of quests and things will give us something called rest experience that we can collect at the inn if we want to. And we're going to want to, because we are going to be fighting, depending on a little bit of luck, between 1 and 2 non-essential battles to complete the game. We will be killing up to 2 enemies who do not need to be killed in order to beat the plot.
We even skip killing a few enemies that should be required, but they aren't because we have some clips in the game too, which is pretty neat.
Right, and those, so...
I guess those aren't plot essential, but yeah.
We'll get to the enemies we're skipping or not skipping later when we get to them.
Yep.
So the next thing that's going to happen is we're going to go fight we're going to gain a party, and we're going to go fight our first, not real enemy, we've already fought him, but the first enemy with some allies backing us up. And that's called the King Lysat. He is a giant, crab-ish crustacean thing. The way that this fight is going to go is Rex does almost nothing of value in it. The idea is you get off a couple of arts, and then you try to get yourself all the way to the door on the other side. And the reason we do that is this is the only fight in the game, for some strange reason, that where Rex is at the end of the fight is where we pick up from afterwards. Every other fight that ends, pretty much we're going to be in a cutscene, and the cutscene will plop us wherever the game wants us to plop. But this one doesn't work that way for whatever reason. So, Brent is going to hit it twice, get nicely blown back towards where he wants, and then he's just going to try to get over there before it dies. Jin
actually killed it pretty fast for this. He normally doesn't kill it nearly as fast as that, which was nice, I guess.
He didn't get the joint combo, but oh well. Nothing you can do about it. So, let's talk about jumping.
Oh,
in this game, there will be several instances where we need to press the darn jump button. It is the worst button in the game. We never want to press it, because platforming in this game is horrific. It's floaty, it makes no sense, you can't jump very high, it's awful. It is completely awful to be not on the ground. So you saw there, Grem, what he wanted to have happen was to basically snake himself past a couple of handrails and land on the ground. He could not pull that off because the game just was not cooperating. The time loss is minimal, but, you know, it's frustrating anyway.
Something that should be something that should be really easy, but it's just so hard because the movement in this game is it's terrible. It's not as good as you'd like it to be.
Yes, this game is not a precise platformer, let me tell you. That's the big issue. It is just not a not a good platforming game, but that's okay. We're not playing it for its platforming glory. All right, so the next fight is against the Alago, and the Alago is the first potential run ender. And the reason this is because he's going to open the fight up with a move called Cursed Cuisine. He's going to dash at Rex's face, and Rex is going to almost die. He won't die, but he'll get close. There you go. Almost dead. Now Rex isn't going to be able to get healed in this fight, because we are going to use Anchor Shot. It'll drop a potion, but that's not enough health to survive the next game. So the goal here is to get as much damage off of Rex as you can before he hits half HP. Then he's going to enrage at some point.
Or a quarter HP.
Whatever it is. He's going to use a move called Interfere,
Yeah.
which he puts on his back and kills Rex if Rex is anywhere remotely close. And this is a game with snapshots, meaning that when an AoE move starts, the game looks and says, okay, where is everybody? Okay, this person's in range, that person's not in range. And it doesn't matter where you move from that point forward, the game has decided you are getting hit or you are not. So you can't just like last second dodge stop. You can't do it, unfortunately. So after that cutscene, we get summarily executed by Jin because he's a bit of an ass. And we are going to be brought in front of Pyra, who's going to be nice enough to give us half of her core crystal to revive us. So that's really kind of her, and now we are bonded for life. So she is our first Blade. And with her, we now have access to Blade Specials that the game is politely trying to tell us about. And the way Blade Specials work is every time you use an art, the gauge fills up a little bit. If you use a cancel, basically auto attack and immediately art afterwards, and the game does a little ring thing to say good job. You can see around the Gren does it. So if you watch, you see that little circle. That means that we're going to get some extra gauge. If you do it on the first auto, you get a quarter gauge total. The second auto gets you half of the gauge. And the third auto will get you almost 3/4. It's not quite. Not quite quarter, half, not quite 3/4. And we are going to be building up the gauge to do Blade Special, which is the first thing he did there. He did a tier 1. And the second one he's doing here is a tier 4, but he doesn't have to as far as completing special. And the whole idea is it says in the top of the screen, burn out. And the way those work is a tier 1 starts everything. A tier 2, 3, or 4 will do the second stage. And a tier 3 or 4 will do the third stage. And you can only, and the combos that lead to the specials that lead to combos are indicated in the top right corner going from left to right. Blade combos are incredibly important to the run because they do a ton of damage. And when I say a ton of damage, you'll be seeing later on that the Blade Special might do 1/8 of the enemy's health, maybe almost 1/4. And then the Blade combo damage will then do the rest of it. Like, it's giant enormous. So we're going to be needing to use those to pull off pretty much all of the feats. So the big combo that we're going to be using for the first part of the game is called Steam Explosion. You do that by doing a fire to open. The second stage has to be a water. And the third one is a fire again. And the reason we're going to be doing that is Pyra is going to be closing it. Our little redhead who's following Rex, you can see her. And then our water person is going to be Dromark by Nia. Nia was somebody who we could have been using during that first chapter, but she's a healer, and healers are slow when you don't need healers, so we weren't using her. But we're going to go get her in a second for the next fight, and then she'll be with us for a little bit. The other big thing about Blade combos are some of them do damage over time effects, so their initial damage is kind of mediocre, and then they have a decent overtime effect. For the sake of the run, most of the damage over time or dots aren't very useful. We want the upfront damage for reasons I'll get to in a little bit.
Come out.
Also, when you finish a Blade combo with its third stage, you're going to get a special effect on the boss. You can only have one up at a time, and it's whatever your most recent effect was. So when we do the Fire, Water, Fire, we end with Fire, and by ending with Fire, we get to seal Self-Destruct. That doesn't sound particularly useful, and that's because you're right. It isn't. Most of the seal effects are pretty garbage. There is one that we're going to be potentially using for its purpose to actually seal something. But otherwise, we don't actually care about them pretty much at all. They're just not very good. They are, you can seal Self-Destruct, which does what it sounds like. we'll be able to seal Affinity down, which would be useful if only we were going to have that be a problem at the times we steal it. We will be sealing Shackle Driver later. That will actually be useful. There's sealing Shackle Blade, which would be nice if we ever had an Ice Blade. Spoilers, we probably won't. So, and then there are others that they just don't help.
There's something we forgot to mention early on because it didn't happen. But one of the best stats in this game is called Rexterity. You can tell right now I am missing quite a bit with Rex, and it's really annoying that Rex just likes to miss whenever it counts. So we call that Rexterity because in the game normally it's a Dexterity stat that makes you hit a lot. But with Rex, it's just he doesn't have Dexterity; he just has Rexterity.
Yeah, this enemy here, this Vrog, Rex is notorious for you'll do 8 auto attacks and he'll miss 6 of them, even though it's a level 6 enemy and you can't hit much of anything up until then. I don't know why it's like that, but it is. So the other big thing that's going on here is we need to collect something called Puzzle Tree Wood. And in this game...
Nice. 0.
Wow, that's beautiful.
With 2 4-poles.
So if you've played any Xeno games before, Xenoblade Chronicle games, there were collection points in the first game and in X where you just would run over them and, hey, I got an item. In this game, what they do instead is there are glowy points on the ground. You walk up to them and you press the button and stuff comes out that you then have to go fetch. If you have a blade with a support skill that works with them, for instance, it's a forestry spot giving you trees, and you have a forestry blade, then you'll instead get extra wood. So we are probably not going to have any backup for any of these things, unfortunately, over the course of the run. But we do need to go to a bunch of these spots because in Chapter 3 we need 10 Puzzle Tree Wood.
We'll also need a couple extras. I'll need 10 of a different wood, any other wood type besides Puzzle Tree Wood for ox cores that we'll get into later on. I also need 12 vegetables for some more ox cores, which we'll also get later on.
So the other big thing that the vegetables and the wood and all these things you collect are going to do is they are going to allow us to refine ox cores. And ox cores are basically like accessories for blades.
Okay, there we go. We just picked up 3 more Puzzle Tree Wood, which is 3 of the 10 we will need in about 40 minutes from now, maybe 30 minutes. Something like that. There's a few spots that are routed in, we run right by and they cost a few seconds to grab, but if we get really bad luck, then we'll just have to keep on reloading at skip travel locations until we, just keep skip traveling to the same location over and over until we get enough, which costs a little bit of time, but it happens sometimes.
So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be going and grabbing it called the eye patch, which is just a nice accessory that we're going to be using kind of early on. We're also going to grab some chests for money because we're going to be buying items to skip a side quest kind of sorta. And we're going to grab a skip travel point now so we don't have to grab it later.
And arrived.
Alright, so the RNG is turning in a little bit nicer direction now. I've gotten 4 from every location, which is pretty rare. They can randomly give between 2 and 4 wood pieces per spot, so we've been rolling pretty high on that RNG, but not so well on the Puzzle Tree RNG. I guess we've pretty much balanced out now, though, in those last 2 spots. There's one spot right here which is pretty out of the way, but since I'm not doing great on Puzzle Tree right now, I'll grab it as a backup. It costs like a little bit of time, but geez, these 4 rolls are just... Okay, we're doing pretty good now. We're at 7. Right here, I'll be trying to avoid aggroing these chickens and the big bird I just passed because they can hurt quite a bit and they can kill you, but we avoided them, so we're fine.
And arrived.
All in one piece.
This guy right here, it doesn't really matter if he sees us because he doesn't attack us. What he does do is he'll go and alert these guys over here to come attack us, but they're too slow to find us anyway, so that's fine.
Go somewhere else, why don't you?
This is actually a pretty big detour for the main story right now. One of the bigger detours we take, but it's for good reason. We will be coming here later on, so we're just getting the movement out of the way right now. Plus, we'll get a bunch of extra gold, which will help us out with some purchases in this chapter. I'm gonna get aggroed by these chickens. Yeah, okay, they can kill me, but... Oh, that crit on me is really unlucky. That rarely happens, but it does happen. So we're put back here, and we have to run back up there. They can randomly spawn in various locations around that hut, and normally they don't spawn there, but they did that time. Which not only did not allow me to grab that wooden spot, but they also killed me. But at least I'll get a second chance to grab it. Yeah, so chickens in this game, they seem pretty weak. They're just little birds, or chickens, whatever you want to call them. But there's a few that can pretty much one-shot you. See if they spawn. Yeah, they spawn nicely this time, so they're further back there, and I can actually grab the spot. Okay, actually, I think I have 10 puzzle tree wood now. That's actually really lucky. Then I think I got 3 there. I might have gotten 2, which means I would need 1 more. Okay, they're gonna be more jerks, make me have to run and de-aggro them. The reason we come up here this early is to get this chest. It has a bunch of gold in it, as well as a rare core crystal, which we can sell for money. Also, we'll get the first of our vegetables for the run. We got 6 there, which is perfect. And then we're going to do a little bit of jumping here, which we hate, but... Okay, I almost died, but... I'm supposed to grab those vines, which prevent you from getting hurt, but I missed them. I was lucky I didn't die there, which you can, in fact, die from that. And I'm going to jump down here and grab the eye patch Tort was talking about earlier.
Alright, so now we've got the eye patch, which we were
Tort,
going out of our way to
you
get.
missed it, but the chickens crit one-shot me.
Oh, God.
I didn't even get to grab the wood spot because they spawned so far ahead, and then I just was dead. Oh, I think
that's
actually,
the big RNG factor in this game. Unfortunately, is going to be several. There are a couple of enemies we're going to take a little close.
Oh no! I realized I said I was going to get a scale chip, but I think I forgot to get it. I might go back and get it right now.
Or you can just do amethyst. It should be more than enough.
I'll just do amethyst and bronze.
Yeah, that should be good. So there are a couple of different ship routes in the beginning of the game. Later on, there's no real deviation. But there are a couple of chips we can pick up early in the game that are way better than what you're supposed to be using early in the game. And they allow
Core
us
chips?
to sort of bruise through things. And the chips act as the equivalent of weapons from any other RPG you've ever played. You equip them by putting them onto your blade. But unlike weapons in most games, you lose them. You use them and lose them. So you equip a core chip on somebody, and I hope you liked where you put that one, because you can't take it off.
And core chips, the three stats that they affect on your blades, or maybe it's 4. It's the auto attack damage, which is also the stat that's used for your healing. And the auto attack is just your base damage rate, which gets multiplied by like a billion other things. They also change your critical hit rate, which is just your critical chance of getting a critical hit, which is by default plus 25% damage, but that can get modified. They also affect your block rate, which is your chance to block an attack, which makes it deal half damage and prevents it from critting, which is more annoying when the enemies block you. And the last stat is a hidden stat called stability, and it basically is basically how much randomness your hits have. They can have 0 stability, which means your hits are always the same RNG wise, or it can be really high stability, which means it's like 20 stability hit, 20 stability stat will make your attacks vary by 20% plus or minus.
Congratulations.
So stability, unfortunately, is something we only sort of know exists because people have looked at the code and been like, huh, this seems a little weird. Why is this super consistent, but something else completely inconsistent? Why would the game do this to us? And we looked into it, and people discovered, in fact, there is a stat that impacts it, and the game politely doesn't tell you about it at all.
Doesn't even mention it or show it or anything. Kind of rude about that.
And this is a game with more tutorials than you can shake a stick at. And there are actually a couple of things that we're going to use in this run, / abuse in this run, that the game really doesn't explain to you. The first one coming up was going to be fusion combos. And the game kind of explains them to you. Kinda, sorta. What it does explain is that so there's a system called driver combos, and then there's the blade combos, which I've already discussed. Driver combos are a system in which you can break an enemy, which interrupts its current move if it's doing anything, or its auto attack, whatever it is, it just interrupts. Then while an enemy is broken, you can use an ability that topples them. When you topple an enemy, they go onto the ground, and they can't move until it wears off. When an enemy is toppled, if you use an ability that does launch, the enemy gets thrown into the air for a fixed duration.
Nice one.
And while they're in the air, you can use an ability that smashes to smash them back onto the ground for extra damage. Now, the merit to doing these things is when you combine a blade combo with a driver combo, you get extra damage. And the damage gets pretty absurd pretty quickly. The other thing is, of course, toppled enemies are on the ground. They're not attacking. And that's nice. Same with launched enemies. Enemies that are smashed take extra damage from the smash based on the... because smash attacks just do a lot of extra damage. But also, if there's a damage over time effect on the enemy, the effect gets multiplied by a factor of 2, right?
Yeah, I guess either plus 66% or plus 100%, depending on what stage it was. Is it tier 1 combo or a tier 2 combo?
Okay, so the dots get extra damage, and you can get some really ridiculous values if you do that. In the run, we will not be using Smash at all, period. But casually, there's some pretty fun uses for it. We will be launching with one character on one particular occasion, and it'll be AI whether or not it happens. It probably will. But we will be break and toppling very frequently. So if while an enemy is broken, you use a blade combo, they take extra damage. You get extra party gauge, which is that gauge in the top left, which right now is just used for reviving people. And while the blade combo is on the enemy, and you can see the duration in the top right corner the next time that Ren uses special, you will soon. It also resets the duration a little bit, gives you some more time to use the stage. Break gives you very little bonus time, but it gives you a little bit. You can see the heat there at the bottom talking about it. If Nia breaks, you'll see that go up a little bit. Topple, which we currently can't do, will increase it by even more than Break does, launch even more, Smash even. I think Smash just builds it back up to the top. We will be hoping to take advantage of that in a few fights. Come on, Nia.
We didn't get the break, so we're gonna not get bonus XP this fight, but that's fine. We can get a cool strat later on.
Mm-hmm. So the thing that the game doesn't explain. There's your break. So he's going to break. He's going to use the Steam Explosion finisher, using Pyra's Tier 4 special, which is Burning Sword, which does more damage than her Tier 3. And boom. So there's a fun bug in this game. So... So, you're supposed to get bonus experience points when you defeat an enemy using a fusion combo, meaning break, topple, or launch are on the enemy, and you use a blade combo of some sort. Heat, burnout, steam explosion, or the other 30 or so. The earlier the stage of the driver combo, and the earlier the stage of the blade combo, the less bonus experience, and the further, the more. It starts at, I believe, 60%.
It's 40 to 100%, but 100% is like,
40.
yeah.
Okay, so it's 40% at lowest, that's tier 1, and it caps out at 100%, which is a smash on a tier 3. The tier 3 has to be done first, then you smash right afterwards, because you can't time it any other way. We've tried this one. When you use it, normally when you do a tier 3 special to close, you get a whole little cutscene, you get your blade announcer who will, call things out, blade combo, 3rd stage. And he'll do a whole thing, you'll see a little cutscene, no one takes damage during it, the enemy gets hit a bunch, the guy tells you you're awesome, and then it dies and you get bonus experience. When you use a tier 4, by contrast, the announcer guy doesn't do his thing. Instead, you get the little cutscene with your blade.
Because tier 4s will always give you invincibility frames, which the tier 3s does, but tier 4s will give it to you regardless of whether or not it's a level 3 blade combo. which makes the game glitch out. So as he was saying, if you do it, there's certain tier 4s that work and certain tier 4s that don't, or it's more like certain level 3 blade combos that work, where you'll get, sometimes you just won't get your bonus XP from it, which is called a joint combo finish. And for the longest time, we just thought it was Pyra that was bugged out. And then eventually we figured out, it's just there's 2 level 3 blade combos that do work, and all the rest of them do not work. And the 2 that do work are Mega Explosion and Mega Eruption.
Which are 2 of the ones that we can actually make use of in the run. We won't really be taking advantage of any of the other ones. And it has to do with how fast their animations are.
Something like that. It's really weird.
Like Mega Eruption and Mega Explosion are actually really quick. They're whatever the number of frames it has to be, but the game's like, oh right, this is part of a joint combo finish. Extra experience points, here you go. All the other ones are, in some cases, like a frame or 2. Too long, and the game just kind of forgets what it's doing. And it'll say joint combo finish, but it won't give you the experience points. It'll just kind of shrug at you. So
the one that hurts us the most is Steam Explosion, and it's literally the closest one to being able to work and not working. It's literally 1 frame away from working, which is really frustrating.
Yep. So to answer a question in chat about auto attack reset. So the stutter stepping for auto attacks isn't better by default for every character, for every weapon. That's not true. Certain weapons have really long burst auto attacks. They take forever. An easy example is Rex's Lance. When we start using Lances way later in the run, about an hour and a half, for this one here, probably about an hour. Lance attack 1 just takes a while. So constant auto 1 resetting on it really isn't the best strategy, which is good because we'd rather do tier 2 cancels. Tier 2 cancels are the best if they're timely. So what we do a lot is stutter step to tier 2 and then use it. So the fact that tier 2s are a good choice for Lances makes our lives better. So basically at this point we need our... at the end of the fight against Bridget, who is the Flame Girl, Nia gets captured, and we're all sad about it because we like her. And we meet this Nopon called Tora, and Tora says that he has an artificial blade that he's working on that his grandfather made, and that this artificial blade can totally kick some butt if only he had the parts to finish it.
Hint, she does.
Yes.
Much later on.
He's not lying, but we think he is. But we'll humor the little Nopon because we really don't have any other option. Because we want to rescue Nia and we could use that. So the big thing we're going to be doing is side quests that are really not side quests in order to do it. So the first one is this quest to beat up a crab. Say hi to the crab. The crab is actually incredibly rich to fight. If you get terrible luck, you will die very frequently to the crab, and then you're just sad because you died to a level 9 crab. Like what? And the way that we try to avoid dying to him is we go to the SP menu, and one of the big things that we can do is we're gaining 3 types of experience points in the game. Regular experience points, that's level stats, great. We're gaining weapon points, and weapon points are something that we can use on each weapon type can use. We get the points among all, and you don't just get it for your curve. And you can level up your arts with them. Higher levels do more damage, and every odd level require fewer auto attacks to charge up by. So, for instance, when we get Anchor Shot to level 3, the amount of auto attacks it'll take to charge up is 1 fewer. The other interesting thing about it is when you're played, you saw there's that blue connection between Rex and Pyra. If you get too far away from your blade, that connection breaks, and you can't use blade specials unless the connection exists. And if you stay connected long enough, it'll turn. And when it turns gold, you gain extra crit rate. Your arts charge faster, and meaning they take 1 fewer auto attack to.
Real quick to interject.
Period.
It's Tiger time, which is the best game. We're really good at this game.
Oh.
Yes. We're really good at this game.
Bren, show them how it's done.
I died. No.
Bren,
we died on purpose
Bren,
there.
you're supposed to win the game. That's
also right
Bren,
here. Toro will say something pretty funny. Rex's not very good at games. If you actually do decently and make it decently far, that line will change based on how far you made it. Which is pretty cool. We never.
So we speed die because speed dying is faster than winning because winning is for losers and losing is for winning. But the only way to well, I'll finish one thing at a time. So that's the whole point of the weapon stuff, and then we get SP. SP we get from the same way we get any other experience points, and those are used for passive skills. In some cases, simple stuff like strength plus 20. In other cases, more useful stuff like you can now cancel arts into arts without having to do auto attacks in between. And that is super valuable. I'm going to be grabbing that as soon as we can, which will be in chapter 4. In order to actually make Poppy a good character, like actually pretty strong, then we're going to need to play Tiger.
A lot.
And in some cases, quite a lot.
Real quick again.
We are not going to because that takes too long.
Real quick again, pay attention to my HP in the top left corner of the screen. It gets a little bit close here.
Brad.
What?
Brad. You're fine. So instead of walking all the way down, we jump down, and it's faster. If you come down here at level 7, you can immediately jump down, and you'll end up at 1 HP. That's good. If you're level 8 or higher, since the amount of it's clearly, as you can tell, a rounding issue when it comes to the amount of damage you take. If you're level 8 or up to level, I think, 19, you have to wait an extra tick because you'll die. But at level 20, I believe it works again.
Yes, I think it's 20 again. Basically, the rule of thumb is if your max HP ends in 1, you can jump right away. If it's not ending in 1, then you can't.
All in one piece.
Yeah,
Alright, so now...
Yeah.
So, as you saw earlier, we picked up an amethyst chip. We gave it to Nia, so Nia could be really good at the beginning of the game. We don't have Nia, and we would like to still be really good at the game. So we're going to go pick up a chip that's really good. So here's the first time we're using field checks. So in this case, you can see it says break barrel is focus and no pawn wisdom. And those are skills that our blades, some blades, have. And we're going to want to have the right blades for the right jobs. And that's a key thing to the whole game. And we're going to actually need in the speed run, unfortunately, to deal with some of that as well. But one cool thing we can do is take our super strength Poppy, or no pawn wisdom Poppy, and our focus from Pyra, and open up this chest, which has a coil chip. And coil chips are a chip you can buy in stores in Chapter 4, aka an hour and a half into the run. So we now have Chapter 4 stuff in Chapter 2, and Rex is going to kind of go ham.
There's another.
So field skills aren't going to come up again until Chapter 4, so don't you worry about them until then. We're going to be using them, but any field skill we use before Chapter 4, the game gave us everything we needed for it, so we're good to go.
There's another chip we can get called the wood chip in Torgoth, but you have to pull rare blades in order to get it, or work on Poppy quite a bit. In DLC,
and since we don't want to do either of those things.
Yeah, in DLC runs you can actually get it fairly easy. Let me get this coin. You can get it fairly easy, and it's actually routed in Chapter 2 then, but it's just you don't get enough core crystals at this point in the game and no DLC, and leveling up Poppy is really slow, so we just don't even try it. Right here, I'm gonna put out the coil chip on the Pyra that we just grabbed, and we'll put a Ox Core Critical Up 2 we got earlier on here as well. And I'm also gonna level up, do another menu, level up a few things real quick on both Rex and Tora.
So as you noticed there, Pyra's auto attack went from 43 to 200. So that's the level of damage I'm talking about. It's a lot.
Nice one.
So this is the meme-tacular part of the run. For those of you who are not familiar with the memes that are politely being spammed in chat, the Furious, take it away, please.
Oh God.
There are a bunch of Ardanian soldiers, and they look, in fact, like people with pyramids on their heads. I don't know why.
These guys right here.
These guys, yep. So, when the game first came out, they had a voice clip which was, "Don't forget me," and "Think you can take me," and "Don't forget me." And those are relatively long voice clips that were tied to certain abilities that they used. And these are abilities that they could use every several seconds. So it was just a cacophony of, "Think you can take me? Don't forget me. Don't forget me. Think you can take me?" as you ran away forever. Monoloth realized, that seems like a problem. We shouldn't have a video game where if we engage these enemies, they don't shut up. So we're going to make a patch. And we said to ourselves, great, thank you. And then they said, we're not going to change the frequency of how often they say those lines. We're just going to make the lines short now. And now they're just, don't forget, and you're done. Well, they always had you're done, but don't forget, and you're done. And Monoloth, that didn't solve the problem. That just made it slightly less annoying.
Oh, I just aggroed a UM. That's interesting.
Don't worry, it's the aggro.
The music's still playing though. That doesn't happen often.
Perfect. Well, now you got the cool song that we normally do not get.
Yep.
And it doesn't impact the budget anyway. Nice.
Oh please. Oh no, this could be bad. Oh god, this could be bad.
You won't fade that, so that's not...
Okay, we're good.
No, you're not.
That's pretty close. I wasted my Arch
so
wrong art.
Rolling Smash, which is the wonderful move in which you see Rex spin around, is an AoE ability. And AoEs in this game make actually zero sense. I was going to tell you more about them when we needed to do it later, but I can explain it now, which is to say, they don't work. Not in the sense of they don't do AoE. They do. But the way they do it is inconsistent and apparently not coded in a way that makes sense. That is, when I say that is, there's an AoE in the code. There is a part where the game has a slot saying, what's the AoE on this ability I'm about to use? And the AoE on certain abilities that are AoE is set to 0. But their AoE, what does that mean? We have no idea. But it does mean we don't know what they're based off of. We don't know how big they are, but they just kind of do what they do. We just kind of do.
We basically just use moves that have AoE when we need them and hope they work. If they don't, then we just lost like 40 seconds or a minute. And it's
you're going to see a fight in about 20 minutes where Gren is going to try to hit 3 enemies with an AoE. If he hits them, at least 2 of them should immediately die. But we'll see if it happens. It might work in places that doesn't make sense. It might not work in places where you look at it and go, they're next to each other. Excuse me?
And then when you're trying your hardest to not AoE someone because there's like 2 people and you don't want to aggro them, it'll always hit them for some reason. Almost always. It likes to work against you in weird ways.
It's weird. This game is weird. The code doesn't make any sense, but we make it somehow work. All right, so the next boss is Dougal. And Doug is an interesting. So Doug has 2 forms. In phase 1, our goal is just to pull off a Pyra tier 1 special on a break. And if we do that after hitting him a few times, we should push through the phase without getting a tutorial. If we don't get the break, or there's lots of missing, or damage rolls are bad, or whatever, then we're going to get a tutorial that costs us a couple seconds while the Gren just mashes through it. That's sort of just a big issue, is the mashing. But otherwise, so, rolling smash.
Actually, got a lot of
Special, we
damage
get the
there.
break. Should be good. And there you go. So just goes through it without having to worry about the tutorial that is. I don't even know which tutorial it is that we're smashing for.
Some for blade combos. They finally explain them to you. Actually, no.
The game tried to explain.
They explain them in Bridget. Yeah, I don't know what they're explaining. That's right.
So the fight against Dougal has 2 issues. Dougal can break you. His blade can topple you. Dougal can launch you, and his blade can smash you. Which means that if the wrong person gets targeted by all of 4 of those abilities, they dead. They very dead.
Might happen right now. Okay, we might be good.
The TLDR of combat in this game is, well,
Oh god.
use art to build specials.
Oh, missed.
Use specials in order to do combo. Try to have 2 types of combo on boss. Make big boom. You have to. You're basically interlocking several systems together. And if you don't interlock these systems in every single fight in the game, then you do like no damage. So the driver combos, which are combos which come from basically our attacks, are break. You saw that. Tora might be nice enough to topple, which is the second stage.
Got blocked. They got blocked there, which cancels your animation, and it cost me, because the block animations are kind of slow, it prevented me from getting the blade combo off on that break, but we still managed to kill him.
Yep. Attacks, power, arts, power, special gauge, special blade gauge use in order does big damage. There is no unfortunate TLDR, and we have to do all sorts of like stuff. But if you can break them, you can topple them. If you can topple them, then you can stun block. Great.
This will be another opportunity to go over fusion combos because if I can get a fusion combo in this fight, it speeds it up quite a bit. But usually I don't because Nia does not like to help me.
All right, so at this stage of the game, we actually have no control because we're going to play as Rex, and Rex can't break right now. Well, more correctly, in the speedrun, Rex can't break right now. If you're playing this casually, you might so what we want to have happen is the fusion. And what fusion combos are, it sounds complicated, but the game eases you in. What a fusion combo is when a break, topple, launch, are on the enemy. You do a blade combo, and then while that exact same driver combo is on the enemy, you do the next blade combo. For example, that topple that's currently on Morag. If Gren had Nia use Steam Bomb, and then followed up with a Steam Explosion on that same topple, the amount of damage that would be gained is huge. Compared to if he just did it on the topple alone. It's by having two parts of the combo, the blade specials, be on the same stage of the driver combo that you get a dumb multiplier. It is a huge amount of damage, and we're going to be taking advantage of it later to make enemies die who would normally not basically get one shot, but they're going to get one shot.
Basically, the way it works is that there's a multiplier in your damage that's like independent from everything else. Every time you have for every special you do on a break, it adds 50% damage to that multiplier. So one combo on a blade special is 150% damage. If you do two on the same combo, it's 200% damage, and it lasts until the break wears off. If you turn a break into a topple, you'll actually lose a combo and it'll restart. But that sometimes trolls us later on. But that's basically how it works. Yeah.
Well, I'll go through it again when we get Wolfric.
Yeah, it really comes into play with Wolfric when we can break ourselves.
Right. One, he allows us to break, but second, without fusion combos, the Wolfric strats don't actually. But we'll get to. To 100% this game takes an infinite amount of time. Nobody has, as far as the speedrun's concerned, because what is 100% is a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, we're still working out on 100%. Like, there's a lot of disagreement on what we should call 100%, because you could do like the full thing where you get every blade and make him S+, but that's like, is that really necessary for a run? We're not real sure yet, so...
It's not exactly what you would want to do for a speed run, because it's just sort of sitting there spamming buttons for a while, doing nothing of value, and that's not.
And even doing all quests is such a monster of a feat. No one's really taking the time. There are a few people trying to route it right now, but it's gonna be some time before it actually happens.
We're talking. We're not. Well, we may be talking Dayton Kaito's 100% level drudgery here, but I don't know. Yeah, we'll talk about the blade pulls when we go and do them and explain the whole system there, because it is an RNG section.
That'll be in about 40 minutes, no, about 35 minutes from now, or something like that.
That'll be about 45.
45, that's right.
Yeah, you're about halfway. So you got 10 puzzle tree wood? We good?
Yep, I got 10. I got it on the shed actually, second time around.
Okay, cool. Okay, so at this point in the story, we are told that Pyra wants to go to the World Tree because at Yggdrasil, they're supposed to be where she's from, and one of the big plot points in this game is that everyone lives on the back of Titans, which are living creatures, and they are dying. And that means we're going to run out of land to live on. That's a problem. So we think that a place called Elysium exists in the World Tree, and that can help solve this issue. So our game plan is to get there. So we're going to go get a boat, and then we're going to go to the tree. Spoilers, not going to work out.
It never works out that simply. The shurikens that killed me earlier, here's another set of them that can kill me just as fast, but it's a little bit easier to avoid them. They don't run over here right now. I've only gotten them once, but they can combo you. One of them will instantly topple you, and the other one will jump in the air and just dive bomb you, and There's a lot of damage.
Well,
and
they
kills you.
break you, and if you dive bomb topples you, and you're doomed.
Was it dive on the topple? I don't remember.
Yeah.
It only happened once. I didn't want to remember it too much.
Yeah, so enemies can also do the combo system to you, break, topple, launch, smash, and we'll get to see that later. Guaranteed, pretty much guaranteed that someone's dying to that later.
Some of them do it. Some of them enemies do them all in one go. We have to do it in
Yep.
each individual move, but there's 2 enemies that can do them all at once. It's really really annoying.
Most of the time, enemies have to follow the same rules we do. They are not broken, they can't topple. If you're not toppled, they can't launch. If you're not launched, they can't smash. There are 2 abilities in the game that say, screw the rules, I have money, and we'll see them later, where they go in order, and they don't care where you are in the order. They will just do their thing. But otherwise, it has to work.
So right here is the first optional fight of the run that we don't have to do, but it powers us up so much for literally the rest of the run that it's just a no-brainer to do it. It costs about 45 seconds to do it, I would say. There's a unique monster over here called Moonlighting Elwyn, which we'll fight, and there's normally like a 40% drop rate on the Ox Core we want from him, but the first time you kill a UM, it 100% drop rate on all of its items, which is pretty neat, and it allows us to do this pretty consistently and not have a reset point 45 minutes into the run.
Yep. The fact that he dropped it at 100% on his first drop is great. We would love to get more of them, but sitting here farming them is definitely not bad and not consistent. And you can see how long he takes to die. You don't want to be doing that for a 40% chance constantly.
That was a pretty slow fight, but we killed him decently.
She took too long to break. Mia, what are you doing?
Right there you can see the Affinity Max Attack 1 Ox Core we got, which is what we'll be using very shortly.
Ursula's quest is basically, Ursula wants to be a pop star or some equivalent, and she needs to get some stickers or whatever, stamps or something to do her whatever she wants to do.
More. Okay, I'm gonna have to get 2 more later.
Okay. So basically, you do mercenary missions to get these stamps, and they're not hard to get. You just need a lot of them, and each merc mission takes a base of like 10 minutes or something. 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
It's 10 minutes and go down to 2 minutes with the right skills.
Okay, that's what it is. It's 10 to 2. So you do it, and then you wait, and then you do it, and then you can do other things in the interim. But if you don't get Ursula early on in the game, you're kind of sitting there going, I don't really want to do 150 merc missions or so. Too bad. Do them.
And both Ursula, which is a rare blade, and merc missions will be explained at the end of this chapter, because that will be a mechanic that comes up at the beginning of chapter 4. Right now we're in chapter 3.
Are you planning to do either of the other ones? It's the Hunter's Camp, but are you planning to do any of the other ones?
The outdoor attack up?
Yeah, or the hat.
No, I don't get the hat. I'll get the outdoor attack up if I remember it.
Well, that's just that's behind Wolf's Arc.
Yeah, I know. It just always I usually forget it because I don't grab it in DLC.
Okay, I'll remind you. Merc missions are totally fine. They're a good way to get a little bit of bonus experience, extra affinity on blades that you're not using, a little bit of money, and there are some decent items to pick up from them too. But doing them with respect to Ursula is horrific.
So right there was a second mechanic, the second usage of ends. Basically, the whole world is taking place on these titans floating in the cloud sea or swimming in the cloud sea. There's a giant ocean of clouds. I talked to the wrong guy.
Nice.
And that there's actually tides in the game that can change. And the way the game lets you do that is if you take a long rest at the end, which is different from a short rest, then it will change the tide from low tide to high tide and vice versa, on only certain titans though. In order to progress the story right here, we need it to be high tide in order for this titan to show up. Also, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Fine. Well, somebody was asking, do I get this or do I get Torna? So the Torna expansion is a separate standalone game. It's much shorter than the main game for a lot of reasons, besides the fact that it's just shorter. But it assumes that you've played the main game. It takes place in the past, and it's a lot of the big events that we hear about happened, 500 years ago in this game, actually occur then, and we get to see them happen. But the game assumes you know why they're important and what's going on, and it's not going to take time to explain that. It's just going to explain the characters and whatnot without giving you that much backstory. So playing it without playing this game doesn't make a ton of sense to you because why are these important events and who are these people. The game doesn't want to go out of its way to explain, and all the characters there know what's going on because they're in the middle of them. So you probably want to play it second. You also want to play it second because it's a better game mechanically, combat-wise. They've learned a bunch of lessons from this game and made it a better game, which is good. I mean, it's good to learn from your mistakes. But playing that and coming to this is just a hard.
It's torture.
Torna is the, in some sense, Xenoblade Chronicles 2++. So you should play this one first so you understand what's going on, and then you can play the other one and see sort of how we got here, kind of, sort of.
The story-wise, we just finally finished making our ship and sailed off to the wall tree, except for a giant... First we got blown up by a giant sea snake, and then we got swallowed by a giant whale titan. And now we're,
now we're in the belly of the whale.
Yep, it's called the Titan Uriah, which is... I think that all of it is inside of the Titan. Yep.
So we are now inside a Titan, and it turns out it's not all digestive tract, and people actually live in here, and
there are some civilizations
in Uriah. They're inside.
There is stomach acid that can kill you down there, but we don't have to go through them, luckily.
Yeah. I think the community level thing in Torna is perfectly fine. You know, you must do side quests to finish the game. How many? Well, you've got some choice in the matter, and which ones. I don't think it's a bad thing, but I can understand people who disagree. So the next fight we're up to is the fight against the Van Fam. Vandam and his two wonderful goons. In Uriah, everyone's Australian, and so that's always fun. Each Titan has its own accent going. Vandam is their boss. His problem, as far as we're concerned, is he's big, he's bulky, he likes to dodge things.
And block things.
And the big issue that we're going to have for a while now is to break enemies. Mia has to use an ability called Butterfly Blade. That's her break off. However, Butterfly Blade does 3 hits. She hits to the left, I think she hits to the right, and she hits to the left. The break part of it is the last hit. However, if she gets blocked at any point before that 3rd hit, she bounces off. And you can see her right now, every so often she bounces. She'll say things like, oh, they deflected it! Of course, I'm such nonsense. So you need her to not get deflected on hits 1 and 2, and not miss the 3rd hit. So that's a bit of a struggle. The other issue is that when enemies, and this also works for you as well, so both allies and enemies have the same mechanic. When you use a blade special, the driver gets an increased block rate.
Oh no.
This is possible.
Oh god. I got it.
Oh, just barely. When drivers use specials, the blade uses special, the driver gets a high block. So when you see Vandam use Death Whip, you see he'll throw his weapons to rock the wonderful blade behind him, and he looks smug and gets a high block rate. When we do them, we get the same thing. But high block rate means that Mia's going to bounce off him, probably. The only way to do this fight fast is for, at some point in there, the word break to appear.
We didn't get it.
And Mia just tried to Butterfly Blade while he used Fast Twitch, which is a move that lets him dodge every
Did she waste it right there? Are you kidding me, Mia?
Yeah.
God. Yep. Mia loves to troll me. We're gonna probably die here. Oh, someone's gonna die.
Yeah, but that's just... Yeah.
Unless I can kill him right now. Oh, Nia died. Come on.
I'll just get her.
I'm gonna die.
Mia, stop sleeping.
Okay, I got level up. Nice. We're good.
You're fine.
Probably.
Alright, so you saw that. So at this point, we got the 2 little guys left. Use weak to fire. Pyra's made of fire. Nice and easy. He'll go down pretty quick.
Unless I miss everything.
I mean, I can do it too. And then Zuo phase Water Weak, which means that he doesn't die super fast, but he's pretty fragile, and he has a corpse.
He likes me like corpse. Oh god. Okay, he's up, but I'm gonna die. Okay, good. Tora, do the thing. Oh wait, you're doing another thing. Okay, he's dead. We made it. So ideally, we'll get a break there, and then we'll use our Steam Explosion, and it'll hit all 3 of them. In this case, it only hit Zuo, but because we didn't have a break, it didn't do enough damage to kill him. So the fight was mediocre. It could go much worse, but it could go much better.
Alright, so to this point, the build, as far as we were doing as far as driver combos are concerned, Nia was breaking, and we were waiting for Tora to topple. And as the player, I mean, yeah, we could play Nia. We could play Tora. They don't do any damage. And the AI isn't smart enough to do enough damage, we'll say. So the way we solve this problem is we give Rex the ability to actually do something. And the next story beat is going to be teaching Rex to topple using Anchor Shot. So now Anchor Shot, which will topple enemies, produce HP potions, and is up on a very short cooldown, will be a very useful art. In fact, in a sense, Anchor Shot is kind of OP.
So Venom, the guy we just fought, we thought he was a bad guy at first, but turns out he's actually a good guy and he just wanted to test us. And now he's gonna be like a father figure to Rex and teach him a little bit along the way on how to be a driver, because Rex is really new to all this stuff.
Venom is, you know, bad guy, but he's not bad guy. Get your feather?
Yep.
So what Gren just bought were some pouch items, and we've been using them so far, but we'll explain what they are. There are consumables called pouch items. And the way pouch items work in this game is you put them onto a driver who can have up to one of them normally, and then there's an item you can pick up to make it be able to get two of them. And what the pouch items can do a variety of stuff. What we care about mostly is either arts recharge or special recharge. And what that means is when we have arts recharge, which is going to be on Rex all game, is that the amount of auto attack, an arts recharge of 0.3, which is what Rex has right now. He's got the 0.3 or the 0.35, I forgot.
It's 0.3.
0.3. He's got a 0.3, which means every second, all of his arts will charge as if 1/3 of an auto attack occurred. So after 3 seconds, it's as if an extra auto attack. That's really useful because charging arts up is the foundation of the game. What was just bought were two instruments that are going to do special recharge. And they will charge up the special a small amount of time over the course of every second. And we're going to be putting one of those on Rex, so he has 2 pouches, because we got a pouch item thing from Google. And we're going to be putting the special charge on to Tora, because for a couple of fights, we need Tora to do work. And it's faster for him to build up special meter by having special recharge than arch charge. For whatever reason, that's just how it works. He's faster that way, so we put it on him.
They actually going to detour from my menus a little bit and do half a menu right now, so I think the special recharge will... Actually, never mind, I got Rip Wolf on me. These Rip Wolves, they live up to your name. They live up to the name of Rip. They can really rip your run and kill you right here, which costs like 1.5 minutes. Ask Cord about it.
My split for this part of the game is called Rip Wolf. Those wolves, if they use any of their art things that they have on your back, they basically just one-shot you. You can avoid them, but also sometimes they wander into bad places. So the pouch items that we're talking about, they have duration. Certain ones last longer than others, like the orange creams that we gave to Nia that she's going to have all game are 20 minutes each. The instrument we gave Rex is 2 hours. However, time only ticks during gameplay. It doesn't tick on menus, which is to say, we are going to give you 100 minutes worth of pouch items. That's only 3 hours and 20 minutes. When we finish the game, she will probably still have 20 to 40 minutes worth of pouch items unused. So she's only going to be using almost 3 hours of pouch items. If that, the run is going to take between 4.5 hours and 5 hours. So that's how much cutscene, menuing, and other things that don't move time forward.
Okay, there's the only launch of the game.
There's the launch. It's the only launch of the run.
We got lucky today.
So, there are items and things in this game that will extend the duration of bringing topple or launch. Oh, she got marked. Goodbye. And they don't work on launch. Launch has a fixed duration. It has an animation. They spin around like an idiot, then they slow down, and then they go... No matter, even if you're doing stuff that freezes time, this will freeze a time, freeze a break. Game don't care. Launch it's 6 seconds or 4 seconds, whatever the hell it is. It is. And that's that. They will just hit the ground and too bad, so sad. So while launch does more damage, while launch gets more experience, we don't route it in or do anything with it because most of the tier 4 specials and most of the tier 3 special moves take and launch will wear off. And there's in the Torrent expansion, they fixed that. This game, not so. Right. Next fight is the first major roadblock of the game, the Spider Blade fight. We're going to fight a giant spider who's managed to resonate with Wolfric and is its driver. How does that work? The game just says it works. Deal with it. So we're going to have to deal with it by beating up the spider and taking its one blade. The spider has a couple of really nasty abilities. The first one is Queen Bomb. And the Spider Queen will jump in the air and then land. This is a giant AoE. It will do an epic crap load of damage. It will not, in the first half of the fight, wipe us, and it won't one-shot us, but it will hurt. In the second half of the fight, it can just one-shot with a bad damage roll. So that we have to be a little careful with. Now, the thing about AoEs in this game, remember, I said earlier they snapshot. That is to say, the game looks at where you are when the ability starts. Hopefully you don't just get murdered by the fit here. It just snapshots when it starts, and we see if you get killed, more or less. However, if you are the target of an AoE ability, you can run to the other end of the world. The game doesn't care. You get hit. You cannot dodge if you are targeted. So if Rex pulls aggro here and he uses Queen Bomb, we can't outrun the Queen Bomb. Too bad. So the other key thing to keep in mind here is that we are hunting for breaks. So Nia, good job so far.
That's only one we'll get. We won't get any more.
Well, hopefully Nia will cooperate and give us some more. Keep an eye on her.
Oh, I lied.
Don't spoil. So the other thing to keep in mind here is, remember, Rex is using the Coil Chip. Coil Chip is a Chapter 4 viable chip. Poppy and Tora, our tank, are using a Bronze Chip.
Oh,
this is a Chapter 2, not as great as the best thing you could get in Chapter 3. Oh, there's Queen Bomb. And Nia is using a pretty solid Chapter 3 chip. So that means our tank, who has to generate aggro by doing damage, has the lowest damage chip of anyone on the team. Tor is fighting an uphill battle that he will not win.
Oh no, I'm dead.
Termination shouldn't be a guaranteed kill.
Okay, good.
Okay. Now you're dead. When she decides to turn, look at you funny.
Not quite.
Oh, 45 health. So this is our tier 3 in the cutscene. That's how they normally go. You can listen to our full announcer. The damage dealt by that explosion at the end that was 10k, that damage is based on a combination of the damage dealt by the blade during the special, and if there's a damage over time effect, a component of it that remains actually gets.
Oh my god, Nia, you're a beast.
Oh. That freaking break. So you, like we said, break interrupts anything that's going on, including being high in the air. So that was cool.
He's getting ready to kill everyone.
What we want to do here, to win this fight, what we want to have happen is a break, where then we're going to topple, and then we're going to press the tier 3 or tier 4, whichever Gwen is feeling.
Tier 3 here.
What you feeling? Alright.
Got topple.
Yeah, but are you going to do it during Termination Blasting and block?
True. Only one block in there.
Oh yeah, there's quite a few blocks in there.
I only heard one. It was 180 that hit. Wasn't quite enough. Oh well. This is a pretty good fight overall. This fight can go much worse.
Oh,
wow,
you didn't
Nia.
die. Wow. Nia doing work today.
Nope.
So the reason we're such a distance away from the enemies is because, one, there is no merit to being close to them. And the sword that Rex is using is really big, and therefore gives us a lot of... the other thing is that, as we said, the spider uses Queen Bomb, which is AoE, and if we're already far away, we can out... If you're really close, it's much harder. Alright, so now the game is going to introduce us to Chain Attacks, an ability we did not have access to up until this fight. And Chain Attacks use that gauge on the top left, which right now we've just been using to revive. Does this? I'll get to just range in a second. So what we're going to be doing in this fight is trying to get a fire orb onto the enemy. So you'll see he's got this blue orb spinning around him. The game gave us that for free as part of the tutorial. And the way orbs get onto enemies is that when you do a blade combo stage 3, which is the steam explosion, which is the mega eruption, whatever element does it, an orb starts flying around the enemy, and the enemy takes reduced damage from the element until you break it. And the way you break these orbs, which you couldn't do before, is through chain attacks. So what Bren is going to do is, as soon as he can get that tier 3 special off to finish steam explosion, he will press the chain attack button. Well, he's going to get tier 4. He's going to do steam explosion, and as soon as it's done, he's going to chain attack. You're gonna wait for the break. It's checkmate. You're not doing it. You can't break him during checkmate. He's just going to win. So we're going to we start the steam explosion here with the tier 4 with Burning Sword. He immediately chain attacks afterwards. And in a chain attack, what happens is your blade, you choose a blade, it does a tier 1 special, and it hits one of the orbs. Orbs take 3 hits to break. You cannot choose what orb you're attacking. Except, if you have the weakness of an orb, fire beats water, water beats fire, earth beats lightning, lightning beats earth, ice beats wind, wind beats ice, light beats dark, and dark beats light. Those will always choose their opposite, and they will always do 2 hits instead of 1. So by putting up a fire and a water orb, we tell Dromark, Water Tiger, to attack. She's going to hit the fire. We tell Pyra, our fire blade, to attack. She's going to hit the water. And then Poppy only needs to do 1 damage to either orb, and we don't care what she hits. She'll hit one of them. It'll do it. And the reason we want 2 orbs, not only to kill her, but it's also because we want overkill, that bonus issue. And when you have a chain attack that kills an enemy, but there's still more of the combo to go, the extra damage becomes a percentage, and you gain whatever percent that number is. That is how much experience we are gaining. So it starts at 100 because you're getting 100% experience, and when it gets to 289, we're getting 289% experience. That's just what it is we're getting.
Real quick, Tort did say that it doesn't really matter which one Poppy hits, but that's not quite true. There's one more mechanic with the orbs that we attack in chain attacks. If there's an elemental orb and you're using that element, you'll do, I think it's 75% damage to the enemy until that orb disappears, like you break it in a chain attack. So preferably you want Tora to break the fire orb instead of the water orb. That way you do about 20% more damage in the second round. It doesn't really mean too much, but it's a little bit more XP you'll get in the end.
Yeah, it's very minor for this fight.
Yeah.
So somebody asked about just range, and we haven't talked about just range. I don't know if Gren is even really paying too much attention to it.
In the speedrun, we don't really care about just range. It's just too hard of a thing to really, especially the Aegis Sword is a really hard to use just range. It's basically a mechanic we found a few months ago just by people asking about why is this little thing in the bottom right lighting up randomly. Basically, each weapon type in the game has a specific range that you need to be away called the just range. I forgot I got vegetables. I'll get them later. But yeah, there's a specific range for each weapon called just range, and if you're within that damage range, your auto attack stat is multiplied by 20% damage. But it doesn't exactly mean you'll get plus 20% damage. It equals about more like 15% damage in the speedrun, the way the damage calculation works. But if you look in the bottom right of the screen, you'll see the little fire icon, and you'll see a little cross around it. Just turned white for a second. When that cross turns white, the fire element will start pulsing, which I'll show in a second, like this. It's pulsing right now. That means I'm in just range. I'm doing plus 15% damage, roughly. But it's
Rex has abilities that move him, specifically Rolling Smash will move his location, and therefore you'd have to readjust, but you can't auto-attack in this game while you're walking, so maintaining it is just too much work.
So yeah, pretty much all of your arcs will just constantly be bringing you forward, and it just makes it... It's just not really viable to just try and stay back, because one move will bring you out of your range for the Aegis Sword, which makes it just not really worth trying for.
It does count for blade specials, except tier 4s are unaffected by it, which is what we map.
Yep.
So we just don't care. Mia's not going to do cooperate to be here, unfortunately. So the way you beat Geek optimal is a few things. What you want to have happen is we put down the heat, then we start building, then Mia breaks, we topple just to buy more time for the heat. Then Mia breaks again.
Oh, no. Oh god. I think he arts plus that or critted it, something like that.
Nice. So we want Nia
I'm
to
dead
then
though.
break. Nia is going. We are going to topple right as we press Steam Bomb. Topple him.
Oh God.
Look at that. Look at you go.
I'm getting
By
so
you, I
lucky.
mean it, Nia. Good work, Nia. You're earning your pay today. You don't pay her enough for this stuff.
You guys are in for a treat today because she seems to be. Okay.
Nia is
yes.
like super
Wow.
cooperative.
I almost died about 5 times right there, and Nia just saved my life every time.
In an average run, he should have died several times.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the idea is to get the break. You topple right as Nia's doing the.
Oh my God.
And then, you even got Sonic Thunder.
So you may see
You're Tornaditis, aren't you?
Zeke's HP is 0, but he's using his own tier 4, which is called Sonic Thunder Slash. And just like us, he can't die during his tier 4, which is really unfortunate. He almost never uses it in that fight at all. But I guess, like I said, you guys are in for a treat today.
Wow, you guys are in for a real treat here. You've got to see Nia break. You got to see Sonic Thunder Slash in that fight. When we say you don't see it often in that fight, I can probably count the number of times I've seen it on one hand.
That's the second time I've seen it.
Maybe at 2 hands.
Maybe the third time I've seen it. In that fight
I think I've seen
particularly.
it 4 times, period. Like, it's that infrequent. So there are several bosses we're going to fight who have their equivalent force. Zeke is one who's got it. He has Sonic Thunder Slash. We fight him 3 times. He can use it in every fight. If he uses it, he can't die till it ends. So that's always fun. No, God, we're not on. Well, I shouldn't say we're not on world record pace. World record pace in this game actually doesn't matter until the end of this chapter.
Yeah.
At all. And I'll explain why in a little bit. So the next thing that's coming up, and I'm going to explain it now, is our first clip of the run. So this game doesn't have a lot of sequence breaks. It doesn't have a lot of broken aspects of it. And one of the big reasons it doesn't have any of those things is because we are constantly being told where to go. And the game is just waiting for us to get there, to play a cutscene, tell us the next place to go, to play the next cutscene. If we don't go to the right places in the right orders, the cutscenes don't play, and the game don't care. That makes it very difficult to sequence break. However, there are several points in the game where instead the game is telling us to go somewhere, but it's going to throw a couple of obstacles in the way along the way and expect us to solve them in very particular ways. For instance, here, what you're expected to do is run up a ramp and come up to this dike and use a field check of 2 wind and a fire. No, yeah, 2 wind and a fire.
One wind.
One wind and 1 fire. To break open the dike and drain the water, and then you can go through it.
And that's over there to the left right there. You have to go around the other way to get there.
It wastes time. But that's what you're supposed to do. That's the intended. Luckily, geometry in this game is pretty... walls aren't a thing a lot of the time. And so we can actually clip through them. We're going to take advantage of the fact that Nia, when she rides Dromark, is 2 objects. That's kind of big. Brand's going to line up. He's going to switch characters, which takes Nia off Dromark. And then puts Rex up where Nia was, and that's in a wall. The game said, crap, you're in a wall, let me get you out of there. And whoops, we went through. So we will clip several times. To answer your question, I speedrun no major glitches of Crosscode. Great game, you should run it. Check the leaderboards, we need more people to run it. We're good. That's clip 1 of 3.
That clip, up until yesterday, we kind of just lined up and hoped we were in a good angle, because you just can't like walk into the corner, you have to be going into it at a certain angle. And then yesterday when I was practicing, I was like, wait, I think I see a visual cue for this, and sure enough, it was a really easy visual cue that makes it a lot more simpler now. If you mess it up, is that you lose between 5 and 10 seconds, depending how risky you go.
So luckily, the 3 clips we're going to do, they get ascendingly difficult and ascendingly more time lost when things go poorly. That first one, if you screw it up, all you do is you go menu again, you line up again, and take Nia off rope, and you just keep repeating till you get second lost. The next clip, depending on how you screw it up, you have to skip travel, or you have to wait till you die, depending on what part of it you screw up. The third clip, when we get to it in 3 hours, is where we're going to ask for all of your RNGesuses and of your energy there between 2 seconds, and infinite amounts of time. So we'll see how it goes.
Basically, you jump out a wall for an hour until you get, well, not an hour, but until you get 3. You just keep jumping out the wall over and over again.
Yep. Bren will take anywhere between the YOLO jump and infinite. Luckily, he shouldn't take more than a few minutes, worst case scenario, but who knows? Who knows?
I'm not going to comment on how long I think it will take me, because that's just asking for it.
Don't curse yourself there, man. We don't know of any RNG manipulation. I looked into it and haven't found anything that really works. There is, however, the RNG, as far as we're concerned, it's random, but there's some aspect of it that aren't, and I'll get to them in about 20 minutes or something. So I'm going to start talking about the Makos fight, because we're going to be doing sort of a trash encounter on the way there and some story stuff. And it is the reset point of the... if you really want to talk about, I want the best time, I want to be out of Chapter 3, beating world record, this is the fight. This is the chapter. And the reason I said earlier that world record didn't matter at this point is because Gren has currently the world record for no DLC any percent. He beat my time. I had the prior holder a couple months ago now, by 2 minutes.
2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah, a couple months ago, he beat me by a couple of minutes. I think 2 minutes on the dot.
Yeah, 2 minutes is like 2...
By contrast, if you look at our times on the leaderboard, if you look at the splits, I was 4 minutes ahead of him coming out of Chapter 3. He beat my time by 2 minutes. He was 4 behind, I believe, coming out of Chapter 3.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay? That is why we say it doesn't matter up to this point.
And
because
even,
there's just too much other stuff going on.
Even if you get the God fight in the fight we call Makos, there's a second phase to it which can go really bad too.
And there's almost nothing you can do.
And then after that fight, you have the RNG of the game, which can be really cruel.
Yeah, so the next 20 minutes are like the RNG factor. I mean, this game is RNG the run.
This is
all about beating that RNG.
Half the run is right now, to be honest. This fight is pretty easy though.
I'm surprised you're playing this fight.
Quit blocking me. Oh, I messed up. I just wait for.
Yeah, I was gonna say you it's alright.
It's easier in DLC.
Yeah, you just didn't go for the fuse. So anyway, you saw there that Rex got blocked like 7,000 times, and he, though I missed, and he bounced around, and I can't hold myself. That time is just lost time. You can't charge up another auto. You just sit there crying to yourself.
Please, Nia.
That's why getting blocked sucks.
Are you? She didn't go for it. Oh, she got it. That's not gonna be enough. A little bit too late, Nia.
Yeah, forever. Alright, so let's talk about Makos. I got time, I need to set it all up. So the Makos fight is called that because it's a fight against both Malos and Akos. Hence, Akos. Great name. We're very creative in the community. The goal of the fight is to get either Malos or Akos to 50% health. That is the victory. We will be targeting Akos. He has less health. He also doesn't have a block move, really. Depending on which enemy you are targeting, the arts available to them are different. I'll explain what he's doing here in a second. So we're going to be targeting Akos, which unlocks, I think, Skull Smasher or something out of him.
Something like that,
and disables Chakra Burst from Malos. Right there, Gren bought a deed. Deeds are picked up in this game by buying one of every item from a store, and then you can buy their deed, and deeds give passive abilities. However, a lot of these deeds require items that only unlock when you develop an area enough. It involves spending a lot of money. In some cases, you have to do side quests to unlock a store's items. And the only things we care about are run speed. And it turns out that run speed deed is free. As you saw, we just bought items, and we just buy it. Done. However, all the other run deeds require way too much time. So, Gren is now moving 5% faster all the time. And
you can definitely notice it, right? Totally.
You can't tell it, but trust me, if you compare splits from days before we knew about it, it's there. It's just 5% is 5%.
I didn't even run before we had that.
Yeah, we didn't know it until a little later. But like I said, 5% is pretty little. But it's definitely over the course of the run, we are spending another or so running several minutes. Deeds give things like aggro radius decrease, item collection on the ground, range increase. You can throw your lure further distance. We haven't used that ability yet. Run speed, pouch item duration. They have all sorts of little stuff. But the run speed is the one we care about, and the run speed that we there is the one we get. All right, so back to the Makos fight. So we are going to be attacking Akos, and there's a couple key things to keep in mind in this fight. The first is that Akos has an ability called Checkmate. And Checkmate is an ability that is Shackle Driver. When your drivers are shackled, you cannot auto-attack, you cannot use arts, you cannot use blade specials, you just stand around looking dumb for about.
All you can do is pick up the HP potions, which
You can't do anything.
Yeah.
And while he's using the ability Checkmate, you can't break him out of it. You can't do a damn thing. It happens, and you've just got to suck it up. So we're going to seal Checkmate by doing an Earth combo finisher, Mega Eruption, which you've seen once before. And that way we don't have to worry about it anymore. The other thing is we're going to be hoping for the God pattern, which means Nia breaks enough times that we can do a fusion combo into chain attack on Akos and just call it a day.
She's already
incredibly unlikely.
She's already broken too many times this run. It's not going to happen. Don't get your hopes up.
Even if she opens this fight with breaks, we need her to get several of them. Combined with we need Akos to just be a little slow on the ball. Like, it's just a lot. But we'll see what happens.
Wow. Yeah, you something else today.
Yeah, she's like really doing well. It's nice. So Tora goes. We have that special recharge is doing its work while he's on the ground because he's getting toppled. He's getting broken and toppled all day long. So the other big thing about this fight is that if we use a tier 4 special, we end up basically incrementing their specials because they do tier 1, tier 2, tier 3s themselves. And if we, oh man, come on, oh, he's only on tier 1. You got it.
Yeah, I'm not going for it.
Oh, I say you wait for it. See if she gets one more.
I'm playing it safe.
No.
And you get off of Pyra.
You disappoint me. If she had gotten one more break there just the right time, you could have just ended the fight there. She missed. He resisted. So,
I'm just going to take this and get rid of seal.
No, good idea. So the big thing is if we use a tier 4 in this fight, we end up incrementing Malos up a tier. And what that means is he uses his tier 4. And his tier 4 is Deadly Drive. Deadly Drive breaks, Deadly Drive topples, Deadly Drive launches, and Deadly Drive smashes. Deadly Drive kills whoever it goes after. Which is bad, because if we want to chain attack to end this fight, we can't be spending that gauge on reviving you.
So you may see I'm controlling the Wind Knuckle Blade here instead of Pyra. That's because Akos just used a move called Cruel Reward, which shackles your blade. And when that happens, you just start losing affinity, and having affinity... Actually, I'm going to get Deadly Driven anyway, unless I chain. Actually, no, I'm not.
So this is the first instance of us using not Pyra. As you can see on the left side of the screen, he had Pyra on the left, up, the other, that Genera blade is to the right, and nothing south.
I'm going to go for this. And just chain
Yeah, I say tier 4 chain, and...
So we had a really nice dot.
Topple was a little early, but I think...
I misestimated his... So you know Deadly Drive right there, but I can just block it with chain this time.
Yeah, and you even got to break the Deadly Drive. You just had God RNG for the
I know, right?
So the way we try to block Deadly Drive is with chain attacks or tier 4 specials or tier 3 finishers, because you can't get hurt during it.
The reason I switched to the Wind Knuckles is because right after the Shackle Blade, he goes into Deadly Drive shortly afterwards, which I usually need to block with a tier 4. I sometimes don't have chain attack up. So I switched to the Wind Knuckles, which preserves my affinity on Pyra, so I can just instantly go back to Pyra and be ready to block it whenever it comes.
That was a real good Makos.
But I just got really good luck on the fight, so I just didn't have to worry about that. I just blocked it with a chain anyways.
Mm-hmm. So you can just give you guys an idea of what talk about Chapter 3 in all speed. The prior world record run finished this chapter a minute ago.
Oh, we're already that far. Like I guess I died in Chapter 2.
Yeah. You're at a 128.5 at the moment, which is a pretty solid time.
I'm only ahead of my world record pace, so there's that.
Yeah. Alright, so after that first fight, that's the hard fight. We get Mithra. They had a Mithra. She's the really one using, give us a big light sword. And in this special fight with Mithra, Mithra has super high accuracy and super high evasion. You'll note that Rex is getting missed constantly. And the idea is this is supposed to be the victory lap after that. fight, our goal is to hit both of them with every rolling smash, but to stay elite. We want to then chain attack Malos and hopefully take Akos out into collateral damage that comes from it. And we want Akos to be close enough to get hit by the Gamma Ray, because Blade Spout combos can also be AoE. Unfortunately, however, there is no 100% chance of anything in this. So, Malos is going to use Deadly Drive. Rex has about a 90-something% chance of dodging every attack. He has to dodge the topple, or the launch, or the smash component of it.
Go for a tier 4 there, but it's too slow.
If he does not dodge all three of those, he will die.
The Deadly Dive can win right
Guys,
here.
everything can get kind of really low.
Oh, you get him on the ground. Okay.
He's gonna go for it.
I might have just under. I can't go for it. Only. I get a nice dot going at least. Oh, I wonder if I like skipped it or something. Probably not, but.
He'll probably get to it. Or you might luck out and confuse him long enough.
Oh, there it is.
Alright, here it comes. Does he get to dodge? Miss, miss?
Oh no!
Miss?
I'm just messing with you. Court's like
So,
court,
like I said, it's like a 90-95% dodge rate, but you have to get 3 of them in a row. And if you actually do out the math, the odds of you dodging all 3 of them is only like 80-ish%. I have died and Gren have died in this fight.
Too many times.
And you can lose runs to it. Not one death doesn't normally cost the run, but if you die once, now you're low HP, and everything gets really wonky. Someone else takes aggro, and you can just lose runs to it, and it's kind of hilarious because this is supposed to be the freebie victory lap, and nothing in this game is a freebie victory lap.
So this might kill him, it might not. It's kind of hard. I didn't get a break when I needed it to do massive damage here as a fusion combo. Probably gonna be pretty close. Akos should die.
Like we were saying earlier, if you have a break on an enemy, a special afterwards, it does extra damage, and then if you on that same break do another special, it'll do more damage. That carries over into chain attack as well. So if you have the break and we do tier 1, I have that same break, I do tier 2 and then press chain attack, the damage from all your party members during that chain attack is like 2 times as much.
Watch him deadly dive right here.
If he deadly dives and kills you, I'm going to laugh.
Okay.
If he did that there and killed Rex, you have no gauge to revive, and it would be a wipe. Yes, there is actually a free victory lap.
I want to save here for safety save, even though we're gonna safety save in like a minute, 3 minutes, or 2 minutes.
All right, go for it. A 131 is basically Gren's world record pace, and it's 4 minutes behind the prize. Like we said, we don't care about time through this point. So now it's time for everyone's favorite part of this game, the part that gets talked about the most. The Gacha Blade system. We have done a single blade pull so far in the story. We are now going to do the non-mana pulls. And the reason we're going to do them is because in order to complete the game, we need to have 2 fire blades, 1 wind blade, and preferably 3 earth. The reasons are as follows. There is a skill check in a dungeon in Chapter 7. There's 3 Fire Mastery keys in. By default, at that part of the game, we'll be able to do 1 of each. And 1 of each isn't going to be good enough, so we need to try to get additional fire blades and wind blades to make that check.
Real quick, I'm just going to point out, this is a no DLC run, but if I don't get the blades I need, I will pull DLC cores just to continue the run since it is a marathon. I will probably wait until later to pull the DLC blades since this is a good pace, but it might happen. Just warning.
Like we said, it's
perfect. On Rex.
The 2 fire... all right, well, you can overdrive that.
Yeah, whatever.
We'll overdrive.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, the 2 fire, 1 wind are mandatory. If you don't get them, like, you can't actually beat the game. We don't have a clip. The 3 earth blades are, for world record's sake, mandatory, but to complete the actual game, not mandatory. Because we're going to be using them to pick up N-tier weapons halfway through the game. So each of these blade pulls takes about 5 seconds. We got 2 fire, good. Now we just need 1 more wind.
3 fire.
It's making up for all the not fires it gave you the other day.
I know, right?
Lightning. That's not what we need.
Oh my goodness, game.
Fire.
I'll pull it for Earth later on. Okay, no, maybe not. I still need a wind. This happened to me.
All right, we got an Earth. You still need more Earth. So it's occasionally the blades will also have the ability to be developed, and their affinity chart can basically give several tiers of things. So if we get a certain luck with the Earths and the fires, you don't need another. But it still usually takes longer than just wait 5 seconds, hope it works.
We might get a good blade right here. We might not. It depends.
All right, so now we're going to guarantee to get a rare.
Yeah, that's a bad one. Is that Prune's group? I'm not sure.
Oh, Korra?
Okay, so I'll just pull for a Windblade Blader. Or maybe I can develop the Wind Knuckles. Let me see if I can develop it real quick.
All right, so he lucked out in several ways. We will not be using Korra, I'm sorry. So he got a Fire Healer. Fire Healers are super useful for strats. If we don't have them, we have backups. They're not anywhere near as nice. No?
I do need a Windblade later on.
You just want to yank for it now, just for
No,
the sake of it?
no, probably before I get Compassion up. So probably right now. I'll do it right now. Pull on Rex since he has higher trust right now. Or is it trust? Truth? Whatever it is.
It is
It's truth.
bravery. Yeah, it's got to be truth.
So we had actually really good luck right there.
So,
except for the Windblade.
I'll explain the guaranteed good blade. So there are two things that go on. So the blade system is designed because it doesn't want you to feel terrible about life because you can't get any rare blades. So there's what we call the pity system. All right, you got your win. You're good to go.
Where's the fire dog?
Move your fire dog over.
Perfect.
Beautiful. All right,
Everything we need.
you got everything. I'm actually super happy about all that. Okay, so when you pull a common core crystal, you get 5 points. When you pull a rare core, you get 25. When you pull a legendary crystal, you get 100 points. When you hit 100 and pull your next blade, if it's not a rare, the game will give you a rare blade. But it's not just any rare blade. When your save file is made, you're put into one of 5 groups. And each group determines which of the 3 blades are available to be given here as pity. After it gives you the pity blade, the counter performance resets, and 100 points later, you'll get another one. A couple of these groups have blades in them that actually save us a bunch of time. That would be Ursula, Gorg, Perun, and Boreas in that order. Fortitude from Ursula and Gorg saves us like 20 seconds or so.
Something like that.
Perun saves us potentially based on luck between 0 seconds and like 4 minutes.
I'd say 3 minutes most.
I guess 3 minutes. And Boreas saves 4 to 4.5.
Yeah.
So a Boreas Perun run can save like 7.5 minutes. If you get great luck, you can save like 8 minutes on blade pull.
And I've only seen 3 or 4 of those in like all the runs I've seen, all the runs I've done, and all the runs Tort's done. We've only seen a handful of Boreas Perun runs.
Yep. Now, admittedly, Boreas is in one of these pity groups as one of the 3 blades, which means that you have a 20% chance of getting his group and then a 33% chance of getting Boreas, which makes a 1 in 15 shot that you get Boreas in a run, independent of whether or not you just luck into Boreas, which isn't really horrific odds. Perun's the same way. We will be doing 0 side quests. There are no side quests that are being done this round.
All in one piece.
Yeah, well, Boreas runs lead you to feel complacent about it. Don't be complacent. This game punishes complacency.
Also, even though they're both pretty significant time saves, getting Boreas is a lot better than getting Perun, for the sheer fact that if you get Perun and don't get Boreas, there's a chance that your Perun becomes worthless, because...
No, there's a chance that you hope for Finch, and then don't open a Geon and save 30 seconds that way.
That's 30 seconds versus the 3 minutes you would have saved.
Just saying. Just saying.
But yeah, so basically, there's a chance you can get really unlucky doing the backup strat for not getting Boreas, where if you get really unlucky, you take so much time that Perun becomes worthless. Mostly worthless. I'm gonna do a little bit of shopping right here. So actually on those blade pulls, we're actually saved about 1.5 minutes on my world record run because I ended up having to pull for another minute, a minute and a half later on to get more earth blades, so I didn't get enough. So we'll be getting that time save compared to my world record run a little bit later on in the run. And now we're gonna alternate talking to these 2 Nopon 20 times because there's a field skill on Poppy Alpha called Nopon Wisdom, and in order to level it up to level 2, we need to talk to 20 Nopon, and you can't talk to the same one over and over, but if you have one in between, then they'll let you keep talking to the same one.
Somebody asked what's a blade, and I realized we really haven't time. So there are drivers and blades. Drivers are the people who touch a core crystal and the blade pops out. The drivers are the ones who we control, the blades are the ones who do the special. As far as who they are, Dromark, Pyra, and Poppy are the ones you can see currently on screen. Pyra being our flaming sword, Dromark is our kitty, and Poppy has the cool hat. Poppy is a robot, because Tora can't actually resonate with core crystals. Not everyone can do that. It's not super rare, but it's not super common. And for Nopon like Tora, it's way rarer. So Tora's grandfather said, screw it, I'm going to make a robot. That way we have an artificial blade we can resonate with. And that's where Poppy came from.
Since I didn't get Boreas, I do have to talk to this guy, which is a bit of a detour, because it'll come in later for our second and final optional fight of the whole run.
Yep, so like I said, we can fight 1 to 2 people that are extra. One was the bunny we fought earlier, because he has a real... The second is the Marin, and if you don't draw Boreas, you fight instead. We'll talk about the Marin when we get to him. Yes, we're going to need to get Cassandra. That's why we're going to fight the Marin. But we'll get to that when we get to it. So right now, if you recall, there's a guy named Vandam. He had a blade that we called Rock. Rock looked kind of like a winged bird thing. Vandam dies in a cutscene we skipped. Everyone was sad. Really, everyone was sad.
I cried.
And then Rock went back to his core crystal. And the way it works is that if a blade's driver dies, they go back to their core crystal and they lose all of their memories from the last time they were awakened. And there's nothing you can do about that. And the game doesn't actually have any 12th hour spin arounds on that. They don't remember. It's sad. So we had Rock's core crystal, and then some kids stole it from us because they're pickpocketing thieves. So we're going to go get it back by beating up some small children. And by beating up small children, I mean we're going to beat up their pets. So we are going to murder pets to beat up small children to get back our friend, because we're the heroes of this game.
So right here, this is a small side quest to the story. We have to follow some tracks that you can see right there to go find the kids, but we know where we're going, so we're just going to go right to the end of the tracks. I just kept traveling. It's a lot easier than walking through there.
So this side main quest, aka a side-ish detour that you have to do for the plot, is trying to introduce you to field skills, because you may have only used the field skill once so far, and it's the field skills you were guaranteed to be able to have. So it's trying to explain them to you. So to follow those tracks, another option is to have Keen Eye and Forest, which if you've lucked into some blades that have those things, you could do. But because the game doesn't want you to get completely stuck, if you don't have them, you can talk to the NPC and he'll just give it to you. And we go back to where we got our boat, and oh god, pet birds! Friend's gonna try to AoE them all down with Smash.
And that's the only time. That's the only time in the game where the game will like, oh, if you don't have it, we'll just give it to you. Every other time in the game, it's like, you don't get it? Okay, oh well, you're gonna have to go find the blades you need for it.
So all of the other mandatory skill checks, we have the blades to do. We just have to level them up enough to do it. And in a speed run, too long. But if casually, you probably already had them high enough to do it.
That was pretty slow. Alright, here's round 2 of the AoE we were introduced to in the Vandam fight. This one's a little bit more lenient in this fight.
Most of the field skills you care about are element-based, not rare blade-based.
Speaking of
So it's
field
not
skill
a horrific
tutorials,
thing.
here's another one where we actually get a familiar face back.
We're gonna get Rock, and Rock always am and will always.
Oh boy, what am I gonna
Yes.
get? I
Oh
got
boy, rare.
a rare blade. I'll go ahead and equip him because he has a field skill we need to get past here, which conveniently we can now open his core crystal.
Yep. So there are some rare core crystals that you get. Some in the plot, some from side quests that have very special blades in them. I think there are 5 of them. Most of them require you to enter a certain number of combats before they're operational.
It's usually
Rock is the first one, and it just always goes live there. Wolfrix, which is the one that we got from the Spider Queen earlier in the game, becomes available after we beat up the bandits and all the rest of them after. Now, just so you know about Rock, Rock is not a boy and Rock is not a girl. Rock is 3.
No, it's 4. It's 4.
Oh, sorry, so Rock is 4.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that, code in the game for genders for each of the blades, male or female. There is another spot for animals, like Dromark, he's a tiger, so he's not a male tiger, he's just a tiger. But Rock is Rock. He is 4. Nobody else is 4. Rock is 4. So, just keep that in mind. Rock is 4. Ooh, Yukimara, I thought Rock's design, those were boobs too, and was like, this is a terrible design, oh my god. Discovered it was a scarf, and I felt so much better about my life.
Wow, Nia.
So
wow.
the DLC run does not use Wolfric. The no DLC run uses Wolfric. The DLC run uses Crosette, who is a DLC blade, and she is OP and OP and OP, and we just use her to wreck faces.
Wow, Nia. Wow, she is going crazy this run. I love it. I got it. I got it.
We got him? Hey, we hit all of them and they all died. That is how the fight is supposed to go. There is a solid chance that one of them got missed because video games.
Usually it's Menacing Joe, which is actually the slowest one to kill, which is really slow because she's wind weak and the other one is fire weak, so fire weak one is easier to kill, obviously.
So the thing about that one is the fire guy is their leader. He has more health, but since he's fire weak, we can snack him a bunch. And then the earth one's the one we do the combo on because he taunts. All right. So you don't open Wolfric until but you're not me.
I'm going to open it up earlier this time for the reason we found out the other day. Oh, we didn't find out, but I just realized it was really bad. So yeah, I'm just going to open up the fight I had to do.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Because it is slightly faster with Wolfric.
There's tons of time. So we have officially finished using Pyra. I hope you guys enjoyed Pyra. We will almost never see her again.
One more time. We'll go golfing with her.
One more time. We'll go golfing with Pyra. Try to get a hole in one until later. So you guys can look forward to golfing with Pyra. But for now, we're going to put Pyra away. Talked about her. And the next third or so of the run is going to be the Wolfric show. Just be excited about golfing in about like 3 hours or something.
Something like that.
Something like, yeah, about 3 hours we're going golfing. And we're going to break out Wolfric. I'll explain golfing when we get to it. For now, it's just a teaser. Wolfric is going to be our OP blade of choice for Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7.
And half of Chapter 10.
Yes, and half of Chapter 10.
So basically half the game, or over half the game. About half.
About half the game. We're not going to use... Mithra is going to get playtime in Chapters 8, 9, and half of 10. So all 3 of them get an opportunity. But Mithra used to be longer. Mithra is now very short. So let me explain to you why Wolfric is good. Because casually you may have used Wolfric and said, he seems like garbage. I don't get it. I used his tier 3. It does no damage. You're right. His tier 3 is garbage. It's awful. It's probably the worst tier 3 in the game. His tier 1 is pretty good. His tier 2 is pretty good, but they're tier 1s and tier 2s, and nobody uses aid for their tier 1s and tier 2s. You just kind of go, oh, they're okay. No. Wolfric's tier 4 is where the power is. And I'll explain why. Wolfric's has several things going for him. First, he has a passive that says, when I have max affinity, I do extra damage. Now that's something other blades have, by default, but Wolfrick's node increases his damage by 50% base, and then as his affinity goes up and as we level that skill up, which will get leveled up over the course of the run a couple times, goes from 50% to 60% to 70%. So that's just extra damage. Then, did you get the Hunter's Chem?
Yeah,
Refined?
yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Troy, I do need a backup vegetable spot if you can be so kind to find one for me,
You need one now?
or do you know one?
Well, you should just warp back to Dawnview.
Yeah, I'll do that right now, actually.
And just warp to Dawnview when you do the warp to get the wood chip. It's just the easiest thing to do.
Actually, I realized I won't be pulling Wolfric early because I walk a little bit first and it won't help me. I won't get the chip until then.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it anyway, since the only other backup I know that's slightly faster is going to be right before flip.
Yeah.
There's a vegetable spot, but I don't know how much more time there.
Yeah.
This is just easy to remember. Anyway, so there are plenty of useless blades. Godfrey. By Godfrey, I mean Godfrey. Other useless blades include Godfrey, 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 and Godfrey. Finch is the best girl. Do not make fun of Finch. In the speed run, in fact, prior world record run, aka my run, used Finch and had to use Finch, actually.
Did you get prune? Oh, yeah, you got prune in that run, too.
I had to use Finch. I needed Finch. The fact that I got Finch saved time. It was great.
Okay, that sucks.
Because Finch has Leaping, and I got Perun, which meant I had the extra Ancient Wisdom, which I'll explain later why you needed it. But it basically boiled down to, under the very specific set of conditions, I didn't need a Geon by using Finch, and that saved time. So, plus all of Finch's voice lines are great. Sending Finch on work missions is great. That's great. Anyway, Wolfric. So Wolfric has extra damage at Gold Affinity. Wolfric's crits gain extra damage too. Wolfric's crits start at extra 30% damage, I think, and go up 5% per.
Yeah, and then also his tier 4 is crit damage.
I'll get there.
Yeah, there's a lot going.
Wolfric's designed just to murder.
It's a long list.
Gold Affinity damage ++. Crits ++. We will be unlocking the thing that went ability on Wolfric passive very early on, after like 2 fights, where he does 50% extra damage to toppled enemies or launched enemies. And that goes up to 60%, 70% over the course of the run. No, sorry, 50%, 75%, 100% over the course of the run. It caps at 150% if you do stuff that we won't be doing. So you'll have a spot, basically you'll end up with Wolfric, who's going to be doing plus eventually 70% damage at Gold Affinity, with 40% bonus damage on his crits, doing double damage to things that are toppled in addition to whatever extra damage it already does. It's ridiculous. But that's not what makes Wolfric super good. No, it is. What makes Wolfric super good is his tier 4. Because every blade special in the game has a special passive. Most of the time, with the tier 1, 2, and 3, if you go to the affinity charts and look at them, it tells you what they do. Some of them are things like, can spawn HP potions, can penetrate guards, heals the party, does extra damage to toppled enemies, does extra damage when you're at low HP, whatever, it says it. All of the tier 4 specials can't be leveled up, but more importantly, they're not explained. They have passives. You can't look them up anywhere in game. You just have to eventually have learned what they are. Don't ask me why, just how it is. Wolfric's is that the crits do extra damage on his tier 4. And the base crit rate of Wolfric's tier 4 is really high. It's 50% base? 70% base?
The what rate?
His tier 4 base crit rate.
85%. Oh, the crit rate is like plus 60%, like 1.6 times multiplier.
Yeah, so he has a 60% base crit rate, and the crits do 85% extra damage on top of everything else we've just discussed. So Wolfric's crits in his tier 4, when you see them, and they're going to be the number that are big and bold and big, are going to be ginormous.
Speaking of Wolfric, here he is. The man, the myth, legend.
Let's go open our big boy.
It sounds fun.
That's our big boy.
Aru.
Wolfric looked like big mean monster, but he's real softy. However, his tier 4 special will show him the god that he is. But you don't have to Aru yet. You'll know when to do it, and I promise you, every single time you see it, you'll know. The visual cue is pretty obvious. But yeah, so that's all, and so Wolfric has all of that stuff going for him. And the other thing that he's got going for him is love beyond the clouds. So as we've discussed earlier, there are pouch items that they give us, and we've been having arts pouch items on Rex all game intentionally. And we had a
wait, no.
You have your lance attachment.
No, I keep pressing the wrong button.
Oh, okay.
We're doing this now.
So we are putting a book onto Rex, and this book, Love Beyond the Clouds, increases special damage and gives you base affinity and gives you special recharge. I will now explain what those all do. Special damage increases the damage dealt by blade special. Nice and easy. Affinity increases basically that blue connection you see between drivers and blades. It makes it start at a deeper hue of blue, which means it gets to gold fast. And we need gold as fast as possible. And then finally, special recharge increases the rate at which we get specials. That is pretty good. To back things up even better, Wolfric's favorite pouch items are books, which means books are 20% better when you use him.
I just saw a question
So you
in
put it all
chat.
together, and everything's good. So to address the Cosmos question,
Yeah.
Cosmos would be useful under some very particular conditions that you'll never. I believe you have to be doing a non-DLC run and pull blades really early and just lucky.
Wait, does she have super? Wait, what does she have?
I think if you start tier 4, if you basically pulled her in chapter 2 before they put the coil chip on Pyra, she would be a damage boost, I believe.
Oh, true. Yeah. Okay.
That is the only time she's useful, because Wolfric does more damage, so you don't want to use her over Wolfric, because light is also harder to use.
Okay, so here's a fun fight. This fight is really fun.
Let's talk about Lila. This is Lila 1. This is also a terrible fight. So the issue with Lila is she has an ability called Dynamite. I actually don't know what it's properly called. Dynamite Butt Punch. Punch, whatever.
Yeah.
Dynamite Butt Punch. She punches you right in the butt. And what it does is it reduces affinity, which is bad because we need that gold affinity, and she can hit you with it and ruin it. To make matters worse, affinity down doesn't care about invulnerability. So if you use a tier 4 special and she uses a punch, you will take no damage, but you'll still get blue affinity and lose all of the extra damage that gold affinity does. That is there.
And Wolfric
Additionally,
lives on
we have an
gold affinity.
affinity max up. We have an affinity damage up Ox Core on Wolfric, which further increases the gold damage. Like his damage numbers now are going to be pretty much. But we just gotta wait. All right, get it? So we're trying to break. We have to do a fusion con. So what it means is we have to hit a break, and then as soon as we hit that break, we have to tell Nia to use Volcano. And then on that same break, we make Wolfric smash. If we don't get it, we're going to tell Tora to start again, and we're just going to keep waiting.
Oh.
Yeah, no choice here. We just have to.
Oh, nice. Nia switch. That's great.
Of course we have to.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, at this point, it's just a waiting game. So we're going to wait for Nia to swap over.
Good punch switch right now, I think.
Probably Scarlet. I would set yourself up to try to break.
Yeah. It's basically just a waiting game right now. I can't do anything until I get a break.
Okay. Unfortunately, we're just losing time. There we go. Start. Lila's just not. Nia's breaks all got used in chapter 3. I see it.
Dang it.
Careful, you shot out. Wolfric is just doing so much damage. So the goal here is to be out of Justice range and just wait till we break. Wow. Crap, lucky.
She used them all up. She has no more.
No more what?
No more breaks.
Oh, the break. Oh, she's out of breaks.
Oh god, I
get it.
girl.
God, so luckily, Lances have the ability to break. Lances have the ability to reduce aggro, and Lances have damage. So there's also really convenient because we need those things.
Oh,
Unfortunately, we just had garbage luck here.
we're gonna get the triple.
Oh, we might. All right. So as soon as that Mega Eruption has the A prompt appear.
Tor ruined it.
Oh no, Tora! How dare you?
You'd have seen a massive damage number, like 400, 500k damage if Tor didn't pop up.
124,000. Goodbye. And that was reduced damage. It should have been so much higher.
That unfortunately took quite a while because we just couldn't get a break. That fight can go really fast or can go really slow.
Yep. At least you didn't die repeatedly. That was just
Yeah. True.
All right, so that is the basic Wolfric strat. Press break, press volcano, wait till Mega Eruption is available, press A. So the next fight is going to be against Morag and several goons. And what we're going to do is we're going to smack the Ardanian soldiers as a combination of a way to build gauge and affinity, because killing things also raises affinity. And then we're going to try once again to do break, volcano, Mega Eruption. That damage figure was pretty bad. Don't worry, we've got better coming.
Let's see if I can beat my record on Zeke 3.
Which record? Dying?
No, the damage number.
Oh, yeah, that one goes hard.
I think I did like I did close to 800k damage on Zeke.
Alright, so now we're just waiting on break.
Again. Get off me.
Unfortunately, Morag also is very likely to stay on Rex here.
There we go.
Alright, we tell her to do that. Now we just wait. Wait. As soon as he says A prompt. A prompt.
So right here after...
Notice how much health Morag has left.
I want to chain here for XP as well, but you'll still
Notice
see the
how
damage.
much health she has now.
Yeah, she's dead.
The answer is none.
And we're going to keep beating her up, because the more we beat her up after she's dead, we get more XP, which is good for us and bad for her. Well, it's good for her later on, so... You see the bonus percentage down there? That's basically what the multiplier for our XP is going to be at the end of this fight. So right now we'll get... If the fight ended right here, we would get 2.55 times more XP from this fight, but we have another round to go, so we'll get more than that. And we'll... Oh, do I get double damage here? I'm not quite.
So the other thing we hope to have happen here is to have some of the AoE kill other soldiers.
They're still alive, aren't they? That's unfortunate.
So the reason we don't have to worry about levels in this game are things like this over 300 to level 30 solid.
And he's dead.
So we need to be at least level 29 for the upcoming. And if you have really bad luck along the way, that might not happen, and then you'll have to take another in.
So now that little robot girl, Lila, we fought earlier, Tor actually recognized that robot because it's actually the robot that Poppy was based off of. And so now we're going to go hunt her down and find out where she came from and why she attacked us. So we're going to go around looking for clues as to where the parts... We're expecting that she was made here, so if she was made here, then someone had to import parts for her. And so we're going to go around and ask people that would know about shipments going to Moradane where those parts might have gone.
When are you going to check Wolfric's chart?
Sometime, I don't know. Before Marin.
I guess do it when you put on color.
Yeah.
Put on.
Yeah.
What will we find?
Alright, so we are going to have some interesting gymnastics to save time. Going down elevators is slow. Yes.
I never thought about going down the elevator. I would just ran from the port, which would be even slower. Until we found those jumps, at least.
Yeah, and those jumps are actually pretty easy.
Yeah.
So in case people are wondering at this point, well, aren't you using like overpowered weapons or doing some sort of nonsense to beat the game? This part of the game, we are actually using proper level equipment. Not a single thing we are using is something that if you have access to at this stage in the game. The wood chip we picked up in Gormut is something you could have picked up by that point if you saw we used to do it. The accessory came from a level guy right outside of Gormut, and all the other stuff is just we bought the lance attachment from an NPC at level 2, and the eye patch is something that we picked up at chest near. None of this stuff is actually crazy. We'll be doing nonsense later, but at this stage, just turns out normally is broken.
So yeah,
Especially some people in chat are wondering about. So this is where Boreas would save us time.
yeah, right here. It's perfect timing for that question.
Mm-hmm.
The first one we'll go over and
So
grab,
we're going to talk.
yeah, we'll grab one more chip right here, and then we're gonna go over into the Boreas bit and go ahead and start explaining that, I guess. Oh, what?
So,
Whoa, whoa,
take it.
whoa.
Scorpio, hello. So the NPC there with the red exclamation points we have to talk to. After we talk to him, we're going to be told to go to some barrels. When we go to the barrels, we're going to inspect. Inspection will say, you need level 3 Nopon Wisdom to open these barrels and get the information you need. There are two options you're presented. One is get Nopon Wisdom level 3. The other is do a mercenary mission which will get you the exact same results, and if you have to wait 20 minutes. Or a half hour, whichever it is. That's a long time. We don't. So we're going to get level 3 Nopon. Poppy's got 2 of it, which is great, so we only need 1 more. There are only 2 ways to get Nopon Wisdom that are easily accessible to us. One is Boreas, because if we pull Boreas, he comes with it by default at level 1. The other option is to do the bloody, greedy, what is it called? Greedy fish, or whatever it is, side
Greedy
quest that we
monsters.
picked up. Thank you. Greedy monster that we picked up in Argentum by talking to that extra NPC. And what that does is the salvage point that Gren is going to go to at the base of this area has a 30% chance of fishing up the quest end monster every time we do a salvage. So we're just going to spam salvages and wait for our 30% chance to work. And when that monster shows up, we're going to kill it. And that'll give us the rare core for Cassandra, which will be also alive as soon as we get it. We'll open Cassandra, and she comes with tier 1 Nopon Wisdom. 1 + 2 is 3, and we're good to go.
No! We lost the upper hand!
See, if we had Boreas right here, we'd just go ahead and open up the barrels right away, and we'd done this. But because, like Tort just explained, we have to go detour in order to get Cassandra for this.
Yep, so everything from here until we open those barrels is the time save Boreas provided. So for this part here, you may have casually tried to snake your way down these pipes inside, pick up cost some stuff, or you could just jump.
We'll go ahead and do another safety save up here. This marathon.
Stay on your guard!
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hope the Terex de-aggroes. At times it doesn't. Okay, it de-aggroed.
Turns out 500 years later, people still like using green barrels.
I'm going to use a silver cylinder first because it'll guarantee I get 5 mechanical parts, which will get Dormark's Ancient Wisdom 1 up right away.
He's technically wrong. It guarantees 5 items.
Oh, it could be a fish here.
You could get fish.
Oh, okay, we just get Marin right away. That's nice. 30% RNG.
All right, so the salvaging we do here is not only because we want Marin. We actually need these mechanical parts to complete the game. So the fact that we got first try Marin, make sure to collect all 5, means that we actually have to do salvaging later in the game because we can't complete it unless we do it. So perfect Marin isn't actually useful. So the 33% shot, and we don't actually mind taking a couple tries to do it. Topple him, Tora. Put him on the ground. Show him his boss.
There we go. I could have gone right. No, I could have not.
No,
Okay.
you can't. You don't have gold.
I don't have gold. Oh, I forgot. This is super slow. Now I can go. That's
Now
pretty,
you go.
pretty good fight.
Perfect Marin, more or less.
Tor running the
Doesn't matter.
big
Luckily,
damage
we have
numbers.
because you have Preternatural, you're fine.
Yeah. The number would have been bigger if Tor didn't topple, but it's all right.
Yeah.
He died anyways.
202,000. Our numbers are going up. Are you gonna Gaia crash? Oh, you for Zeke?
Nah.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah.
Okay. So the next fight coming up is Zeke 2, and Zeke 2 either Gren is going to kill him within about 20 seconds, or Gren is going to die in about 45 seconds.
Do not stop now.
Unless he plays super conservatively, in which case he can last.
Zeke 2 isn't as hard as Zeke 3 though.
Well, yeah, no, Zeke 3, it's he either dies or you live.
Oops, that's not what I wanted. We'll use core for a second, guys. You're welcome.
I'm an expert on all things Napon.
So that it's not that we save time by not using a Geon, it's that we save time by not getting Dromark's Ancient Wisdom to level 2. It's faster to open a Geon and get him 5 bugs for Ancient Wisdom 1 than it is to get Dromark Ancient Wisdom 2. We need a grand total of Ancient Wisdom 3 for the run. Right? It's Kenai 2 Ancient Wisdom 3?
Yeah, it's Kenai 2, Ancient Wisdom 3, correct.
So to get those 3, Dromark can do 2 of them, and Geon can do 1 of them. That's what the game gives us. If we get Perun, then we get 1 for free. Yes, the Geon also has Leap, but sometimes you can luck into other Blade.
Actually, technically, you can get level 2 on a Geon, and it's only slightly slower than Kanan Dromark, so...
Oh, okay.
It could be slower than Bad RNG, but it's better just go for Dromark.
Fair enough. Unfortunately, we will be doing we are not playing cutscene percent. If you want to watch cutscene percent, Bowie the Hero did a run of cutscene percent, so you can go watch all the cutscenes and then skip the gameplay.
Real quick, I want to send out one Merc mission, Lunch of Love, which will give us one more Hunter's Chemistry Ox core, and also gives us a chance to take Cassandra off of Nia, since we don't want a tank on Nia. It makes it really convenient to take her off of Nia. And we'll pick that up in about 30 minutes from now.
Yeah. So I'll explain Hunter's Chemistry quickly. Hunter's Chemistry is an Ox core that increases your affinity in combat at base when you have the initiative. Turns out every boss battle we are considered having the initiative, which is good because our goal is to get gold affinity on Wolfric as quickly as possible, and affinity bump helps us do that, especially because Wolfric's base affinity is lower than a lot of us. He actually has trouble getting to gold quickly. By contrast, Mithra actually does it very quickly, and you'll see later in the game, where she's going to basically start with it. Wolfric still takes time.
Poppy Cutie Pie is a really good blade, but she takes a long time to get. By the time you can actually be able to get her, if you try to get her, you probably finish the game faster by not even trying to get her than you would than the time it would take to even get her in the first place.
Yeah. Poppy Cutie Pie. She's slow, but good. All right, here comes Zeke 2. Again, we're doing Volcano Mega Eruption. And if Bren gets the God Luck and some God crits, he might be able to kill Zeke without the Mega Eruption damage.
Yes. Only done it once or twice.
I've never seen it, but boy, we've gotten close.
I think I've done it maybe once, maybe not.
So we're waiting for Gold Affinity. We're praying to the gods that Tor can hold.
Okay, we got it. Oh, okay. That heal though.
Yeah, you're fine. You heard him. His eye of shining justice is throbbing.
Okay, fight's over.
Get the break. All right, fight done.
Oh, got a couple
Now,
too.
we've had some good damn. Oh no.
Oh god, this might end too fast. No,
Watch
we're
the
good.
bar.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, he's getting all the deflections.
Oh, he's a lightning force. Okay, that was a lot.
Lightning Force protected him. Oh, you saw that first crit. Yeah, if he didn't have Lightning Force protecting him there, we killed him through it.
Okay, bring it on.
So when I say Lightning Force was protecting him, what I mean is he threw his weapon to his blade Pandoria to do a blade special. And remember, when people do blade specials, us or them, they get a really high block rate. All right, so he was in our way. He fell off the Titan into the Cloud Sea. We'll never see him again.
The first time we fought him, the cliff broke around him and he fell to his doom. Well, we thought it was his doom, but he came back.
Maybe we'll see him again. I doubt it, though. So this is the factory where we think Lila is. So let's go find us a robot.
Hey, look what I found.
This is also part of the game where the game requires you to have Wolfric. Unless you luck into very particular rare blades, you can't get past this grate without them.
Yeah, you said earlier that DLC doesn't use Wolfric, but they actually do use them for this one part.
You pull them, you don't use them.
You do use them for the field skill. Use them as much as you use Boreas.
Oh, for the fair.
As a focus.
Are you going to grab the machine hunter stuff or not?
Yeah, this Turkin can run at various different speeds. It looks like he's gonna be the slow Turkin today.
Let's see.
He's
So
going.
this is
Yeah.
all right. So this is the Slurkin, and there's the Firkin. Oh no, he went. So you got the fast Turkin.
He will aggro you, but it takes him a second to look at you. So I was able to open this before he looked at me because you can't check field skills while you're in combat. But now he'll engage with me.
No!
And
We lost the upper hand.
luckily I was able to open it in time because he's too slow.
And the big thing about that guy is that he's a scout, which means he's going to go, oh god, enemies, and run to all buddies. And that's a problem because then we have to kill all.
If you can manage to break him before he gets too far, he'll stop running away, but that's just RNG, so not the best thing to
He has
aim
a pretty
for.
high chance of breaking him, but you know.
Yeah.
Alright, so it turns out there's a bunch of Turkin here. Oh no, Turkin. So the strat Ren's going to use is he's going to use Wolfric's god-awful tier 3 and try to hit them all with the AoE Mega Eruption. The reason he's going to do this instead of the tier 4, which does infinitely more damage, is because if a tier 4 kills an enemy, they doesn't do the blade combo. There's no Mega Eruption because there's nothing to Mega Erupt. It dies.
Yeah, please.
By contrast, if you do a tier 3 special, they can't get overkilled until it will be completed.
Oh.
Break that. You're good. You're good.
I think it might die, actually. I think it can happen.
You're good. You should be fine.
Okay, yeah.
I've never seen that.
I've seen it happen. I think maybe it was in Torna.
Oh, well, Tornado.
Yeah, I got all of them. That's good.
There you go.
I use Mega Eruption there because it's AoE and it kills them all a lot faster than going back one by one. Alright, so Lila 1 was so cool, so what about Lila 2? Well, here she is right here. And it's actually quite a bit easier.
In essence, we're doing the exact same strategy, but so we can still die the same stuff by taking aggro very quickly. Are you going to chain attack her?
Yeah, probably, just for safety.
Yeah, the cutscene we're going to be skipping with the Voltron stuff is fantastic, but again, cutscene. Alright, so now we just wait for break.
Waiting game.
I said break. Excuse me. Mia, you have like 2 jobs. You have to heal the party
What?
and break them.
No! Did it again. You were fine there, Nia.
Now we gotta wait till she switch back to Fireblade. So, no, we're just, again, Lila hasn't played friendly. Lila's problem is generally she ends up either dynamite butt punching you, which is awful because pull aggro super easy, or she just doesn't strike.
Wow. There it is.
Okay, now we're good.
Oh, I think I lost the Steven combo.
It don't matter. If
Yeah.
you're gonna chain attack, it super don't matter because you get the extra following this up.
I really don't need this chain attack, but it's just safety for the final fight of this chapter. It can be
Well, with this chain attack, you should be able to get Arch Chain now, right?
I can sometimes get it without this chain, actually.
Well,
I'll definitely
Yeah.
get it now, though.
alright, so the big experience thing we want here is Arch Chain. And what Arch Chain allows us to do is we use one Arch, to use any sort of auto attacks, we get to use another art immediately. And it counts as if an AA2 cancel occurred. So that enables us to just go art, auto it back up, art, and so on.
So we do have a second clip of the game coming up right after this fight. So it's going to be a little bit different from the first one. But it has a really nice setup. It makes it pretty consistent to get almost the first time every time.
Yep.
That being said, I want to knock on.
Is pretty good.
That being said, I want to knock on some wood because that means it's not going to happen first try.
Yep. So so this clip is a corner clip, and what we're going to be doing is we're going to be finding some wonderful level 34. God. So what we're going to be doing is jumping between two different panes where. Alright, it's best you'll see it. It's easier to explain when you can see it.
I want to zoom in here for a setup for it.
So you can see there's two metal things, one in front of us and one to the side, and the corner is that beam. At the point where the corner and the beam meet, the geometry is weak, and we jump.
And just like that. It's actually a bit harder than I made it look right there, but you can get it down pretty easily if you practice enough, unlike some other clips in this game that we'll see in about 2 hours.
Yeah, but that is a very consistent setup for it. You should be able, once you learn how to do it, you should be able to do it pretty much first try every try.
There's a slightly faster setup that I think Tort does, but I like consistency because it's a little bit more risky, but can still be.
It's not risky, it's just a little less consistent.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no risk. If you fail, you just don't go through the wall.
Yeah.
And the failure state through the wall, if you like screw up where you're landing, that's not based on positioning, it's based on...
Oh, dang it.
Hey, at least she's not getting broken.
Yeah.
You gonna
Oh,
volcano?
I do have. No, I don't need it. Okay, crashes faster. That won't kill, but this will. Or it might.
Depends.
It didn't.
We just gotta get her below like her 3/4 health or something.
There she is.
Alright, so now Poppy takes the engine thingy out of Lila, because they've made up due to plot reasons, and Tor gets his second blade, Poppy Cutie. Poppy's a cutie.
I'm gonna get Nia away from Tora because Rosa does an AoE and frontal cone topple attack, which I don't want Nia getting hit by, because she will die.
It's Bam Bam Rocket. You've already seen it.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So topple me in the first phase.
So what's important about Poppy Cutie is she's fire-based. So we now have another source of fire options, which is good.
And Tora got launched. That's alright. What if Rosa's...
You're gonna have on the break anyway. No, she is not yet a cutie pie. Unfortunately, she will not be a cutie pie this run.
Okay, now I'm just looking for a break again. Oh, I got it. Sweet, that's perfect. Also, stop the topple. Okay,
perfect. Good
I want to see if I
timing.
can skip the chain.
That topple by Tora was the timing we wanted, because it should be a fusion on top, and that's why Wolf...
Okay, I'm
something actually earth resistant.
Okay, I couldn't chain anyways. That's alright, we got good XP on Lila, so we should be fine.
You're more than good.
That was actually a really good fight. Could have been a little bit faster, but I'm not complaining.
No, that's... If she had died to the Mega Ruff, the only speed he really needed.
Hey, look what I found.
I don't think I got the joint combo finish though, which is kind of unfortunate, because that's a lot of XP right there. That fight's one of the most XP for like the first chunk of the run.
Yeah, but you got a 355 on one.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
So here's the new set of baddies that we haven't seen before. We'll see them a few more times. They're called Patroka and Macau, or we call them Pat Mick.
So, Mick's a tank. He's bulky, and he's earth. He is lightning weak, meaning he's earth-based. So Wolfric is doing less damage to him. Every single earth-based enemy is somebody who Wolfric can't guarantee murder, and it's very unfortunate.
What are you doing, Poppy?
So this is tier 1.
Oh, I should have just gone.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that stone, but Poppy was standing too far away. That kill. This is a phase fight, so this is pretty high HP threshold to finish this phase. If I can hit him and doesn't block everything.
That's why I like to do my strat.
But then you get taunted and you don't do as much damage to her. Yeah, that's phase 1, that's pretty easy. And now, if you remember earlier, we fought Morag and Bridget a few times, and now they're going to join up with us, because these are the real bad guys, and she was just testing our strength. I want to switch Morag in, because she's a little bit more damage and a little bit bulkier than Tora. Not so much in this fight, but once we get a chance to gear her up, she'll be a lot better than Tora.
Yeah, for now she's barely better. If the game lets you menu before you actually enter this fight, she would actually be god tier for the fight. Unfortunately, she isn't.
If you die here, then you can just menu her anyways, and then the second time around will be a lot easier.
So there's a couple different ways to do this fight. I have a very risky strat that I happen to like. Ren just bosses it. And my strat is basically murder the crap out of Katroka immediately using... you just have to kill her in between the taunts that Mikhail does. She taunts you. So the idea being you basically use a tier 1 and then a wolf for tier 4 on her with a break. She dies and then you end dealing with one person. The sort of safer strat that you're going to see out of Gren is the same thing we're trying to do with every other fight here. The problem is that...
That's a problem.
Mick is break resistant, so getting a break out of him is not a common occurrence. And he's also earth resistant, and he's also tanky.
He also blocks a lot.
Like, there's a million and one things that make Mick bulky, which means we can't just kill him unless we get fusion combo.
Okay, perfect. He's doing his tier 4 right now because our explosion. It is an auto launch that everyone was in range of it, and it hurts a lot, but I just blocked the whole thing with a tier 4. Actually, I barely blocked that off since it was so close.
Yeah, that was riskier than you think.
But
yeah. So someone's asking, why don't we AA camp? The reason is watch the Lance animation. Watch how long it takes Rex to do that first auto.
Once I get blocked. Just find this tier 3 right here.
Watch. Boop. And 1. And 1. It is really slow. While the second and third attacks that come afterwards are around the same speed, they're not slower. And we would like to cancel after tier 2s and 3s if we AA 2s and 3s because they generate more special. So if it's not actually faster to cancel, then we'll just let it play out. That's a fire field. It actually has dot damage. The game doesn't explain at any point in the game that dots are a thing.
It's her tier 4. It's just an auto. It's a full diver combo like Deadly Dive was earlier, which you actually never saw. But
unlike Deadly Drive, you don't necessarily die.
Mostly because Morag is such a tank.
Yeah, but even Rex can eat it at full health and not die.
If you get a heal halfway through, I think if you don't get a heal, you'll die. Or I want to safety save again, just because this game is notorious for crashing. Well, not so notorious, just a very rare occasion it will crash, and it's kind of annoying. So more story plot right there. We fought them, and then they were going to go Super Saiyan on us and be a lot more powerful. But then a blade called Haze showed up, which we just talked to. And Haze has a very unique ability where she can nullify all blades like ether power, so they can't really do anything. So she came in and stopped them, and then they ran off away from us. And Haze said, "We're gonna go to Endor, which is basically the Vatican City of this game, and because there's someone the Praetor wants to talk to us, and to get to there we have to go through Leftheria, which happens to be Rex's homeland, and it's also basically a sea of titans, or a bunch of titans forming an archipelago that we have to traverse."
wind is my
So right here is it's a slight shortcut we found by. There's actually a Japanese runner that didn't. I don't think they submitted any other times to the leaderboard. We just happened to come across one of their videos, and it happened to be that this was like 20 seconds faster, or maybe 15 seconds faster. The only reason they went this path is for a chest there was they got some money and an accessory from, but we don't need those. I don't think we need them, but the actual path ended up being a little bit faster, so might as well take it. Haze's special move, well, in Torna, the Golden Country, her and Laura have a tier 4 called Starlight Kick, I believe. But that's not Haze's, like, special power. I think her special power is called Winds of Time. Where, in Torna, she just gets rid of all of her archery charge and freezes everyone for a few seconds.
All right, so this is the long one of the long ones.
Oh yeah, this is probably the longest uninterrupted run in the whole game. No cutscenes or anything.
Wow, world has many amazing places
Yeah, this
in
is
it.
longer than the distance.
We discovered good place.
In the Descent, you're actually doing stuff as well, and there's cutscenes to break it up. It's pretty much about 7 minutes of straight walking.
So, how's everyone do?
There unfortunately will not be a Torna run this event. I think Torna came out after the submissions closed anyway, so it is a pretty interesting speedrun. It's quite a bit different from this run, basically because of how the game works and how you have to complete it. It's a lot more quest oriented instead of just run point A to point B oriented.
and arrived.
And yeah, pretty much throughout the entire history of speedrunning this game, the end of chapter 4, which we just finished, has always been pretty much the halfway mark for any decent run. It's like when the run was 7 hours, we should finish chapter 4 at 3.5 hours. When it was 6 hours, it was 3 hours. And now when the run is 5 hours, it's about 2.5 hours.
Elpis is a lot more stuff going on in Elpis. It's not just a...
Oh yeah, I guess it is technically longer, barely about a minute longer, but there's stuff going on in it.
We got some jumps, we got cuts.
And there are cutscenes as well, yeah.
This one has a singleton cut.
Yeah, I guess there was one cutscene right there. So right here I'm gonna have to sell his passive Brock. If I got a lucky spawn, he'll be coming out. Actually, I got bad spawn, so he's taking his time, but sometimes I can just keep running past him and he will already be out of there, but just a few seconds have to wait.
Fire's walking animations bothering the crowd. Bring out the big guy.
Oh yeah, you're right. Here we go. Defaults you to using Pyra after that chapter because of some plot stuff. And it'll do it again anyways, but Wolfrick's pretty cool, so we'll watch him for a bit. So right here I can actually set up and turn on auto run by pressing the Y button, and I can actually run for about 1.5 minutes right here and take a bathroom break. Luckily I don't need to use a bathroom break this run, so I'm just going to skip it, but it is something you can do to take a break without losing time in the run.
Yeah, so for those of you who are...
No.
Where can I take any sort of break? There are 2 of them. This one here, you can half, and then in about an hour, descent, there's another.
New enemy in the mix.
Or cutting out just a little bit.
So later on when we do the descent, there's another spot where you'll be able to take a little break if you need to.
Discovered good place.
See, I've been running pretty much straight forward since I had said that, so you can just auto run in a straight line. A lot of people don't even realize there's auto run in this game in the place of the entire game, but it's actually pretty useful. You want to take your hands off the controller for a second? It can be pretty hard to get a straight line though, that it's going to be good, and it's kind of difficult to adjust your angle in auto run, so I don't always use it, only if I need to take a break.
The auto run in this game is keeping your the auto run's a godsend for keeping your thumb from wearing out.
Yeah.
Okay, bring it on.
So now we're coming to the end of that long running segment, and now we're coming upon Fonset Village, which happens to be where Rex grew up at. The part I despise about auto run is when I do use it, I'll forget that I have it turned on, or I'll forget whether or not I have it turned on. Like, alright, I think I have auto run turned on, so I'll just take my thumb off the control stick, and lo and behold, it's not turned on, so I just stop moving, and it looks really awkward. I've come to just never use it and just expect it's always off. I'm gonna buy some vegetables right here, which I'll be using in a short while to slightly upgrade Poppy in order to upgrade the rest of our team. Right up here, there happens to be a graveyard where Rex's parents happen to be buried at. And he gets all sad about it, and then we leave him. Also Pyra again, because the game likes forcing her onto us.
We're here.
So,
And here's Wolfric.
shall we?
We're actually about to do a little bit of story with Wolfric. We're going to do a heart-to-heart, which are little cutscenes you can go to in games where your blades will interact with your drivers and stuff, and have some good commentary and stuff. We're going to skip past most of it, but by doing Wolfric's, we can get him to level 3 affinity, which makes him a little bit stronger, and it takes like no time at all. So yeah, Wolfric's trying to be friendly to all the kids and the elderly people in Fonset Village, but he's a big monster, so everyone gets scared off. And now we're gonna grab it. Go ahead.
You're all mine.
So what you see there unlocks key affinity level 3. When you look at the affinity chart, which Gren will presumably do before moving on, it increases the level of the passives that you can get. You can see this here from Wolfric. Passives are only unlocked when you check the chart, so unlocking them otherwise is worthless. But also increasing the tier of how far out the chart goes, so that was tier 3, also increases your damage by about 5%, so it's just free power for Wolfric as well.
It also has various other benefits. It'll increase. I think it increases your. Does it increase your base trust? No, it doesn't increase your base trust, but it makes it as various buffs that you can have. Like it makes it faster to switch blades, and it makes it can make your special damage a little bit more, and you can do blade arts more often, which we haven't even explained at all because they're pretty useless.
Hey, look what I found!
Congratulations.
Blade arts are a thing that they do when you see them put their hands out and yell things like rush down, and we just kind of go, neat.
It's pretty much RNG when they happen, so we kind of just go with whatever they give us and just don't let it affect us, but you can manipulate some of them. Alright, so here's Zeke 3. You thought Zeke 2 was great, but it was nothing compared to this. This fight I can actually either die right away, die in a little bit, or kill him painfully.
Basically, either we get the Volcano Mega Eruption combo off as soon as we can and we live, or we fail and we die.
There's one break. We'll cooperate. Alright, so now what I need is a break. Without getting... Okay, I'm dead. Yep, I'm dead. So yeah, dynamic starts, Sword if it hits you, you're dead. And now this fight's gonna be a really big pain in the butt. If you lost Sword Affinity. But I'll try and survive. I won't get away because he's gonna... I'm gonna do an AoE.
Break for the Infinity.
I don't... It's very minimal, and I won't get away from that one move that he does. Okay, now Taurus off of Alpha now too, so I have to wait for that to start the combo again.
Well, if you break, he'll want to switch back as well.
He needs to wait for the cooldown anyways. Get me out of here. Okay, it didn't do too much damage.
The Overload Thunder Beam just has the world's like largest freaking hitbox.
Yeah. I think I should be good to go. I'm gonna try for one more break.
Yeah, at this point you don't need the fusion.
I'll try one more time. Okay, he's dead. Should be at least.
His HP seems low enough.
Yeah, it's good. If he didn't die right there, we'd have had round 2 of Sonic's Thunder Flash, but luckily we killed him.
Yeah, in this fight he's guaranteed to use it on HP, and whoever he chooses dies.
So in that fight, believe it or not, I've had a time where in this chapter 5 of the game, so about halfway through, I did almost 800,000 damage with Wolfric, because Wolfric's that's powerful. Now we're in Indol, which is a land of walking and talking and walking some more. And yeah, it's pretty monotonous and we have to go through it twice. So yeah. I'm just going to be going through here. We were coming around making meetings with the Praetor I talked about earlier. We have to go to talk to him, go to the inn, talk to him again, go see some other people. It's pretty boring. Just gonna look at rock while we're going along here. You can look at all of our blades that we have. Here's Pyra. And back to Wolfric. Oh yeah, with Zeke. So I said earlier, after the first fight with Zeke, he fell off the cliff. The cliff broke around him and he fell off. Second fight with him, a boulder came down the cliff and knocked him off the cliff. And the third fight that we just finished, you're like, oh, I'm just playing with you guys. I'm actually your friend. And so we're like, okay, cool. And then he's sitting on the railing on the dock, and then the railing breaks and he falls into the ocean. I think he's already back with us, actually, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
Guess who's back?
I hope things went well.
Yeah, this is those mercs I sent out earlier, getting that Hunter's Chemistry Oxford. I'm gonna go ahead and grab them right now. It also gives a blade combo boost Oxcore, which it's useful, but not for our purposes, so we're gonna ignore it. We have plenty of Oxcores that are better and easier to make.
Where do we
So
go
as you
from
can
here?
see, Zeke turned out, of course, not to be a bad guy, and he will actually join our party in about a minute.
Probably about a minute and a half.
We will never use him.
I mean, we use him as our blade slave. Oh yeah, end of this chapter, Torquine had to remind me to reset my game, because chapter 6 is the worst for me right now.
You want to do it then? Okay.
Yeah. I guess I can explain that right now while we're doing this boring bit. This game is really odd. We're not sure what causes it, but we think it's like memory leaks or something. But basically, the longer you play, the more it struggles with loading stuff. If you play in one session for a speedrun, the chances are you're gonna start losing time to just very slow loads that just randomly is all RNG too. Even if you don't restart your game, you'll just get some RNG slow loads, and you can't predict them at all. And you can lose anywhere from like 10 seconds to 4 minutes throughout the course of the run. So what we do is at the end of one of the chapters, we go ahead and save and restart our game. This will, when you restart the game, it pretty much guarantees the rest of the run you won't have any loading issues, and it costs about 30 to 40 seconds to do, so it's better off doing that than risking losing a run to 4 minutes of waiting on loading screens. And the first opportunity that I've ever really had it significantly happen to me was the next chapter, so that's why I'd like to do it at the end of this chapter. So now we're going to head off to Temperantia to go fight some baddies, because we have some... basically there's a war about to break out between Uriah and Moradane, the two titans we just visited, the big whale and then the desert we were at. And we're going to try and deter the war from starting. But first I'm going to go stock up on some good accessories for my blades. First I'll get some new chips for Brigid, Dormark, and the other blade. And then I'm going to refine the Ox Core that I just got back from that Merc mission, the Hunter's Chemistry 2 Ox Core.
So this is the first time we are upgrading people's equipment since the beginning of Chapter 4. We'll be upgrading equipment a little bit at a shop in the next chapter, but we're getting the big items at the end of, like at the beginning of next chapter.
Yeah, there's 2 more upgrades for chips in this game.
We've arrived. Where do we go from here?
So once we get to Temperantia right here, we're going to start off by opening a chest. And it's going to give us one of the best accessories in the game called the Beta Scope. Previously, we've actually had pretty good luck with it, but typically you're used to Nia just getting resisted on every brick she does if she doesn't get blocked in the first place. But this Beta Scope basically gives her a flat plus 25% chance to break anything. That's going to make it a lot more consistent to get breaks, and it makes the run a lot more bearable. We'll go ahead and do a menu right now for that. And some other stuff. We'll give her the Bisque Vest and the Colorful Feather, because she'll be our tank from now on. I'll give Nia the Beta Scope. And I think that's it for those guys. I'll upgrade some affinity charts. I'll give Rex his X art on start of battle. I'll give Nia Arts Chain. I'll give Morag all of her base stuff since she hasn't been upgraded yet. She gets Arts Relay a lot easier than Rex does. Give her X on start, and I'll give her Agility Plus. I guess I'll give her auto attack damage up too.
That wraps that up nicely.
So the big reason he's giving Rex the SPs that he is because at the end of the game, there are a couple of passives we want for extra damage for the final couple bosses, and they're on that same line as the passive he just got her, or him.
Also, we're gonna do a quick upgrade to arts. This will be the last time I upgrade arts in the run. You can upgrade more and it makes it a little bit safer, but I find it unnecessary to do. Most of our power comes from blade combos, so having arts is kind of not that big of an issue. I'll give that Hunter's Chemistry to him. Is there anything else I need to do? I think I'm good, right? You think of anything I missed for it?
Chem on Rock and Chem on Dromar.
I've been on Wolfric, but yeah. Oh, I didn't upgrade. I didn't get outdoor attack up earlier. It's not that big of a deal yet, though. I'll do that in Pantel. I think in Pantel. Or I'll do it right before Giga Rosa.
Wolfric should have max affinity and outdoor.
I don't have outdoor attack up. I have Hunter's Chemistry on him because I like it for menuing later on in the game.
Do you not use the outdoor attack up at all?
I would switch Affinity Max Attack for that since it makes Ghosts go faster. You don't have the Affinity Max Attack is about a bit outweighed by his skills, and outdoor attack up is more instant.
So who gets the affinity?
I'll probably put on Brigid. Just cause.
Okay. Alright, so the next fight is with the power lines. Basically, we got this giant rampaging tank thing, and we gotta sever its connection to its lasers. The big thing about them is it's the pretty much only fight in the game where the enemies have spike effects. So when the thing is halfway dead, it's going to start doing damage to us every time we hit it with anything, counting multi-hit abilities on blades. That's bad. So we're going to do a Mega Eruption combo as normal to it, but you can't break it, so we're not worried about that. And we just have to time it carefully so we don't get murdered.
Beta Scope is an accessory that increases the driver's base brake chance by 25%.
So now that we have 2 Hunter's chemistries, you'll see that Wolfric is getting gold affinity super fast.
So I'm staying off to the side of my other guys, and the reason for that is that the core right here has an AoE Shackle Blade attack, but you can just dodge it by standing off to the side. If you get hit by that, it makes the fight a lot worse because you can't tier 4, and the power line does have a spike effect on them now, which hurts a lot.
Basically, it's GG.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next fight is against Jin for the first time. You may recall him from 3 hours ago. So the big thing about Jin is he's got a move called Skyward Slash, which decreases affinity. So the big thing is we don't want to have aggro, because like Dynamite Butt Punch, it can screw us over.
Oh god.
And unfortunately, as we know, Wolfric does infinite damage, so having aggro is something he's very good at.
I'm gonna be Pyro Strat. I tested it earlier and it's more consistent for me.
Yeah, I would think so. So what we're going to do, since we don't want to rely on Nia for the break and topple here, we're going to wait till we see a break. There we go. Wolfric's not going to be up.
There's actually an audio cue there for Sun Swallow, but I couldn't quite hear it, but it's alright. It's not that big of a deal.
You don't have Wolfric up anymore. Okay, he's good. So he's going to have Pyra go, or Nia do
A bit
it.
late on that, but it's alright.
Yep, then he's going to swap it back to Wolfric on the topple. The topple's part of the fusion now. So he has 1 topple combo, 2 topple combo. Jin's dead.
Actually, I'm gonna chain this just for XP, just keep the run safer. It's not. This is probably really not necessary, but might as well. Also, Tort, you're gonna be very happy, but I have converted
To which?
Ishma.
Are we 2-orbing?
Yeah. It was a lot safer than I practiced this morning.
So what happens?
Go ahead.
I got a question about the power lines. What happens is they use an ability called Short Circuit at half health, and it means every time you touch them with damage, you take about 300 damage. But this counts, for instance, multi-hit moves. So if Pyra does her sword swipe into Rolly Sword thing, you take 300 damage like 8 times. Wolfric's tier 3, which is where he does a ton of slashes, you just die.
Tort, do you do the Ruinous Weather first or second?
Generally, second.
Okay. Do you do double tier 4s for Wolfric, or do you do
No, 1 and 4. I don't want aggro.
the 2? This tier 2 is actually pretty good because it pierces, which means it's not affected by enemy defense resistance stats. And then this has this is a really bulky boss, so it has a lot of physical resistance. Although I think Termination Blast is Ether, actually. I'll wait a second here to try and get a... Actually no, because I'm gonna knock her back. This thing is also really resistant to breaks, so it's really... If we get consistent breaks in this fight, it'd be a lot easier, but unfortunately it's not possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, the odds of you breaking him are like, even with the
missed.
beta scope, like 5% or something.
Yeah, between 5 and 10%. That's pretty low. Oh, oops, that's the wrong move. And okay.
You can Steam Explosion. That's. Oh no, you don't want Steam Explosion.
Might die here. I don't want to go light either because that.
You got in, I go. You're fine.
Oh, okay. I want to go. I switched. I thought Pyro's on up. Okay, this is a bit slow, but actually, I might just do this.
Just go back to your strategy.
Yeah. Now he's enraged, so he has a small spike, but it's
So
not...
it's not that she's transforming; it's that you're swapping which person is currently out.
Yeah. I'm just gonna get another tier 4 off and then chain him. I'm not dead. Yeah, he's not gonna die, so I'm just gonna chain this to get it over with. This doesn't give
you
that
can definitely chain it.
doesn't give much XP from this fight, but because for some reason, but it has a lot of HP, so we just need the chain to kill it usually. It has about 550,000 HP, and it is really bulky.
So luckily the core goes Earth Week in the second phase, so Wolfric gets to eat it.
And this Termination Blast tears it apart. Okay, I need to restart my game now. I remembered for once. I'm going to save and close my game out, and I'm going to reopen it right away. And this will prevent me from getting slow loads the rest of the run.
When we talk about slow loads versus fast loads, we're talking about minutes.
Yeah, coming up here in about 6 minutes or so, I had a load that is literally like 4 loads in a row. I couldn't even get out because they were just chained together, and they took like 40 seconds each. And that was like, actually ended up getting world record in that run, even though I lost 2 minutes there. And then the next week, Tort beat me by a minute. I was like, only that hadn't happened. So yeah, doing it after chapter 7 is how we originally did it, but which actually makes chapter 7 slightly faster because this chapters 8 through 10 will be a little bit slower now since there's a little bit more in the memory, from the way I understand it. But you can get really bad memory leaks in this chapter, or soul loads, whatever they are.
Set up for Shining Star?
Yeah, I do that once I go to Temperantia. Also, ooh, I should be fine. I only have one overdrive, but I can just put 2 on Nia, and I should be able to... Will I be fine for... Yeah, I'll be fine for Cliffs. I'll just do an extra menu.
Well, long as... Let's see here. Cliffs, you need...
I'll need 3 wind, 2 leaping, and then I'll need 3 earth, which will be Wolfric, 1 on Zeke, and then 1 on Nia. Actually, my wind's on Rex anyway, so I don't even need an extra menu. Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, as long as Nia's got 2, you're good to go.
Yeah. Well, she has 3. I'll put 1 on Zeke.
Oh yeah, if you put it on Zeke, you're clean. The biggest load problem is until chapter 9. It's the first pair of cutscenes in chapter 9. If you get slow loads, then you end up waiting like literally a minute and a half.
So right there.
Also, you only have Tora as your only character right now.
Yeah, so right there, there's actually two reasons for switching to only Tora. The first reason is I want to be Tora for a stealth mission we're going to do in a short while, where because Tora is so short, believe it or not, the game's AoE or the aggro detection is determined on the how big your character is. And because Tora is so short, we can actually avoid aggroing a UM later on, which allows us to get some chips without wasting like 3 minutes going back and forth. The reason I'm only playing as Tora right now is because after that part, I'll be doing a quest in Indol where I have to talk to like 7 people. And if you have all your drivers in your party, they'll randomly do this thing where one of them will just start talking. They'll randomly just say a text box, which is slow. It's just a random additional text box. And also there is a random bug where they will not pop up right away. They'll be like running towards the cutscene, and we'll just have to wait like 2 seconds for them to run over there. It can get really annoying, so I just take everyone off, so the only people I have to worry about are Tora and Poppy, which will be there automatically.
Off we go! Refresh and set off again.
So now we finished up with the upper part of Indol, and now we're going to go off and get those chips I was talking about. And then we'll come back to the lower part of Indol to finish up this segment. We're going right back to where we were just at. Also, some people may wonder, why can't we grab these chips when we first come here in Chapter 5? Unfortunately, it's actually a death wall, or a death barrier. It's basically a death plane along this whole area. If you go by it, you'll just instantly void out and die. So you can't actually get down to the lower area until after you finish that chapter. And I'm going to do a menu right here and get ready for grabbing the chips. So first off, I'm going to put... Ooh, I have a fire dog. Okay, that's nice. I'll put this on Zeke. And then I'm going to equip 4 Earth Blades and... Yeah, just 4 Earth Blades.
Let's prove our new powers.
One will be on Zeke for the rest of the run. That's why I call him the HM, the Blade Slave. I guess it's kind of like an HM slave. Also, we need to feed Poppy a little bit. Those vegetables I got earlier are going to be used to first get her chest up to level 2 for Poppy Cutie. And then they'll be used to get Fortitude level 2, which is a field skill that will help us get these chips.
So the chips that we're picking up are guarded by a level 80 or 90 monster, and we're going to be doing some platforming to avoid him. As I said at the beginning of the run hours ago, anytime we have to press the jump button in this game, we are really unhappy. And you're going to watch Gren, and he may in fact get it down perfect first try, or he may in fact soft lock. And either are equally likely.
I might in fact not even jump if we get lucky. Tor, do you even see that new strat we came up with, Tor?
No, which one?
You don't have to do the jumps. You can run by. It's free and no DLC. And it's free in DLC because no enemy aggression. But in no DLC, it depends where that guy spawns at.
No, I did not know about that one.
I found it because Anel was complaining about always getting soft locked there and losing runs. So like, okay, let me go find a better strat for you. And sure enough, it worked.
Are you gonna do the run, or are you gonna do the?
You basically just run by them, but you use the vision on the guy to avoid his aggro. If this guy spawns closer to them, I can't do it though. Okay, I can do it. So just, be looking this way, and then he's gonna look away. I'll just run right under this rock where he can't see me and run right by them.
Oh, that is nonsense. I love it.
Yeah. So basically, oh, I didn't check the chart. Where he's looking at for aggro is actually depending on where his head is facing. And then if he looks to the right, like right now, I can run past him on the other side. And once I get under the rocks he's standing on, he can't see me because the rocks are blocking me from him seeing me.
So we have to do this with Tora though, because if any other character is bigger than Tora, because he's tiny, and that guy, when his head swoops over to his right, he'll see you.
right there I got 3 Shining Star Chips from that chest and a Legendary Core Crystal. Legendary Core Crystal is pretty useless, but the Shining Star Chips are pretty much end of the game chips. They're like the 4th best chip in the game. They drop from the Super Boss, but you can also get them from here. And they're really going to upgrade us for the rest of the game.
Refresh and set off again.
Yeah, so these are chips that are potentially better than what you have at the end of the game normally. So the next few fights are going to be very trivial for damage.
And here's the part where I switched to only Tora for it because I'll be talking to about 7 or 8 people here. I can't remember the number. So if I had other people in my party, they would be interrupting the chat like every 3 text boxes, and then it would waste like a second each time. I don't have to worry about that now. And the interrupting the chat is really frustrating because that's all things in this game is RNG on whether or not it happens or if they on how long it takes for it to happen. But basically what we're doing right now for plot purposes is we got rumor that there's going to be an assassination being planned right now or plotted. And we're trying to investigate and find out what's happening. Because this is like a diplomatic mission happening right now where the leaders of Uriah and Moradin are meeting to talk about the ceasefire that just happened in Temperantia. And there's going to be an assassination by someone who wants the war to happen, but we don't want war to happen because war is bad. And basically what we come to the conclusion is on the ship where the summit's going to happen, right over there, that giant ship, we believe that there's going to be some Turkin chefs that are going to poison the royalty there. So we're going to accuse those Turkin chefs of assassination attempt and then beat them up. Also, I'm going to go upgrade my outdoor attack up aux core right now after this cutscene. Basically, now we're playing a game of Clue. We're going to say where it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and who's going to do it. I'm actually going to accuse the refugees, and it actually works. Refugees and Turkins can both be accused, but we end up going after the Turkins instead.
Yeah, there's multiple ways to solve the mystery that nobody's actually solving correctly.
Yeah. Okay, here's this host.
It's not actually anyone's getting poisoned. The real solution was the giant robot in the deck with the self-destruct bomb.
Oh, spoilers. You'll see shortly. So now I'm going to switch up my party again since there's no more talking. I'm going to put Rex and Nia back in and put Rex in front. Hold up, I want to...
Puppy, powering up.
Also, you need to get this switched out.
Okay, let's get the party started.
And then chips. So Drummark and Wolfric will both get Shining Star chips. Poppy does not get one because Bridget's better. I'm going to switch out this right now.
Look at those attack value upgrades.
Yes, basically our attack power just doubled.
Hey, look what I found.
Congratulations.
Yeah, this actually looks pretty familiar to the ship we went on in Chapter 2, but I believe it's still different. And here's a Turkin
Well, it
ship.
makes sense. It is a military ship.
Yeah, and then here's the Turkin chest we accuse. I'm going to fight them. And these guys are actually super bulky. But I will be trying to do the same thing I did to the last Turkins that messed with me.
Keep an eye on the numbers of damage that Bren is doing with non-full Divinity, and now with full Divinity. $7K becomes 12.
Okay, these guys will all come over here. Okay, that might be good. So just like before, we're doing a tier 3 instead of tier 4, because a tier 4 will just murder the Turkin we're looking at, and we wouldn't get the Mega Eruption off. Hopefully it kills all of them. Yep, killed. Oh wait, it didn't kill all of them. It didn't kill 2 of them. Okay, I definitely changed target, but oh well. Oh, we only killed 1 of them. Wow, that was really unlucky. That's basically the A.
Definitely hits 2 of them though.
No, it would have killed any of them from full, I think.
They're chef Turkins. They attack you with frying pans.
This is a really slow fight since they're so tanky. Okay. It's finally over. There, we killed them, and it turns out they're just hired for the event, and they weren't going to poison anyone. The real problem is the explosion we're going to hear right now in the cutscene that we skipped. And lo and behold, it is our good old friend Rosa, but this time bigger and more powerful.
See, the big difference this time is Rosa has a giant G on her face.
You can kind of see it.
G for Giga.
Basically the same old tactics we've been doing. We're going to be going for a break and then doing combo, and hopefully she's dead.
The big thing here is because Poppy is using a chip from Chapter 4, and Bren is using post-game power chips. Aggro is broken.
I want to try and skip the chain here, because I changed in. Yeah, I'm already 39, so I should be good. Yeah, okay, 550k damage, that's decent, I guess.
She's also earth resistant in the first half.
Oh yeah, so that was minus 20% damage since she was earth resistant. So yeah, from this point on in the run, there's a new mechanic, and for the next probably 40 minutes or so, there's a new mechanic we need to look out for. You're going to see right here, we're going to get Aegon's core crystal. Aegon was Niall's blade, which we never saw once, but Niall is Morag's brother or cousin. Basically, he's the emperor of...
Brother. They're siblings.
Oh, I think they're half siblings, aren't they?
We've arrived. Where do we go from here?
Ah.
But yeah, so Niall died in that conflict with Giga Rosa, but then someone brought him back to life, but it's still Aegon returned to the core crystal, and Niall, being all whatever, said, "I'm not worthy for Aegon anymore since I just almost died." And so he gave Aegon to Morag, but we have to wait for Aegon to be ready to go again, which happens to mean we need to encounter 23 enemies. And an encounter in this case means you have to finish an encounter with an enemy, so basically either kill an enemy and drop out of combat, or de-aggro them by running away. So in order to aggro enemies faster, to make sure we get them up in time, because we will need them for the run, we're going to be throwing rocks at various enemies in order to force encounters that wouldn't otherwise happen. So I'll start
Basically, this is the part of the run where Rex is going to throw rocks at... Then the enemies are going to get very mad. But luckily, Morag has on her the colorful feather. And the colorful feather, remember, gives aggro by default to whoever has it. So Rex is going to throw rocks at the bunnies. The bunnies are going to think Morag threw the rock at them and run after her. And then we're just going to run away.
I guess we never fully explained how colorful feather works. Basically, it's an aggro item where at the start of every battle, the holder of it has a bit of aggro already. If you didn't have it, everyone will just default to aggroing the character you're controlling until you swing hits and stuff, which you can't do while running. But with a colorful feather, we put it on Morag or Tora, and they basically pull all aggro until at the start of combat, which means we can aggro stuff and not worry about it killing Rex, because Rex is really weak. I believe that's, what, 4 encounters so far? Yeah, it's 4 encounters, and we're going up to 23, which will happen in the next 40 minutes or so.
Just so.
Yeah, so we're just throwing rocks at the wildlife and just heading to Tantal, which is the next town, where we're going to give them a letter that Amalfit, the head of Indal, gave us, and they're going to be super happy to get this letter, and we're going to be best friends.
Real quick, I want to point out this area right here, there used to be a major glitch that it's actually the only glitch that's ever been patched that was beneficial for the run. It was actually a pretty big glitch. You could basically jump off this cliff right here, and believe it or not, there's a lower section to this area down there you can see, and we have to go there later. By jumping off of this cliff, we could do a weird thing where we unplug our controller at on the right frame. And if you do it on just a precise frame, then you will not die from fall damage and you'll just get revived. And it saved about 3.5 minutes in the run of climbing down this place. But unfortunately, it did get patched. We don't know why they patched it. It might have been unintentional. We don't know how they patched it or anything. It got patched and it really sucks because it means we're 3.5 minutes slower now. And also the New Game Plus runs are almost unbeatable since they benefited from the patch and they're a lot more consistent. I think normal mode New Game Plus is beatable barely if you have a perfect run. Maybe. Not sure on that. Easy mode's probably unbeatable at this point.
Onwards.
I guess something we didn't mention either is Amalthus, the Praetor that we saw in Indal. He's actually the driver of Malus, which we find to be the bad guy of the story, and another Aegis like Pyra / Mithra. I want to buy some attachments right here, which will power up Bridget and Durmark. Real quick, I forgot to switch out Pyra, so I'm going to switch out her to Mithra, because Mithra's going to get shipped right here.
So if you recall, we haven't used Mithra at all yet, and that's not changing yet either. But we are going to give Mithra her endgame chip. That Lodronite chip is going on Mithra now, and it will not be removed before the end of the game. So we're going to be using a Chapter 6 chip at the end of the game with her, because it has a high crit rate. And crit rate helps build party gauge, and Mithra's purpose when we start using her in Chapter 8 is going to be entirely to build party gauge. She has no other function.
Also, Bridget here is going to get the Shining Star chip, and I didn't get this yet.
Magnificent.
Oh, she needs a... Usually she has more, I thought, at this point.
No, she's normally around that. She'll, when you get the 2 pouches and then a refill gets her to tier 2 about.
I'll give her Canna right now. I'll just get out of the way. Okay.
A new trick up my...
We'll just wait on 1 refill and then you can do a second.
Isn't it 4?
Yeah.
Oh, duh. She has 2 items.
She has 2 of them.
Am I good here? I think so. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and continue.
You're keeping the Abyss Vest on her, not the whip attachment?
Oh, duh. Thank you. Those accessories we just bought just now.
Yeah, I don't think you put on either of them.
These will upgrade their power by about 25% and makes Nia heal a little bit more and do more damage so she can hold aggro. From this point
he says a little bit more. Nia's healing just increased by about 25% or so.
From this point on, every one of her healing halos is going to be a full heal, pretty much.
Yeah, I believe from here till the end of the game, healing Halo is just a saga.
So earlier when we were playing Clue about the Turkins and Indal, we were like answering those questions. That's the first place in this chapter you can lose time to loads, and this is the second spot in this part where you can lose time to loads. But since I reset at the beginning of the chapter, I'm not going to lose any time. Also coming up is a clip that probably won't happen, but I'm going to try for it because it only saves 20 seconds and it's pretty hard to do. But I want to do 2 jumps for it and see if I can get it. Coming up here, I'm going to be jumping out a corner of a wall. Much like the old factory clip, it's just bad physics on a corner that lets us clip through it, but it's... One more jump. Okay, I didn't get it. Basically, you can clip through there, and you'll save about 20 seconds, because I'll show you where you land in just a moment. If you manage to clip through it, you'll land in this cutscene. You'll land in this hallway, which triggers a cutscene right away. but it's really hard to pull it off. I've only pulled it off in 3 runs before, so I try it every time.
It doesn't save enough time to sit there wasting trying to do it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you may not have noticed it yet, but we don't have Pyra right now because Pyra got kidnapped from us. She's actually right up here in front of a giant ether cannon. That's when I kill her.
That's the whole point right now, is we're trying to save her ass.
Basically, these people, the Tantalese, which actually from Zeke's home, this is Zeke's homeland right here. He's actually the prince of this land, but we got betrayed, and now they're trying to kill Pyra, and we're trying to stop them. You can see we're doing a lot of damage because of the Shining Star chips, but these guys left their fade.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the hits.
I just killed one guy without even touching him with a blade combo. And I'm dead. You can see I'm doing like 11k hits with just an art, which is like a lot of damage compared to what we were doing before.
So at this point, we rescue Pyra, and turns out, whoops, we screwed up the whale thing we're in, so we gotta go to its head and fix it. So we got a long walk ahead of us.
Yeah, we're on the Titan Gambu right now, which is the land of Cancel. And it's a giant turtle basically, and it's being controlled by something called the Omega Fetter. And which actually happens to be the thing that controls the giant sea snake that attacked us in the cutscene earlier. But basically, when we freed Pyra, the cannon they're trying to shoot at her shot and missed her because she wasn't there because we freed her, and it instead shot Genbu in the head and made him start diving down the cloud sea at alarming rates, which is going to kill everyone if we don't stop it. At this point, if it was in an older patch when we still had the glitch called Zombie Walk, we would go back to that place we were at earlier when I mentioned it, and we would just jump off and skip this whole section. But unfortunately, we do not have that glitch anymore, so we have to take the long road down.
New enemy in the mix.
Which has our favorite thing, pressing the jump button. I don't need to throw a rock at this guy because he'll aggro me automatically and get in my way. So normally you'd walk around here, but you can actually jump on this pillar and just bypass a little bit of walking and come out right over here. Instead you need to run all the way around this little bit and come up here first.
This is one of the few times you have to engage in an environmental puzzle game that doesn't have any.
I think this part of
that environmental puzzles are a thing.
I think this thing right here I'm walking on is probably the thing that stumped me the most when I first played this game, because I could not find for probably 2 hours how to get down this place because I didn't know you could click on that. I was like, oh, there's a dead end right there. I can't go that way. Let's look somewhere else. And then finally,
yeah, I think everybody got lost trying to get down here because the route is unclear.
Yeah, even past that, it's really unclear on how to get down.
Hey, look what I found.
Congratulations.
Grandra, Numa has an affinity chart that you can't access and can't.
Yeah, she has an affinity chart with a whole lot of nothing on it, but if you look at it once, then she gets S rank, but you can't look at it.
If you're trying to grind levels, the easiest thing to do is go to temporary while chain attack them a bit.
I'm on Pyra again. Let's fix that.
So the Tantal descends a lot of jumping down, trying to go down these ledges as fast as possible. Are you taking the little jump at the end here?
Yeah, me and this
Onto
one.
the rock.
Yeah.
So this jump looks scary, but once you learn, you have to land on that little
You will
thing
come.
there.
I've gained a new memory.
If you land on the other side of that thing, because it's like a left and right side of it, if you land on the left side of it, you just get knocked off and fall to your death. So yeah, it's kind of specific, but you get used to it after a while.
It looks difficult, but you practice the jump. Really anything to write home about.
Yeah, so a few minutes ago I mentioned how there was a glitch that got patched out, and believe it or not, we're still not to the point we would access with that glitch.
A new locale.
We would have cut out all of this stuff if that glitch still existed in the game.
We've arrived. Where do we go from here?
Basically, you see that little triangle bridge thingy up there? You would jump off of that and land right up here in this little pathway going down into the head of Genbu.
Hey, look what I found.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you'd land right about here, and then you would instantly start the cutscene. I think you mean RPG Limit Break. This game's been run at the actual Limit Break marathon before, but it wasn't run at a GDQ yet. But yeah, I believe the skip was found a little bit after that. Or was it found before then? I can't remember.
It was found before, but Bowie hadn't. I think.
Did Bowie do it?
Or maybe.
I can't remember.
I feel like he did. Wait, I thought he did zombie.
He might have done it. Yeah.
I don't remember.
It was like that was like the thing we were looking for like the entire time we've been running this game. And like we tried so many different ways to get down the Titan faster. We couldn't find anything. And then one day, I think he's in chat, Dank Baron, just happened to be playing in handheld mode and just happened to unplug the Joy-Con on the precise frame when they hit the ground. And they realized they didn't die. And like, what? Okay, this is cool. So they let us know. And sure enough, it was a... So yeah, it was after a little bit of effort and messing around with it, we managed to get a pretty consistent setup for it.
And then they fixed it.
Yeah. They fixed it in patch 1.5.1, which was a patch that Crossset got released, and Crossset's what makes DLC run so good. So unfortunately, it's not useful at all in DLC runs, even if you were on a prior version.
Yeah. Trust me, we would take Crowset over Zombie Walk any day of the week.
Yeah. Crossset saves about 9 minutes in chapter 3 alone.
Crowset is basically Wolfric except a healer. So you just play as Nia and use her.
Yeah. I think I'm all set up. This is another AoE fight, so this is the...
Hey, look what I found.
Is this the last AoE fight? I think so. I guess there's Jalos, but that never happens.
You don't want it anyway.
Let's show 'em a thing.
Yeah, this is the last. Wolfric's going to have two more fights to shine in, and one more fight where we use him after. Well, so 3 more fights.
We'll forget over here. Okay, so yeah.
So the goal for this fight basically is we want to do our usual fusion thing on Mick, and the goal is to hopefully Mikhail will land in a position that's good enough to kill them. The problem is that Gren has aggro from Akos, which may just rip this fight.
Okay, okay, that sucks. So yeah, I couldn't get aggro off from Akos. Still can't get it off from him. So
Akos.
So I got Shackle Bladed, which means we lose Affinity. Oh, where is he?
Yeah, so basically the idea is you dodge, he's got a Shackle Blade move, but it's an actual line AoE. So the idea is we actually dodge it normally and be getting out of the way. But somebody got aggro by hitting all of them with his tier 1.
Like Tort said earlier, you can dodge most moves in the game. I might die here. But, did I get hit again? I heard him doing it. I had aggro, so... I can get toppled? I had aggro, so I couldn't outrun it, even though I was out of the range of it. I thought there just wasn't any way to dodge it.
So as you can see at this point in the game, Nia's healing is basically everything.
I'm in tier 4 to end this guy. I'm gonna do two more tier 4s to kill the rest of them.
Yeah, unfortunately this fight's not going super swell, but good enough.
I'm actually gonna... Oh, oops, I messed up. Oops. That's a Wolf XC2 It's pretty bad. Did decent damage, but it could do a lot more.
Why did you just tier 4?
I messed up.
I see.
I was going to tier 4 Akos, but then I realized I'm trying to avoid hit. I'm trying to avoid his evasion on Enrage, but I decided his HP was too high to try it. It's probably fine. You're gonna
The
kill
thing
it.
about Akos when he enrages blocks a certain number. The thing is, he can enrage mid tier 4 and start blocking shit.
Like right there. Basically, when he enrages, he evades he force evades the next 30 hits. But
You hit him mid black waves, so he couldn't
Yeah.
enrage until he was finished.
also last hit of every special is guaranteed to hit even through evasion, so that helped out.
So this is the fight against Super Gen. We only need to do like a quarter of his health, but the big thing is we don't A, want to die, and B, get skyward slashed. He's going to use Heavenly Disrupt on Morag, which will probably kill her.
Oh, nice break.
So if he can pull off... you're good. You got the break.
He was dead anyways.
Without the break, I think the Skyward Slash would have screwed her.
Maybe. Yeah, that fight actually ends pretty fast. Basically, once he gets like 70% HP, it's over, which is kind of nice.
So Pyra's been kidnapped again, and we're going to be told a story that basically says, hey, we have two Aegises, we got Pyra and we got Mithra, but there's another. And if you go into a little tunnel and explore for about 15-20 minutes, you'll find what you need to get her.
Yeah, believe it or not, we were beating up Jin in that fight, but once it phases, the cutscene shows you dying to him. Because the cutscene never follow what the gameplay actually happened. Like, your game just... You beat him up, and then cutscene, your game beat up. And then he kidnaps Pyra from us, which... So now we won't have Pyra for the next bit of the game. Actually, the whole chapter.
Yeah, the only downside, of course, is this is why we need Fire Blades, because we can't use Pyra for the fire check.
If we had Pyra, she has 2 Fire Mastery by default, so we wouldn't need any fires apart from the one for our blade combos. Oh yeah, so now we have to go to Letheria because there's going to be the Spirit Crucible Elpis there, but first off, I have to go to Torgoth to go salvage to finish up getting Ancient Wisdom level 1 on Dromark. I don't think I grabbed level 1 on him yet, so I need to check his chart real quick before.
Yeah, you didn't check it.
Let's rest a spell.
Do not stop now.
There's Ancient Wisdom level 1. If I had Perun, she would have Ancient Wisdom as well, which I could just skip this part. But we don't have her, so I have to go salvage for 20 more mechanical parts to get Dromark to level 2.
Treasure hunting. Oh, dog.
Why is Rex
I
such a
love
bad
the smell of
salvager?
salvage.
And he's pretty good today.
Okay, bring it on.
So at 9.
I think 10.
I like your attitude.
So we need 25 total mechanical parts for Dromark. 5 for tier 1, 20 for tier 2. Until we check the affinity chart, we don't get to cash in on any of it. So if we collected 10 and then check to get tier 1, now we need 20 more.
All right.
We got the 5 earlier when we fought the Marin, because we did use the Silver Cylinder for that fight and got 5 when we fought him. So we just need 20 more now. Oh, wow. Okay, that's the best salvage ever.
And you even got a white chest.
I can just skip that chest now and just move on.
Open
I'll
it!
be fine.
Open it!
Offense is the best defense, right?
So now we're going to go back to Syria and hear a story from Gramps about the Spirit Crucible at Elpis.
That was a slog.
How hard is this run to learn? I would say the biggest challenge with it is it's very long. Your first run is going to take about 9 to 10 hours probably, but you can, with the strats we've come up with, we have a few like written guides and you can watch our VODs, which are pretty explanatory as well. And you can pick it up pretty easily and get about a 6-hour time within probably a few weeks of practicing it after your first run. They're coming up.
So at the beginning of the game, when you do that tutorial salvage, there is a chance you get different grades of chests. There's the brown chests, there's the red chests, and there's white chests. If you get a white chest at tutorial salvage, it drops enough valuable items that you can get enough money to skip a lot of the money route and save time. I've seen it happen twice, and I've done the chapter 1 in this game probably over 100 times.
8 to 9 hours is a conservative time because some people will go through it slower and take their time. It just depends. Everyone always starts out from the same spot. I mean, you can have all the guides there can be all the guides in the world, but it's not gonna. You have to actually play the game to learn it and then learn how the combat goes and what mistakes not to do and what mistakes you're always gonna run into and how bad RNG can mess with you.
It's very dependent on how much practice you do before you do that first run. If you just do it kind of early on, it's going to take you a lot of extra hours because you'll make a lot of mistakes. And if you do a lot of extra practice, the first run will be faster because you've already sort of gone through it. It depends on how you learn. My first run was 10.5 hours, and then I just kept doing it again and again and again. And I think sub 5 is pretty free, so it's just practice.
Please be aggro. Morag actually died. I'll get Ejon here. Use the aggro.
You got the landmarks, you're fine.
There's a bug spot right there. Okay, I didn't get Ejon anyways. If I get Ejon up right there, I can open that bug spot, but it's mostly minerals, I believe, but you can get bugs from it. So coming up is a part where we're going to need to have Ejon ready to go at the end of Elpis, because we're going to use Ancient Wisdom level 1. And then, so yeah, we should be about 20 encounters on him. We should easily get him up before we need him. And then we'll need to do a little bit of collecting with him in order to get his Ancient Wisdom leveled up.
Just based on the rest of the conversation, do remember the big thing about this game is that it is an RNG factory. The amount of nonsense that's going to go weird, go poorly, go well, there's just so much of it that you really need to understand what you're trying to do and what you can do when it goes better than expected and worse than expected.
Yeah.
The idea being, for instance, on the Spider Blade fight early on against Wolfric, I get really good breaks. Should I go for fusion combos to finish? Can I go for a fusion combo to finish? What should I do about that? It's a question you need to know and have an answer to. Otherwise, you're going to bleed time. You don't need.
No, we lost the upper hand.
So casually, this area sucks. The only Blade who can use their full power is Poppy, because she's a robot. Additionally, Zeke, Rex, and Nia are all with reduced stats in this area, but Morag is not.
Morag and Venom actually have, they do have slightly reduced stats, and I say Venom, believe it or not, you can never use Venom in this area, but in the code it says he has slightly better stats than Rex, Nia, and Zeke do.
The main stream died.
Oh, no.
You're fine.
F.
If they seek a fight, they shall get one.
Oh, and there's Egeon. I can pull them before they get back.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it.
Hello there.
This can't be good.
F5?
Look out,
I don't know.
everyone.
Yeah, so we'll see if they some of them will probably come over your side for now. I'm sure they're.
Maybe DM Kaio or Kyo.
I assume he knows.
Yeah.
It must have sensed
I got
our
my
skill.
chat's going up.
Well, yeah, they're all coming over.
Yeah. So yeah, we just, after the stream died, we just pulled Aegeon's Core Crystal because we got our last encounter we needed for it, and now we're just continuing through here.
No!
Once we get near the end, we're going to come upon a spider nest where we can get some bugs for, and Aegeon needs 5 bugs in order to get his Ancient Wisdom level 1 up.
Okay, bring it on. No, no, don't look this way. I am ready for anything.
This
Watch out.
can't. Forgive me, lady. Laura.
No, Morag. There is no forgiveness here.
She's dying quite a bit.
Yeah, she's normally a little more durable.
I guess I did take the Abyss Vest off for Colorful Feather this time. I don't normally do that. Normally run Colorful Feather on Tora. Strongest way in the game if you build them correctly is Poppy Cutie Pie, closely followed by Fiora. Yes, Fiora's in this game. Also, here's a nice jump that we have that saves a bit of annoyance. There's another jump that Aeon Frodo found really early on in the game that we did for a while, but it was way harder than that.
What I found.
But the benefit was we got an Albright chip, which is pretty powerful. Eventually, we realized we didn't need the Albright chip and this was faster, so we switched to this.
Basically, in essence, the Albright chip used to be our non-SS chip choice, and then SS chips were discovered, and Albright fell to the side.
And arrived.
Onwards.
So we're almost.
Rex is a salvager. He's got the arms of steel.
So we're coming up on the end of Elpis, and after that we'll have a pretty tough fight. Casual players is a really annoying fight for casual, and it could be annoying for us too if we get some bad luck, but we have a pretty good strategy for it.
Dang, it's found us.
Yeah, first here's the spider room I was talking about. There's 2 spots in here that drop bugs, and we're gonna collect both of them because we need both to get 5 bugs for Aegeon's Ancient Wisdom level 1. We only got 2 there, but the next spot has guaranteed to drop at least 3, so we're safe. Also, these spiders can aggro you, which sucks, and also there's gonna be a dropping down pretty soon, which comes really close to aggroing you, but we can't avoid them.
Here.
So this is Glamorous Alfred, people were talking about hours ago. He comes down, and we say hi by running behind his ass.
You can barely see him there. He's right there.
Guide me.
Oh, I didn't do my blades. Nice.
There he is. Big Spider-Man.
Ready to roll.
Hey. Fire, guide me.
Okay, so coming up here is going to be the Phantasm fight, or what we like to call them the Moltus fight, or the Everbro fight. It'll be
never bro fight.
be pretty apparent why pretty quickly. First I'm going to set up some blades. That should be good. I'm going to be actually controlling Tora for this fight, believe it or not. Let me do. I want to have this top art ready to go, and then I check charts for those field skills as well. So Bridge got Keen Eye up, Egeon got Ancient Wisdom up. Did I already check Dormark's chart?
This will prove
I don't think you checked it afterwards.
Check it now. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Got all the field skills we need. And now we can go fight. We can go clear this field check and then go fight the Multis guys. Basically,
So the strat for
you can go
these
ahead.
guys
Yeah,
is
get it.
pretty straightforward. What they do is when they get below about half health, they use an ability called Multis, and Multis multiplies one man into two. And everyone who gets multiply can use it once, and eventually, after there's enough of them, they just kind of stop. And casually, this fight goes on forever and ever and ever, and it sucks. But, toppled enemies cannot multis. And Wolfric's tier 1 does extra damage to toppled enemies, and Wolfric deals extra damage to toppled enemies, like I told you hours ago. So, the strategy is topple the enemy, Wolfric tier 1, they die. And we're going to go one by one, toppling them each individually, and using Brutal Lance on them individually. Pop.
So yeah, the actual mechanic for how they can multis, they have to be below, I believe, 25 to a third of their health. 25, a quarter to a third of their health they have to be below. There needs to be 4 or fewer phantasms alive, and there needs to be, they have a 3-minute cooldown on the art as well. So, also they can't be toppled or launched. So those are like what allows them to use Multis, and when they use Multis, they evade all attacks, so you have to kill them before they get Multis off, or else it's like GG, they're gonna multiply. Got a pretty fast break there. Hopefully Rex will get his tier 1 up soon so they can topple him.
What if you have on Poppy? Because that purple shield's on.
I put a battery chip on him. Oh, yeah.
That's a new one.
It's just a little tankier. It's from Cantle.
Yeah. So you can see.
I
two
missed!
people who can break.
Okay.
Alright, so we're getting at least one Multis.
That's unfortunate. I might die here too. We're good. Oh, I got toppled there though. Too bad. Okay.
They should be fine.
I'll just go for this last guy.
Aw, just for me.
Just for you, Tort.
So I've always said that my runs are all Jet Fighter %.
Jet Fighter. He died pretty fast though. As you can tell, they like spamming Rogue and Averbro and sometimes Mortis.
So yeah, that was pretty smooth, other than the single Multis from the miss, which is the biggest risk. But
Yeah, I've never seen a miss there on a topple. I've seen like getting blocked or etc. But yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. So now we're gonna come back to Left Syria. We just got the third sword, and then once Rex grabbed it, he had a realization that he doesn't need it, and he just threw it away.
it also crumbles to dust.
Oh yeah, I guess it crumbled too. Also, now Nia is a blade, and we can engage Nia as a blade on Rex, because she's actually a flesh eater.
So the Nia blade we get here is actually a pretty solid blade. The problem is then you're using Rex as a healer, and you don't want to do that. You want to use him for Wolfram.
I'm gonna use the N right here to level up before, because we have some pretty tough fights coming up. There will be one more in the rest of this run, near the end.
Really? I'm still getting stronger. Fur of Master Pawn is
And now, to continue the story, we have to go back to Moradane, because we can take a ship from the Hardhay Palace, which will take us to the next location, which is called the Cliffs of Mortha, which is the closest Titan to the World Tree, which is where we're going to again after 2 hours ago.
It's not really a Titan thing. It's unclear.
It's a dying Titan, I believe he said in the game.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Maybe at High Spirits, because he's like, oh, he's not online though. I guess.
Well, somebody in Discord's already picked up, so hopefully they'll get on it.
Okay. Oh, it's in the general channel. I was looking at the runners channel. I couldn't see.
a new locale. I've gained a new memory.
So yeah, now we're here, and we're gonna get 2 last upgrades for our party. Oh, yeah, just 2 last upgrades before we go and finish the run. Just 2 accessories that will make the Aegis really powerful in the rest of the game once we get her back.
So basically what we're doing here is we're buying some endgame accessories. But they are one that's enhanced damage to enemies who are higher level, and then one that does extra damage if your blade is the opposite gender. So after this chapter, we're going to be using Mithra, and Yuma's a girl, Rex is a boy. So we that combined with the fact we're not going to be to our opponents, and those 2 accessories are going to carry our damage
I'll work my
far.
ass off to meet your expectations.
So there's gonna be 3 field checks in this area, and I just set up for all of them right there. I guess there'll be a battle before the last one, but it's pretty easy to set up for right now because there's just 2 Earth Mastery, which will have Wolfric and Zeke.
This looks bad.
So the big thing about this section is, well, Tor is
Apologize nicely.
criminally underleveled, and which will be later.
Yeah, I'm just controlling Tora because he was already equipped, and I'll switch off him before the next fight. Also, if Morag dies like she's been liking to in this run, Tora will be a little bit tankier than Rex, but that shouldn't be an issue.
The fact that Tor is tankier than Rex right now. Cal. He is technically tankier.
He's at like 40% block rate from that chip I put on him. We didn't aggro anything anyway, so it didn't really matter.
Oh, what are you?
Oh, this ain't something you see every day.
So earlier we were talking about how we needed wind to complete the run. We need them for this part of the game right here. We did the fire blades for that spiderweb and Elpis. Blades are to do this. And then we talked about needing the earth blades. Did the 3 for the shining star chips. But if we had crappy luck and couldn't get any, we would be bare minimum to get through this section.
This looks bad.
And so yeah, I've kind of routed my menus so I can have all the blades equipped at once. By having them on specific drivers so I can equip the right blades at the right time. And then after this next field check, I will be switching them off to my fighting blades.
So, as you saw, we played Tora one fight. Played Rex for most of the game. Now we have the one fight we're going to play as more.
I believe there's actually
Next
a...
fight-
Go ahead.
Okay. So next fight coming up is Malos 2. Malos 1, remember, was like minutes of the game. Malos has a Monado, and he's going to be using a bunch of really annoying. And we're going to be using Judgment on like to invade invasion. The game plan for this fight to get out a decent damage over time effect with Volcano using Morag's team. He's going to use an ability called Monado Arc, which basically cuts damage down by 90%. And then we will, once it wears off, just do a Earth, Fire, Earth to end him.
Get the party started. It sounds fun.
Should be good, right?
Yeah, Neo will be with us for the rest of the game. That's the only fight we do.
Oh yeah, I need to do this. And this. I'll get Nia's mutual happiness just for safety.
Yeah, so one of the things we're going to try to do is getting Affinity, because Affinity down on Rex will cut Warwick's damage by it. So this next fight's not too bad. It's pretty straightforward. The fight after is the most difficult fight casually. Yeah.
So here's Malice. He has Monado. It's pretty cool. He has Monado arts. They're really annoying.
Malice will inform you to get a load of this, and then he will show you his striker. So we're going to be using Judgment to try to dodge Monado Cyclone. Whoa, the incredibly rare break. That is really uncommon. So we're going to try to use that to dodge Monado Eater, Monado Cyclone, and Monado Jail. See, they got hit by Affinity down. Morag cool.
No.
Oh, that hurts. Yeah, don't like to see that, kids. Yeah, don't like to see that.
Rex also always kind of do too. Tough to do this. He doesn't eat her right now. Another break.
Wow. That is 100% to infinite percent more breaks than I have seen in this fight normally. Just playing. Wow. What the hell is going on here?
Does that go through iframes? No, it doesn't.
No, Eater doesn't go through iframes. The Affinity Down does, but the
Oh, it does go through. Okay.
yeah, Affinity Down goes through the iframes in this game. It doesn't make sense, but they do.
Is this even enough? That amount of affinity?
Probably not.
Oh, what am I? Actually, we don't get 2 rounds of Wolfrake. Actually, I have Nia in my own spot.
Well, if he survives, you just spam the Judgment button.
He'll die if he's
He hasn't busted yet.
Any overkill? Oh, no overkill. That's unfortunate.
Oh, you need to get rid of the fire unless you're planning to hold on to it.
I'm gonna leave it on. It's extra healing.
Okay. Make sure to give Rex a healer.
Oh, true. Okay, so first I'm gonna switch drivers because Morag is this really cool thing when she jumps on vines. She likes to grab her hat, so and it costs a second, so we'll just use.
Well,
Rex
swapping them takes longer than the hat. You should have done another setup.
I'm gonna be switching instead, anyways. I can't set it yet because Egeon has to be on for that jump.
Yeah, you should just dealt with the hat. It's pretty funny because every other character when they go, Morag lands, takes her hand, fixes her hat, and then goes.
No, we lost the upper hand.
All right, so let's talk about the next fight, which we colloquially refer to as Jalos, because it is Jin and Halos. The rule for this fight is someone has to get to, what's it, a quarter health? Not even half, right?
Yeah, it's half health to end the phase, right? Or
Uh,
for armor?
I can't remember.
Wait, are you saying to park armor?
No, to end it.
Oh, the phase is at half HP.
Okay, so we're trying to get one of them to half health. So the two options are Jin, Captain Evasion Champion of the World, or Malos, Tanky Dude. Tanky Dude is the one who wins because at least we can hit him. So the strategy is actually pretty straightforward. Wolfric's tier 4 does enough of the work on its own. Hit the switch.
I want to say to save instead. It's faster.
Okay.
Oh wait, I'm
So
messing up here.
So basically, the game plan is get a tier 4 up and use it before he uses mythical armor. That'll cut the damage in like 90% or something bad. So with the double Hunter's Chemistry, we can build up a tier 4 pretty easy. All we have to do is dodge Skyward Slashes and not take aggro too quickly.
This fight used to be a lot harder, but then we found Wolfric. Now it's only kind of hard.
So basically, he's trying to keep his position such that if a certain someone uses Skyward Slash, it's not going to end lethally.
Okay, we got this. Let's see armors right now. Basically, just sit here, tier 4, and it's over.
You're good.
He holds aggro onto you through the Monado Cyclone. He'll strike or edge you, and you just die. So that's like the worst thing that can happen. And now,
So that was our last use of Wolfric. I hope you enjoyed him. Alright, so first, a couple things. This is the only fight you cannot lose in the entire game, which is important because, you know, not losing is great. The second thing is that soon after this, the game's going to ask us to make the one choice in the game you can't unmake, and that is whether or not we get to call the ascended form of Pyra / Mithra here, Pyra or Mithra. And chat, this is going to be your call. Whatever name gets spammed the most is going to win. So I advise you start spamming now because it's going to be right after this fight.
I'll let Torque call who is going to be the chosen one. The ascended form of Pyra / Mithra is this green girl right here called, we call her Numa. Doesn't really have an official name, but she's called Numa once, so that's what we go with.
It also says it like on her chest.
Oh yeah. You can't really see it, but it just says it on her chest, kind of, in like 3 letters or something.
Yeah. But I'm seeing more Mithras than Pyras right now, so if you want Pyra to win, I need more Pyras.
We're actually not going to chain this fight because we want to have Gauge for the next fight after this. I got the AoE.
Wow, they barely survived.
Yeah.
You were rough.
Okay, got the joint combo finish. Nice. I'm seeing a lot of Pyras right now.
Yeah, the Pyras have made a comeback.
It's looking like Pyra.
Yeah, I'm giving it to Pyra here. The Pyras came at full force at the end.
Yeah, that's still going. Double voting cheaters. Well, as many times as you like.
Well, you don't care about multi-votes here. This isn't a democracy. I see a vote for Laura. Do it.
Okay, I'll try. I'm seeing more Mithras, but it's still overwhelmingly Pyra.
I see people who are multi-voting at once. That only counts as one.
Yep, Pyra it is. Mithra's actually a half a second faster, but Pyra is going to win.
I was going to say, Mithra technically is a couple frames quicker, but the Pyras have won the day.
You can...
And by the way, I'm on Team Pyra, and Gren always goes for speed and goes with Mithra, so, you know, we are stalemate.
I'm Team Mithra, though, regardless of speed. I want to put Rock on.
Rock, please.
That's good, yeah.
All right, so the strategy for the next fight is against a zombie, and we are going to use Mithras Tier 2 to help build meter, and then going to swap to Numa, and Numa's going to make it go away. So the big thing about Mithra, who we have not used now, is Mithra likes desserts, so desserts are more effective when we use the term, which is Arts Recharge, aka you'll see our Arts fast. Mithra also has a multi-hit Tier 2, builds up party gauge very fast because it can crit, and crits give party gauge. And then finally, when Mithra crits on an art, the art recharges faster.
Also, the mechanic with Numa, in order to activate her and use her in battle, you have to have a completely filled party gauge where the point where you can chain attack. It doesn't consume it though, not in this mode. It does consume it in the hard mode of this game. But on top of that, you also need to have gold affinity, which we usually have because of the Hunter's chemistry aux cords we have on her.
And arrived.
It actually just got taken off because of Bridget, but I'll just go fix that right now.
Yeah, so the big thing basically is we use the Hunter's Chem to get the gold. We use Photon Edge to help build gauge, and once the gauge is up, we can swap to her. When you swap to Numa, a couple things happen. First, Rex takes aggro. Second, Rex can't die. Everyone else can. Rex can't. Third, everybody else is going to crit here, so if you lose your party gauge to rezzing people, it'll fill up really quickly. Numa can also do any elemental attack, so you can do blade combos, any permutation pretty much that's available. And then she just also does boatload of damage, and the enemies are way more likely to get broken. So the idea is we're going to use her to basically get guaranteed breaks and do a ton of damage. And that's backed up by the accessories that do extra damage because Numa's a girl, and the enemies are higher level. We're going to run into this power being most useful not in the next fight, which is against a bunch of zombies, but against the boss. Which I'll explain when we get to it.
In addition to those effects that Numa has, you also cannot enemies can't all their oh my god here. Where's HP potion? It's over here. All reactions like blow down, break, etc. to happen to Rex, they just get no affected. They don't work. And Tort said that you get elemental damage. Basically what that means is if the enemy has a weakness, your attacks are always going to do that element of the weakness. So you always get plus 20% damage from using the enemy's weakness.
That's pretty much a perfect zombie horde. The idea is you want, when Jin is on our side, Skyward Sword breaks. So what you want to have happen is and it's AoE. So he'll use Skyward Slash and break stuff. You want to target a different enemy from him. That enemy gets the Photon Edge for special. Then Numa does the Gamma Ray, which is a tier 2 light. And then Gamma Ray is AoE, so that damage splashed and killed like all.
So since we don't have Morag here, I actually have to do a little bit of stealthing because these guys can kill Rex pretty easily. Not too bad though, just have to wait a little bit. There's a strat where you can run for it, but it's pretty hard and risky, so I haven't really practiced it yet either. I've only seen it a few times.
The slower but safest strategy, put the colorful feather onto Rex and control Jin, and then Rex dies, and then you don't care because Rex dies.
Yeah, you can in fact control Jin in this part, but it's not that great because you can't upgrade him. You do have access to his Heavenly Disrupt art, which is a full driver combo. I think it doesn't do break in this case though. Oh god.
So the whole concern is that move right there, Death Charge. It 2-shots Rex and does blowdown, and blowdown throws you backwards based on your facing, not the enemies.
If you notice right there,
time it right, you can sort of not die, but if you don't time it right, you can go off cliff.
If you notice right there, I turned around backwards right before the Death Charge hit me, so the blowdown knocked me forward instead of backwards. Little nice optimization you can do. Also, the stream is now back on the RPG limit break, so you can go ahead and head back over there.
Or you can stay here.
Or you can stay here. Or you can watch both. It's the same thing.
Those of you who really wanted to double count earlier. So this is the part of the game where we also had to press the jump button, and it is scary every time.
The timer was around a little over 4 hours. I don't know exactly because I'm not timing it myself, but yeah.
Charge!
I mean, considering the RNG and everything that's happened, it's been a solid sub-5 paced run as far as I can tell.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, especially as the RNG has gone really well in this run, apart from Lila.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, other than both Lilas and a couple pretty mediocre Chapter 3 boss fights.
Yeah, and the deaths of the Turkins in Chapter 2.
Right.
But as hard as this fight, I didn't attack him at first because I wanted him to absorb Jim's element in order to go Wind Weak so I could do extra damage with Numa. And then I activated Numa. If I activate Numa too fast, then he'll aggro onto Numa and then she'll block the elemental absorb.
Not that it matters tremendously, Gamma Ray usually just ends the
Yeah.
fight, but there's always a chance that it requires an extra heart, literally singular. So like you saw there, Mithra hit Gold Affinity like a second after you actually start the fight. That's part of the reason we need the Hunter's chemistries.
Quiet for just a second so I can listen for breaks because she's level 50, so I can't get too many. Okay, we're doing this then, I guess. She switched to the Fire Dog, but that's fine. Okay, we're good now. The fight should be over if he enrages. I got a miss in there. He enraged, so we're good. There's a weird glitch where he randomly doesn't enrage there, and when he enrages, he takes like plus 200% elemental damage. So as you can tell, with Numa always doing elemental damage, you do a lot of damage, as you can see. Plus, I have a double stack fusion combo on him, so I have double damage from that as well.
Yeah, so while Numa does do like infinite damage, so to speak, the reason she basically emptied half his health with a single attack was because we have that break we had the break on, and we did both tier 2 and tier 3 and chain attack on it.
So yeah, I'm gonna get a lot of XP from this fight.
Magnificent.
Unleash your power! Will of the
Magnificent.
Enemy.
65,000 XP, that's pretty good. It's alright, I guess. And now we gotta climb the world tree, which is this massive pillar in front of us, which actually goes pretty fast.
Alright, so we're coming up about on the halfway point of Chapter 8, and we're going to actually finally make it to the World Tree. And for the next bit, we're basically just climbing the tree all the way up to the top by the next episodes. Along the way, we're going to do a very easy clip. We're going to fight a trash fight that the boss game is going to call a boss fight. And then we're going to do the most dangerous, deadly, difficult trick in the entire game.
It is the run killer of all world record runs. I think everyone who's ever been on world record pace on this game has lost a run to it. I mean, everyone who's ever run this game has lost a PB to it. Anyone who's ever been on world record pace has lost a world record to it.
So yeah, so at this point it's just lots of skipping cutscenes, lots of just walking around.
And arrived.
Based on what Puppet just said in chat, the timer's probably about 4:13 right now. I'll time it right after the run finishes with my VOD. You can see if it happened to be a PB. Hint, it's not going to be a PB. It'll be a good run, but it won't be a PB.
Yeah, I mean, your Lilas went too poorly.
Yeah.
Turkin wasn't an AoE.
Oh, yeah,
You
that
have a
costs a
death.
lot too.
Yeah, right, you were coming out at a 131 anyway of Chapter 3.
I mean, I did have a good Jin fight though, which cost me like a minute and a half of my PB. But then the Torna trio is slow too, so they had those ups and downs of the run as always.
Yeah, but I don't think it was going to be good enough to beat your last time. But, I mean, if you get first try door clip, it's always possible.
A new locale. I've gained a new memory.
I'm just so glad Nia and the core crystals decided to cooperate in this run. Because those are two things that can just really mess up a run and make it really frustrating to even continue.
A new locale. I've gained a new memory.
Yeah, we were very concerned. Not cooperating.
Okay, bring it on.
Like, the blade pulls really were bros this run, big time.
They were nowhere near perfect, but they were still pretty solid.
Okay, bring it on.
Well done.
Dang, it's found us.
Alright, so coming up is the next clip in the run. And this is another clipping into corners. But unlike all the other clips we've done so far, we don't have to jump this one because we're going to be suspended in water, which means we just have to get the angle. And since we just have to get the angle, well, we're just going to slowly edge our way into the angle until it works.
It'd be really hard to get. You just go really slow to get through here, so it can be kind of tricky to get into it. Okay, there we go. Then part 2 of this glitch, you can actually grab bladders while you're in water, but if you change your party around, it resets your position, so you're outside of the water, and you can grab onto it just fine, making that clip actually useful.
So we didn't actually have to discover this type of stuff by running it for hours. It was the people who were looking for these things were wondering, is the geometry of corners in this game as bad as I think it is? And the answer was yes.
I gotta give a massive shout out to Curry Bro. He's in our Discord channel. He hasn't been a part of the community recently, just been playing other games, I think, but he found most of the clips that we have in this game. He found that clip, he found the old factory clip, and he found the Tardy Gate skip, and the clip in Tantal Palace. Also, another shout out goes to Lieutenant Longshot, who found the last clip we'll be doing in about 20 minutes from now, I'd say. Maybe, about 10 minutes from now. And that was the biggest help for the run, because it saves about 3 minutes of menuing, and also it saves your run getting killed from RNG from not having 3 electrical blades.
We lost the upper hand. I am ready for anything.
Also, climbing physics here is kind of annoying. If you start climbing to the side too soon there, once you start climbing this thing, you actually just fall off because the game doesn't like you climbing sideways for some reason.
Anytime in this game that Rex's feet are sitting on the ground, very unhappy.
Am I in trouble? No. Okay, I'm good.
So this is the stealth section. We have to MGS solid stuff.
This is kind of slow RNG, but I didn't get aggroed, which is good, because getting aggro costs you like 30 seconds to a minute.
So you basically want to keep an eye on where they're cutting across. Down and grab it.
Let's get
You
going.
can get behind that guy who's just sitting there typing on the console you care about. It's a little tight.
and if you don't do it just right, you can still touch the console, but he'll aggro you right afterwards, and then you won't be able to grab the key code that drops.
The backup to that, of course, is that you grab the thing and the text box pops up and says, "Hey, you press the button."
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then you just sit there at that text prompt until he walks past you because you can't get aggro during the text prompt.
I forgot that was the thing. We're coming up on the boss fight of this chapter, but I use the term boss very loosely because while it is the last fight in this chapter, it's not really a boss per se.
It's not a boss fight, and the game doesn't pretend it's one either.
The real boss of this chapter was the Infernal Golda we fought about 10 minutes ago.
Up, up. This can't be good.
So we're just running, nothing too exciting going on. It turns out Indol was full of bad guys. They're doing bad things. The Torna people are also bad guys, doing bad things. And all Rex wants to do at the end of the day is get to the top of the tree and be like, look, safe space. Spoilers, there's no safe space.
This is a boss fight we were talking about. Oh, I missed. Never mind. I was gonna do a tier 1 on the topple, but I missed my break. And then topple.
I mean, you could have rushed for it a second time if you really wanted.
Probably, yeah. There's all these Indoline, and then there's a big bird that we're gonna beat up on. Luckily, tier 2 does an AoE, and it hurts a lot, so we get party gauge really fast.
Basically, each attack against each of those people has a chance of critting.
And each crit builds a party gauge, which we need to build a party gauge to max in order to use
Oh,
Numa.
you didn't use Ruinous. Oh, you don't need it.
And the tier 3 AoEs.
Yeah, that's enough to stick.
And that's the end of the chapter. Alright, so now we'll have about a minute of loading, and then about 4 minutes of walking, and then a very fun clip that everyone loves. Yeah, 418 there, 14. Oh, the timer is a little bit faster than the actual real time, so I won't be able to PB this, but it will be a decent run if I can finish.
Yeah, no, this is. I'm just gonna take a look at my split. Yeah, my split's at a 417.
Yeah, this is the longest load in the game. There's 2 loads back to back right here, and they take it to combine about a minute. If you don't reload your game in the middle of the run, it takes even longer.
Yeah, he's gonna lose about a grand total of 50 seconds, something to them. A failure to reload equals that basically. And you get worse loads on everything else, but that's the biggest one where you lose a solid minute to it by itself.
Some people wonder because a lot of like the newer games, they'll have digital and physical copies, and the digital version is usually faster with loads. In this game, we're not entirely certain. There are some spots where you save a second or two from having a digital copy. I have to jump off. I forgot.
I think the only intentional death on the run.
Second death overall, only intentional one though. You can save a few seconds here and there from a digital copy of this game, but
Again?
for the most part, the load time losses are just random. We're not sure if digital helps your RNG there or not. Only reason I landed on that was to make Rex die because I had to fall to my death in order to get back to the landmark without the guy aggroing me. And landing on that makes you die a lot faster than falling all the way down. Another quick little stealth mission. As long as you hug the wall, you won't aggro them. If you leave the wall at all, they'll aggro you, and it's annoying.
There's a UM to his left. If he aggroes it, there's a chance he dies.
I avoid them usually because it's like a small corner you can cut to, but you'll aggro him and you can kill everyone. Now there's this long bridge we're going to run across because, as you can see in the background, this really epic background, there's more Ardain over there. All the Titans are here because Indol right there is being controlled by Praetor Amalphus. And since he's the driver of Malos, he's a master driver, the driver of an Aegis. He can control blades as well as Titans. And he basically forcing all the Titans to attack us and the Torna guys to try and stop us from ascending the wall tree.
Well, Malthus also wants to climb up there again
Yeah.
himself.
He wants to get up there by himself, he doesn't want us to go up there first.
Basically, the plot is about a man who sought God, made it to the throne, and discovered the throne was empty.
So yeah, basically we're climbing to the end of this bridge so we can launch up and go flying with Poppy and destroy the bird that Amalthus is attacking us with.
Oh, we're not going to destroy the bird. We're just going to stop the giant pillar.
We'll hurt it pretty bad. Also, that giant mech right there, that's the Monoceros, I believe. And it's being piloted by Mikal right now, trying to stop them so Jin and Malus can climb the wall tree while Amalthus is stopped by him.
No! We lost the
Spoilers.
alarm.
Things don't end well for Mikhail.
On your head! I'm not
New Game Plus again, well.
Brave speed.
Alright, now for the dreaded part of the run, the door clip part.
All right, let's go over door clip.
It can take 2 seconds
All
or
right.
it can take 4.5 minutes.
So I've got all the time in the world to tell you all about door clip. So door clip is, as we've said earlier, is basically jumping through the corner of a door. However, in order to really get through this door, what we have to do is jump at it at the corner between where the control panel on the left makes it at the little corner. If we get on basically the 1 pixel where they intersect, we go right through that thing and we're good to go. Now, the reason we have to do this as opposed to just opening the control panel is the panel requires 4 electric power and 5 focus, I think it is.
Sweet.
Oh, nice.
That was pretty good. Probably about 8 jumps or
that was-
so.
That's a good one.
PB was first try.
basically- Yeah, so basically the idea is we have to keep jumping at that to get through because we don't have a backup. Literally, if we don't get through that, basically run dead. So luckily every jump takes only a few seconds, so it's line up, aim as best you can, and go for it because getting Rex to line up, difficult. Straight lines, difficult. Jump timing in this game, difficult. So being able to actually replicate a proper door clip, it feels like you're basically in an RNG event, even though if you could properly set up right, it should work first try every time. But we just don't have a setup, and it's just really hard.
The alternative to doing door clip is to have 4 electric mastery and 5 focus. We get 1 electric mastery from Pandoria, which is Zeke's blade. In this run, I pulled an electric common blade, and I pulled Core, I believe, which is electric mastery. So that's 3 right there. I'd have to develop one of them in order to... Okay, that guy's kind of a jerk sometimes. But I'd have to develop one of them to get to 4 electric mastery, which takes time in itself, or pull more blades. On top of that, we need 5 focus, which we can get between Pyra, Mithra, and Wolfric. For Mithra to get her first note of it, you have to talk to 20 NPCs. And it's not like the Nopons for Tora, where we keep alternating between the same 2. You have to talk to 20 individual NPCs with a star over their head, saying that you've never talked to them before. That's time consuming. We only talked to about 7 in the run, just to complete the run. So that'll give you one focus. You get 1 from free on Pyra. And you can get up to 3 on Wolfric, but it costs about 2.5 minutes between just running around doing a merc mission and feeding him desserts and stuff. So it's just really not worth it to even try, because unless it's like your first run and you're not good at door clip, you might as well you gotta just go for door clip, or else you're gonna lose 3 minutes.
By contrast, in at least the DLC version, the focus is trivial, so it's just getting enough electric mastery.
Yeah, skipping door clip in DLC is probably at most a minute time loss if you have electric blades, but you don't always have those anyways because you need 3 of them.
All right, so we're gonna do the last setup for the Jin 3 fight. So the way Jin's gonna be handled is we're going to do a 1 or 2 orb solution, depending on a little bit of luck. We're going to build up for Numa, like we've been doing in the past, and Gren is going to try to use Numa with a topple to close a blade combo. And if everything goes according to plan, that topple and blade sweat combo is going to take Jin to below half health, and he'll enrage, giving him a wind weakness. We can then do it a second, and that will basically just kill him. That's the hope. By contrast, if Jin doesn't enrage, we're going to end up in a position where we have to put another orb on him, and may have to actually use chain attack, depending. We preferably don't want to have to use chain attack, because the easiest strategy to go golfing with a Malthus after is to have Numa up at the start. If not, we have to do a slightly riskier, longer strat. And I'll explain golfing with a Malthus. So a Malthus the fight after Jin, directly after, and he comes in during a cutscene by breaking through the floor. It turns out that hole in the floor is a lethal hole in the floor for us if we fall in it, and for him if he goes in it. So one of the things about blade combos is that the tier 3 closers all have a special effect associated with them, each of the 30 varieties. But Steam Explosion, our good friend, you may recall, actually is a blowdown effect that sends enemies flying, and you may have noticed that over the course of the run. The goal, therefore, is to get a Malthus nice next to that hole and then blow him down into it. The big thing to keep in mind, though, is the way blowdown works in this game. Is they don't go backwards based on where you're standing. They go backwards based on their position. Whatever's backwards to them is the direction they're going, no matter what. So we got to have his back to the hole. He has to be not doing anything, because every ability he has gives him basically super armor, so he won't flinch. So we want to time it such that he's finishing up an auto attack or something, or whatever he's doing. And if everything goes according to plan, down in the hole he goes.
Real quick, if you could quiet for this fight, because it's really hard for me to hear my headphones in the game sound. And I need to pay attention to the arts that are being used. I'm getting really lucky on breaks and crits. Uh-oh, he's on. Okay, he's off. Wow.
Talk about those threats.
You could hurry up. Oh, I'm just gonna finish this because it was actually no. One time where I actually want a pretty good dot, because dots can do more damage in the long run. So I'll get a nice one on him right here from that burnout break. And then I'm going to try... I'm going to do stuff, we'll see. He's dead. He's dead. Okay, got it.
Oh, perfect.
Hopefully this does enough damage. Sometimes we get bad damage rolls where it won't quite kill him. We should be good though, that was pretty good. Alright, so
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
that's Jin. So now since I have full party gauge from not chaining him, I'm going to do a really good strat. Makes golfing a whole lot easier. So normally with golfing, you have to, since Morag's your tank, you have to push her around in order to position the Malthus right to send him down the hole. But one key feature Tort mentioned about Numa is she always takes aggro. So we'd use that to our advantage here.
Alright, so now Rex has aggro. We can position Rex exactly where we want him to be, because Rex, specifically Guilty Road is here. That's
And
his
he's dead.
move.
It's a hole in one!
Looks good.
That's how you go golfing. Just like that.
Ew.
That saves about 1.5 to 3 minutes, depending how bad the fight goes.
Solid shot.
So now we're on to the final chapter. This is the culmination of years of work.
So the big thing actually also about him, Alpha, is somebody was saying nothing but net. He can land on the edges of it and sort of like bounce off the equivalent of the rim and fall in the hole. So you can get like sort of bank shots or rim shots. It's not just all net or nothing.
Sometimes he'll bounce off the edge and bounce out, just like basketball. I guess we could call it basketball instead of golfing, maybe. Golfing's better, yeah.
It feels more like a golf swing than a shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, by the way, people have lost runs to that hole as well, getting knocked into it.
I have lost plenty of runs. Me and Tor, we went back and forth for quite a while on this game, especially pushing for sub 5 hours in this run. I lost quite a few runs going for that when I was on sub 5 pace, when I could have gotten sub 5 without it, but I wanted to make sure I got it, and then I lost the run. And then Tor ended up winning the sub 5 race.
Gren decided that he was going to put in the extra effort to get a few other strats going. He's been, I haven't run in quite a few months, but he's been keeping up with it, so I was bound to lose to him eventually.
The main new strat since Tort stopped running was the Jin and Amalthus fight I just did, or as we like to call it, Jin and Space Pope, because that's exactly what Amalthus is a Space Pope. Because we're
he's very a Space Pope.
We're in space, and he's a Pope. But yeah, so that new strat for, actually Greg Tendo in the chat found it. He might still be in the chat. He's like, okay, instead of like trying to push Bridget around, why don't we just like use Numa instead? I'm like, oh, that's a great idea, actually.
You've got a Wolfric set up and the right blades ready for Ghost.
I need to switch out. I want to switch out Rock for Cassandra, because if you go into this next fight with Rock in your party, it screws everything up. So we're gonna switch him out. We'll get him in our party anyways, but yeah. Also need to switch my accessories.
I wish I could share my luck with everyone.
Where is it? Okay, there. Okay.
So this is Wolfric's final chance to shine. The next fights are the Ghost fight. Basically, Rex's fears and doubts are manifest in corporeal form. He must defeat them to prove his worth to the Architect. Wolfric is just going to use Termination Blast on them, and that's going to be the end of it. So the first one is against Nia, free. Second one is against Morag, and Morag is evasive. And there is a chance that everything goes to hell if he just can't land hits on her.
Tor, I just realized something. The one fight I didn't practice.
Oh god, you remember how to do Ion, right?
I think so. At least we're like good levels for it. I'll be 62 after the ghosts.
The problem with Rock is the game is going to auto-remove Mithra from the party and put Rock in her place. If Rock is already in your party, then they're going to remove Mithra and shuffle your blades around, and it screws up the party order, and the party order matters because we need Wolfric in the #1 slot, and if the game's going to shuffle it around, we're screwed.
Basically, if Rock's in your party, if Rock's not in your party, the blade in your first slot will be the blade in your first slot after this next cutscene. If Rock is in your party, it's a total flop on what you get. It's going to force Rock into Mithra's spot anyway, since he's not in the party. It likes to have Rock as a go-to blade since he's Rex's other story blade. But, yeah.
So we're going to do 3 fights in a row, one against Nia, one against Morag, and then one against Tor and Zeke together. If all goes according to plan, Termination Blast kills Nia, Termination Blast kills Morag, Zeke dies to Arts, and then Tora dies to Termination Blast. Termination Blast is the tier 2 blade special out of.
I always have a slight fear that my party's going to get messed up anyways, even though I menued it right. Because that happens.
Even though we've done it right, and it's always been consistent.
Yeah. I've messed up the party on an easy mode run before, and that literally cost me 2.5 minutes because Nia could not kill me, but I didn't have a blade I could attack with because I had no chip on it. It was quite amusing.
Yeah, so you can see Rock's in where Mithra was. Now we still have Shining Star chips. We have other crazy stuff, and we.
And she's dead. Your healing Halo won't help you now. Unless you've lost all of it. Wow. Yeah, she tanked that pretty hard. Their levels is based on your party level.
It's whatever levels your party is.
I think there's a
With
lower
a minimum of 50.
Yeah, there's a minimum on it, is what it is, I believe.
So this is the riskiest fight, and for a while, ghost strategies were built around how do you beat the Morag ghost.
It could still kill me if I get really bad luck, but it usually doesn't. Her killing me actually makes me a little bit stronger too. Termination Blast does extra damage when you're low HP.
Oh, for hitting you doing that, her killing you loses you time.
Yeah. Okay, well, I could have just stronghold in that probably.
Ooh, you guys have a nasty crit.
Those arts plus too. That arts plus, those
Yeah.
those art things, the blade art thing we mentioned earlier, that were pretty useless. Sometimes they help you.
They're useful in a couple instances, just not. There's only one time where you're actually tracking, and that's in the fight to free Nia at the beginning of the game from the guards. You want that to be a roll smash to hit with them for double damage. Otherwise, it's
And then the final fight, Tor and Zeke is actually the easiest of the three, even though it's 2 of them at once.
Zeke, with some luck, Zeke will die to a rotation of.
I'm going all in. The Aegis isn't for the likes
Oh,
of
Jesus.
She needs a real man.
You look dizzy. Be careful.
Heavy hitter.
See, Stronghorn basically just.
Stronghold.
Oh, I hope that's enough. I messed up my cancels. Oh yeah, that's enough. That was a pretty good. That's probably a gold for me on that segment.
Yeah, you got
going. Okay, now for the final battle.
All right, make sure to set up all your stuff.
Yep.
No.
Okay, so
All right, so Ion is a 2-phased fight. Phase big shtick with them is all of his attacks are going to hit the entire party, and he's not going to one-shot us, but he's going to get close. So Nia basically just has to keep us alive between our attacks, and we spam the crap out of Edge from Mithra, which is her tier 2 special, to try to build party gauge, and then we're just going to aim down a single orb via Blade Ion, and then we'll chain attack it unless we get close enough to end the first phase. The second phase is a much more complicated ordeal. We got 2 Hunter's chemistries, as you know, over the course of the game. One of them we picked up from a Merc mission, and the other one we picked up from... Where did we get the other one?
From Uriah Port.
Right, the chest in Araya. The reason we get them is entirely to do this strategy. It requires two of them. Because we're going to run to a corner of the arena. We're going to engage our weapon. Mithra will hit Gold Affinity immediately, and you start that phase with Party Gauge. We will hit Numa ASAP and toss a Fire Special. We're then going to need Morag to do a Tier 2, and then Numa will close. Then as soon as that's done, we need Morag to start again and go and do a Steam Explosion with Morag, then Dromark, then Numa again, and then we hit Chain Attack. Those two orbs will allow us to have a Chain Attack that goes on for 3 rounds, and if we do it right, we will just have enough time to pull it all off. It is a very, very tight fight.
The second phase is basically, for the fastest strat, it's just a race against Numa's timer, because she has a 1-minute timer in every fight where she lasts for. And after that, she goes away, and you can't get her back at the rest of the fight. And she does like 90% of her damage in this part of the game, so...
If he loses Numa, he has to redo both sections of Ion, and he's dead. There is really no legit...
I've recovered once, but it's painful.
You can pull out Wolfric to try to like do some stuff and like fumble through it, but it's
not fun.
It's rough.
Hey, look what I found.
Congratulations.
Don't walk into the light, Rex. Don't do it.
Right here, as per every RPG, there's a point of no return, which is basically just a final boss where it forces you to save the game. And then we start with Ion, which has Malice inside of it.
Admittedly, of course, since you have to save here, and it makes it very difficult to make practice saves.
Should have a fusion combo on that, but I didn't expect it to break.
So HP potions, we haven't mentioned, but HP potions also give you party gauge. The bigger ones give you more gauge, and the way you get bigger ones is topple, launch, and smashing.
I believe the HP potions give 4 units of gauge each, and you need 300 for a full gauge, 100 for 1 unit.
It's not a lot, but you know, you collect 10 of them, it starts adding up.
Oh wow, I got really good gauges.
Well, you got 2 topples.
I guess. Only one of them was on. Only one of them. Actually, I guess the first one kind of gave a little bit of gauge. I'm going to tier 1 to get a dot going before I chain.
Yeah, as far as time is on the second phase when the damage numbers from the chain attack come up saying that he's dead.
Yeah. I'll give you like a 3, 2, 1 when it's like about to be time as well.
Yeah, for challenges.
We can use a chain attack.
Mash the buttons.
We can use a chain attack here because the second round it automatically gives you a full gauge, so we can just waste this right here and end the phase faster. And right about here. Yep, it ends on a HP phase, about 2/3 HP.
Your refusal to mash through the prompts nowadays makes me sad. Alright, good luck.
Okay, what did I do again?
I hope you remember.
Fire, fire, light, fire, water, fire.
That's right.
So he's back there where we can't attack him, but if you go to this corner, you can attack him. So we go here.
He has to wait for everyone to catch up. Then he pulls weapon.
So far, so good.
Numa. Fire.
Nia will die. That's okay, we can get back
Nia is
up.
very likely to die.
Keep it together. I apologize.
Now we just have to wait for Morag to tier 2.
Right there.
Now we're gonna use Nuclear Blast. Good.
And hope we don't get fence glitch. Also, we really want to get a break right here, because if we don't get a break, the fight will go a little bit longer. Just one break is usually enough.
Yeah, just adjust your positioning, sorry.
Yeah, for the
Alright, so
fence.
now more like tier 1s.
Oh, okay,
Bring it
that's
in.
fine.
That's fine. Just switch over to
Yeah, we're good on gauge. For Luna.
yep.
You're gonna summon some ads right here, but we're gonna die pretty soon because we want to chain attack him.
Ouch, miss on the front.
I might have to do a little bit more damage after this. Oh well.
Well, nothing you can do about it. Let's see how it goes. Make sure to use drum mark. No breaks in phase 2. Oh wow.
It's not quite GG yet. I love what might give us the damage we need though. Who knows? Actually, they might do it based on that last special. If not, we'll still get the fight.
You should be clean in Tactic 2. Just don't miss this challenge.
Yeah. If this kills him, then the time's gonna be when the chain attack end pops up. Okay, so yeah, so right. Oh, I have the fire blade to go with. Oops. So right about
As soon as you see it pop up, it's
time. And that is Xenoblade Chronicles 2.
there you go. Very nicely done.
So sub 450 maybe. Oh, I skipped the cutscene. Oops. I'll watch an event. I'll play an event player real quick for people to watch. It's a habit for me to skip it because I watch it so many times.
Well, they got the next game anyway.
Or I'm not sure if they're ready or not. I'm ahead of estimate, so maybe they have to set it up too.
Well, he needs to. The world record is like 4:45 and change. So
Yeah. So about 5 minutes off, but that was really solid for a marathon
that was a
run.
good run.
And considering I haven't actually ran this route all the way through in about since my PB actually, because
They've
recently
been doing DLC.
about a month ago we got a new tech in the DLC run thanks to NL, where we use Crossette, and it saves about 30 minutes over this run. Whereas before that, all it really was more money and more course to pull. But since it's actually mechanically different, it's been a lot more interesting for me to run it instead of this.
It's also a more consistent run because
Yeah.
you get additional ancient wisdom and you get legendary blades. So basically, when we talk about Glorious, it's a run where you pull for Glorious, and if you don't get him, you lose.
Yeah,
Instead of waiting an hour and a half to do that, you only wait like
30 minutes. You can. Not getting Boreas only costs 2 minutes in DLC since you can get Nope on Wisdom 3 on Tora, but it's for competitive times you want to get Boreas. So the world record in that category is about 4 hours and 18 minutes and like 20 some odd seconds, and then my PB is about 4 hours and 20 minutes and 3 seconds, I believe.
yeah. The move that Numa uses. She gets the tier 4 special, but the tier 4 special is only available in for whatever reason.
Let me open up Discord to see when I can cut. And go ahead and add me in Discord when staff is ready to go. I just want to real quick say thank you to Tort for stepping in and commentating for me. It helped out a ton. I think we did a lot better than I could have done on my own. Also, thank you a ton to the Questing For Glory and RPG Limit Break crew for putting this on and letting me run. It was a lot of fun.
The VOD says it says here the 4:50:23, so that's pretty solid.
Not quite sub 450. That's probably my fourth best run, I think. Third or fourth best.
Yeah, something like that. So pretty solid. I mean, you know, if you hadn't died and then you had a better corner, it would have been
Yeah.
close.
And there's Niall. You never saw him before, but that's the person who was E. John's original driver. He died and came back to life thanks to Nia's blade powers. I'll retime it in my actual recording too.
You might as well. Pretty solid run, so you know, good to thank it.
It's been fun, kid. Malos. If only I'd met you sooner. Just think of the worlds I might have seen. But even so,
If I had been your driver, all of this.
kids say the damnedest things. There was only one driver for me. All.
So it looks like we have a little bit while until the next run. So I'm just going to go ahead and leave this credits playing for you guys to watch while we get set up on the next one. It's a pretty good ending cutscene, so I'll stop talking over it.
Malos.
Looks like he's finally found it. Lady Mine. A meaning to his life.
Alright, thanks, Tor. Have a good night.
Indeed.
Yeah, Malice is a really good antagonist in my opinion.
Jealous.
Same with Jin.
How most people go their whole lives without fighting.
Jin was by far my favorite character to watch in this game, and I was really happy when I found out about Torn of the Golden Country.
If I'll find mine.
You've got one already, haven't you? And if what you've got isn't enough for you, well, you can always leave things to the next generation.
You've got a point. Surprisingly enough.
Dun dun dun. Oh yeah, I can pull chords for you guys before. The ending cutscene is about 40 minutes, so we won't be able to watch the whole thing, regardless, because they'll have to have another run going. So I guess I'll cut it pretty soon. Actually, we're watching no credits, so it's a little bit faster. But yeah.
That's what's happened? At this rate, all of the
It's between 30 and 40 minutes. I'm not too sure. I've never really timed it. It's long. That's all I know.
The power holding Elysium together was cut off. What's gonna happen when it crumbles? Not everything above this point will either orbit the planet or be flung into space by centrifugal force. However, everything below this point, the world tree itself, will fall apart on top of all rest. No, that can't. The impact would destroy.
There has to be a way to stop it. Pyra, please! Pyra!
There is one way. Just one way to prevent it. 5 stories down from here, there's a control room for the correction boosters. If we can fire the booster jets and accelerate the whole world tree beyond escape velocity,
Look, I haven't got a clue about boosters or velocities, but I'm gathering that we gotta get there, and fast.
Okay, 5 floors down. Let's hurry.
Azurda, Poppy,
What did you say?
Poppy could not possibly. Please. You're the only ones I can ask.
Okay, we'll show this plot twist, and then I'll cut and go pour core crystals to see what rare blades we get.
Didn't you? Please.
You're a real piece of work.
What is this? Ships.
Is this a port?
Pyra? What are you doing there? Where's the control room? Pyra! You can't mean...
I'm sorry. This was the first lie I ever told you.
Pyra!
The only way to stop the World Tree's collapse is to use the last of Ion's power and annihilate the World Tree. I'm sorry, it is the only way. You all need to use one of those escape vessels and get as far away as possible.
What? The last of Ion's... Pyra! What are you doing? It'll be fine, right? You'll deal with the World Tree, then come back, right? Wait! Just wait, I'll come with you! Damn it! There's not enough wire! I got it! Poppy? Poppy?
It's not okay. Poppy cannot.
What do you mean you can't?
Poppy made promise. Pyra say that Rex for sure asked Poppy. Say not help Rex, no matter what.
What kind of promise is that? Please, I'm begging you. All you gotta do is take me over there. The rest of you can just...
Rex.
Come on. Please. She's right there.
Rex.
Gramps.
Sometimes a man must know when to let go.
Why? Why?
Do it for her, Rex. Do as she asks.
Gramps!
Chum, how long are you planning on being a baby? She's the girl you love. You got to accept her decision. That's what being an adult means.
Rex, I am so thankful that I've met all of you.
Rex! Pyra.
Rex!
The core crystal.
You'll be fine. Without me now.
Pyra. Pyra!
Hello there. I hope you'll help me. Rex, I'm so glad to have met you. Our time together was short, a fraction of my long years. But it's been warmer and brighter than any time I can remember before. You shone a light on my melancholy path. You showed me the way. Thank you for that, Rex. Thank you for that gift of life.
So tell me, how was it?
Do you really want to know?
suit me best.
Gramps!
We're heading down. Everybody grab onto something.
Cloud Sea is...
The Titans are... gone.
I can't believe it. Is everyone dead? We were too late. At the land of Martha.
So there's nothing left of the world but ruins?
We're crossing that rift.
Look!
The Titans.
They're joining with the land. It's true. I think I see what Klaus meant by restoring the world.
Gramps. So Elysium was... here all along. We're finally here.
Oh, lovely. So I did no credits, but the credits are so wrong and I can't skip, so I'm gonna end it there. And yeah, I don't know what happened. The credits are gonna take like 10 minutes. So yeah, thank you guys for watching. And enjoy the next run.
Supposed to start restreaming now, but we're almost done. Cool. So he's almost done. We're done with audio setups and check.
Final day has come to an end. It's gone for good. I would then slowly close my eyes and be cuddled by.
I don't know. We're about to find out what's going on in Dark Cloud 2. Enjoy, guys.
I've only really done the credits one option once, but yeah, basically it throws on black screen for like 5 minutes, and then it started playing this. Don't forget my timer. This is the ends of a full crystals because someone was asking for it earlier. behind me, so I'm going to power on until the end for credits because it's a Japanese version. I'll explain why this is done. Is it? Alright, time to pull blades. Everyone, oh wait, you get options there?